Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing it like we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shush. Building weapons and guns, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching Zeus. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they don't need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take him true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching Zeus. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. What's good, y'all? Praise Jesus. Praise baby Jesus. We back in the building. Everybody doing good. Got your church shoes on. My bad earlier, a lot going on in the Carolinas. I'm in Carolina. I'm not in the Carolinas. But yes, y'all. We here. I'm not mobile, not moving around anymore. Get the convo sorted. I didn't put a particular topic in there. Yeah, so it's really whatever. Let the conversation go. I do have economics in the title though, because that's my new shit. I think I'm gonna write a paper on economics. Just for fun, just to see if I can publish that. High Priest Akasha was goody. Theo was goody. Wall Street was goody. Vayasha was goody. Monica was goody, sis. Yes, we in turn up mode. Get it put happen. So let me see. Set this up on this side. Economics. Is that? Same shit. Shit is not about the level of culture that this guy. Yo, I saw the pass out of him. Like, where, right? Are you good? It's outside. Yeah, y'all. So what's up? Black power, black power, black power. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. I don't like the fact that a lot of people online is getting this black stuff confusing. You know, it's kind of weird to see people so heartily against black empowerment. I know we got the scammers, you know what I'm saying? Umar Johnson, these people, politics, politicians, you know, black, whatever group you put these black folks in that you don't like. I get it. But you should still feel proud of being black, no matter what. Because you are, you know, part of that which you're proud of. Now, unless you're not proud of yourself, your children, your family, you know, That's a different conversation entirely. You know, I'm proud of myself, my family, community. We can always do more, we can always do better, but what we have accomplished and what we are attempting to accomplish is what's important. So remember what he said the name of that bank was? That union? The credit union? My paper's about to get peer reviewed on Nesby. I'm about to re-upload my other paper on Sage. As soon as I get these two finally peer reviewed and published, I'll be working on another ones. Letty. So yes, y'all, Black empowerment, what does that mean? What is economics, man? Like, think about the very first, when we put Black people selling Black people, Africans selling Africans into slavery as part of economics, I think we won't put that in there. So I think that the beginning of economics was Black people selling Black people in slavery. If you agree with that, put a 1 in the chat. Unicorn. You heard? Unicorn. What's that? Freddie. Unicorn. Oh, all right. Y'all put mad ones in the chat. Oh, all right. So everybody agrees that economics started with Black people selling Black people into slavery. All right, so what about the culture excuse? How far does the slavery culture excuse go? Or is it a dub for the slave culture excuse, y'all? It's a dub for the slave culture excuse. It's a dub for that one. Rationalizing slavery. I see once. Do we rationalize the culture of Africans during that period? I know for me, I was taught to, but I know some people's talking points is like, nah, F that. But then I wonder right now, a different type of hell. Yeah, I'm under the impression that that's separate and it's different. But listening to different people online, they immediately start the conversation off with that. Because if we go to the ones that's on record, right? Gonzalez, let me see. Let me see, where is this at? Right here. So we got on a young ship captain named Antam Gonzalez, who sailed to West Africa in 1441 hoping to acquire seal and skin oils. After obtaining his cargo, Gonzalez called a meeting of 21 sailors who accompanied him and unveiled his plan to increase their profits. According to Zura, Gonzalez's crew told his crew, "We have already got our cargo, but how fair a thing would it be if we would have come to this land of cargo for such a petty merchandise, were to meet with good fortune and bring the first captives before the presence of our prince." So Africans did not initiate the conversation, but this story right here is where it gets muddy. Y'all familiar with this in the chat? This is the introduction of Europeans to slavery. I hear it referenced, but I often don't hear it referenced. Not to say properly, but I'm gonna say properly. Nah, I'm lying. I don't ever hear this referenced. People like, yo, they sold Africans. Africans were selling Africans. Yo. That's all they know is Africans were selling Africans into slavery. Everything else is like, man, listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Africa. But this will be the economics right here. So it's a tough one for me because I would have sold some of us off too, but on issue was it didn't have any control of our populations overseas. There was no overreach and protection, especially with tribalism. Yeah, because this is what happened right here. All right, so you have that night, Gonzalez led a raiding party into Cape Blanc, a narrow peninsula between Western Sahara and Mauritania, and captured 2 Berbers. 1 man, 1 woman, another Portuguese mariner, and blah, 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 screw, and blah, blah, blah. Now, they don't say what these people were. They just say Berbers. I tried to do some more research into it, but I couldn't find anybody that described the ethnicity of these 2 people. And Berbers is pretty ambiguous. Yeah, Berbers is a pretty ambiguous term. You have black Berbers, you have white Arab, you got all different types of looking Berbers. So I can't really throw Black African on that title. Anybody in the chat, if you're familiar with this, or if you can find a link where it explicitly describes the people that were captured, I couldn't find one. But what it does say though, is that these people later on, all right, although the raid resulted in less than a dozen captives, Zura imagines in his accounts that Prince Henry of Portugal responded to his enterprise with joy. When Gonzalez's voyage in 1441 was widely considered to mark the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. It is also viewed as an extension of an older tradition of raiding and ransom on both shores of the Mediterranean. And this raiding and ransom, with this article and other articles, the idea that you will be captured and it happens. So in here is an art that they describe it culturally. And I guess they're trying to absolve white people's in it, but it's also, everybody's trying to absolve themselves in a certain way because they're like, I read one document where they said for Spain and Iberian Peninsula, slavery was temporary. And Saudi Arabia or Arabic or some territories, it was considered temporary. And in African culture, in some areas, it was considered temporary. The ancient world was shitty. So it's really hard to impose our perceptions of moral on that long ago and the cultures that exist from that period. So it's not like they just were created 500 years ago. These people were living with these culture or norms for 1,000, 2,000 years. And so now white folks entry into the conversation, then what we're discussing right here is when it gets mixy. Yo, Dot, here. Hey. That's when it gets mixy. Because now you have people being brought to regions that they've never been to, replacing people that they've never met, and making babies with populations that have never mixed. Creating a whole new group. Huh?
Maybe it wasn't even meant to.
Yep, not even meant to mix. In whole new groups. Creating amalgamating groups, which many of us represent. You know, some groups been amalgamations of groups for thousands of years. Like, you know, we talk about the Arabian influx into Ethiopia. Yeah, it's melted and stuff. So, you know, the Arabian influx into Ethiopia and the surrounding regions and what that did to the people there in terms of blending, mixing, admixture. Let me put the link in the chat. I ain't really had time to sit down and be on a live stream. And it's so calm. We got rid of all the weirdos, yo. We didn't get rid of all the weirdos, but we got rid of a lot of weirdos. So isn't the chat much smoother? Now we can bring on weirdos as we want. So, yep. So here. So you see this here. This is the economy. The slave economy already existed, and the customs are surrounding slavery. Right? Upon returning to Portugal, Gonzalez treated his captors in accordance with this custom and allowed them to negotiate the terms of their release. Rather than offering a ransom of money, the captors promised to give Gonzalez 10 slaves in exchange for their own freedom. Right? According to the royal chronicler Zura, whatever, the Berbers explained that these new captives will be black and not of the lineage of Moors, but Gentiles. Now, some of you would see this and think black people. This is Muslims. Now, see this here, black and not of the lineage of Moors. That could be read another way. You could say they're black, but they're not of the lineage of Moors. And that could also be part of the reason why they had to make sure that they were de-Muslimed or whatever you call it. They had to go to Lisbon to make sure that they weren't Muslims. And that's also why the very first charters, or you would say, by the church would describe them as Gentiles and other names that, for us, we hear it as religious terms. But in their era, these words had a legal bearing. So if you were a Gentile, You could be raped, killed, set on fire. It didn't mean anything. So I want to be clear. According to Europeans, did Africans introduce this, or was it Moors? And that's why people be like the dirty Moors. And the business of getting captives, you know what I'm saying, was a huge thing. So you had Muslims who were already capturing blacks in Africa, converting them to Islam, going to war with non-Muslim areas, and the people who were captured would be sold into slavery. Here's why when somebody asked Sabio, shout out Sabio the other day, about his views on religion, Abrahamic faiths. Although I didn't like the way he articulated it, I would have worded it differently. That the impact of Abrahamic faiths on the African people and continent and our experience worldwide has been nothing but disastrous, you could say. You know, I'm just being real. It's nothing but disastrous. So you see here, right? So this is before, right? Thus, in 1442, Gonzalez returned his Berber captors to Western Sahara, receiving as payment 10 enslaved sub-Saharan Africans, whom he then transported back to Portugal for resale. 15th century Iberian legal traditions regulated Christians, treatment of Jews, Muslims, and other Christians, clearly delineating, there go your word, for example, who was enslavable and who was not. And this is why I was saying the other day, the way they use the word delineate, like if you're just saying explicitly, you know, then just lay out what you want, you're delineating or explicitly, you know, describing. Right? So who was enslavable and who was not. In contrast, in judicial status of people who did not fit these categories was more ambiguous. Legal and philosophical arguments to address this issue began to evolve during the second half of the 15th century, once Portuguese mariners began to return to Iberia with captors acquired in West Africa. See that captors acquired? Notably, the treatment of Black Gentiles was addressed in the 1452 and 1455 when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans, right? So this right here, right? I never hear abos refer to this. And this is skipped by like some of you. I'm like, whose side are we on? My Israelite brothers. See this right here? I'm gonna pull up the actual papal bull. Church leaders argue that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior amongst pagans. Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V, and instructed him to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply appropriate and to appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, positions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. This is the foundation of slavery. This is the foundation of the transatlantic slave trade. This is the foundation of what people call white supremacy. Let me know if y'all following. Let me know if you follow it in the chat. Let me know if you follow it in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now. This is the introduction of, come on. This is the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. And I just read the order given by the decline of feudalism came later on, GA. But the order from the Pope to the King of Portugal, which is the foundation of how Black people were treated through all colonial systems in America. The understanding of the Negro was before Europeans got into America. So I want to be clear. So you see Black, the description of Black was taught to white people through Arabs. The sellout culture, the introduction of like, yo, I'm gonna get you these Blacks, was by the Berbers, the Moors. And not the Moors that we understand as Black, but Muslims. Jose, Francis.
Yeah, Q, what's up?
What's up, family?
I did come in late, but I think what you're getting at is this is the doctrine of discovery, and Moors were involved in the enslavement of black people. Is that correct? Am I missing something here?
Well, this is, I'm just going down the introduction entirely. So just the foundation.
But I always say Moors don't have an understanding, or they're lying to you, because during this time they were considered free white men because they were the ones who were guiding these people to enslave their own people, so they were considered free white men.
They weren't our people.
Well, so they didn't have black Moors?
The description is explicit. We're gonna get to, so the way you can read it, I'll let the literary people pull it up and argue on how it could be read, because I could see people reading it as a separation. You see, according to the Royal Chronicler Zura or whatever, the Berbers explained that these new captives would be Black, not of the lineage of Moors. So how I understand Moors is a Muslim term, and you could be, and Berbers could be Black or whatever, but they're Muslims, and they were just saying that they're Black and not of the lineage of Moors. So meaning that they're not Muslims and they're Gentiles, and that was very important from the way they articulated white folks in history. Is that the religious perspective of law and doctrine is what set the cultural customs.
Okay, but we understand historically Berbers would have been considered black people. Am I incorrect? These were the
Berbers,
that were separating themselves from other black people.
no, Berbers are not black. And Berbers are like Arab, white, all that.
Sure. I think in modern times that's true, but historically I don't think that that's a valid point because Berbers are not mixed people. Back then they were not. They were historically not mixed people. They became mixed when they started mixing with Arabs. I think that they would be historically black.
Nah, you can't source that. I'm gonna pull up my other one. My laptop bugging right now, but there's mad sources that show like the phenotypes of Berbers in the area, that Arab looking gypsy look. They've been there for a long time.
Okay, you have to explain that to me because my understanding is that phenotype is more of a modern look. Historical Berbers didn't look that way. I could be wrong, but that's my
This is the
understanding.
1500s. The 1500s, there was Arabs.
Yes, but before that, they didn't look that way. This is discussing the Arab invasion. I'm talking about long before Arabs came there. They didn't look the way that they look now.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be who these people are having a conversation with. At the time, they're having a conversation with Berbers who are Arabs, and they describe them as black. So
Okay, all right.
you know what I'm saying? They're clearly differentiating who they are.
Okay, so at this point in time, these would have been a mixed group of people, not the historic Berbers that I'm talking about.
That's what, for I understand it, Berbers is like, it's like saying somebody's from Jamaica. You can have a black Jamaican, Chinese Jamaican, Spanish, white, black Jamaican. Most of them, like I don't even want to say most, but I understand most of them would be like Arab, but you could have other ones amongst them.
All right, but I think that we have to make a historical distinction that all Berbers historically didn't have that Arab look, as far as I understand. Maybe at this time they would have, and in
Yeah,
modern
this
times,
time they will be, yeah, like even Cycle said in chat, yeah, they would be Asian, Arabs, they're North Africans. They, you know what I mean? What's the dude that be the rapper dude from Morocco?
French Montana.
Yeah, French Montana. Yeah, his people's been there for a long time.
Yeah, but the phenotype wasn't his phenotype is a modern phenotype. They didn't look like that all the time. And you have to understand the word Arab specifically does not refer to a race of people. It refers to a lifestyle. So you can have black Arabs and you can have white Arabs and you can have
I'll give you that. I mean, but I guess the colloquial usage I'm using is to describe those people that would represent that Middle Eastern, that family there.
oh,
Not,
that's fair. That's fair.
you know what I'm
Because
saying?
this
Not
is,
sub-Saharan Africa.
but that's fair enough because I guess in this context, that's who we're talking about. So that's a fair assessment. So let me close my mouth and let me let you finish reading so I can get a little more understanding of what you're talking about. Because I
Yeah,
want to hear what.
because a lot of times people reference Columbus as if that's the introduction of black people and the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese, and cultural norms for how black people are understood was set by the church and the Portuguese. And the relationship that they had with black people was initiated by Arabs and taught that this their words. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? If y'all got a different text that says different, please put it in the chat. I'll pull it up on the screen. I'm not married to whatever's the facts, whatever the closest we can get to the facts. That's what I'm married to. I'm not cherry picking information. So yeah, if y'all have anything else that describes the very first interaction, with Europeans, this is what, on their records of their introduction. Right? This papal legally granted Portugal the right to enslave any and all people they encountered south of Cape Bahador, or whatever you say that shit, Bahador, I think, on the coast of the Western Sahara. About midway through the bull, the Pope declares all sub-Saharan Africans henceforth to be held in perpetual slavery. All right, so that's right there on the screen. This is 1450s. So before they ever knew about, Indians, Native Americans in Europe, they already viewed sub-Saharan Africans as what? The bottom, and this is based off of religious views. So when you hear people attack religion, understand that it's oftentimes understood that this is part of the culture that was used to legalize the atrocities that happen to Black people, the treatment of Black people. All right, I know some of you see yourself in their religion, and I'm not trying to be. Yeah, I don't know how to word it other way than that. Some of you see yourself in their religion. I don't know how to word it historically different than that. To be respectful. Though the Alphabet mentions invading and vanquishing Africans people, no European nation was willing or able to put an army in Western Africa until the Portuguese colonization of Angola more than a century later. Right? And even then, Portuguese forces received extensive aid from armies of Mbaga, whatever that is, and Jaga mercenaries. And so this begins, I can go into this one, I don't know how to pronounce it right. But yes, so the area was at war. Yeah, that's a tribe. Both of those are tribes. So there's another part to discuss. So Europeans understanding, and it's not all, but the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the Jews amongst them kind of understood this tribal conflict going on everywhere. There's a tribe against another tribe. Just figure out which one you're going to work with. Then you're going to figure out another one until they all dead and you can move forward. Because the world was largely how we understand it to be, living off the ground. Living, simple. I don't know how to describe it, but you get the drift. They were, not, and I'm not saying not developed, but they were tribal societies, and those tribal societies were at odds with each other in many parts of the world, and so that's a reality that we got to understand. So the economics is birthed in this period, but it's hard to apply it fully in this period. And that's when I ask people, do you see the birth of economics with Africans selling Africans into slavery? It's a conversation. It's a conversation. And I think this part of the article is going to go into the first African king becoming Christian. If it's not this one, it's the next page. Prior to colonization of, we read that, thus in addition to justifying the enslavement of Muslims and other non-Christian people, including increasingly important population of sub-Saharan Africans and their descendants within the Iberian world, this legislation essentially authorized Portuguese colonists and merchants overseas to acquire enslaved Africans through commerce, drawing on pre-existing markets and trade routes. So the Portuguese describe many of their earliest explorers as diplomats. That bothered me at first. I really had to understand why they would look at themselves as diplomats. And their whole purpose was to create a diplomatic relationship with one group who had beef with another group. And we just want you to give us them. You have beef with, Ebony and her cousins. Look, any ebony you catch, sell them to us, yo. And they came in underneath the notion that they were part of a pre-existing culture of this slave trade. But the Spanish also attest that that pre-existing culture was not lifelong. The church introduced perpetual slavery as a condemnation of being a pagan or a Saracen. And that's very important because that's what later went on into the concept of, so chattel slavery and perpetual slavery, but the foundation of the ideology was laid out by the church. So in Virginia, England introduced, lifelong slavery, that was just a continuation of the original layout. So you see the original statement by the church for all of the Europeans was these Africans down here, they're to be enslaved. You know what I'm saying? So, so let's go here. All right, French and English mariners occasionally attempted to raid and trade with Portuguese settlements from autonomous African communities during the War of Castilian Succession. Very important right there, right? So this is an area in Spain, right? The Spanish faction supporting Isabella, which will become the queen, future Queen Isabella of Castile, directly challenged Portuguese claims to Western Africa, sending large fleets to raid the Cape Verde Islands and conduct trade near Elmina. Despite Castile's formal recognition of Portuguese interests in Western Africa stipulated in the treaties of whatever you say, and Tordesillas in 1494, voyages organized in Andalusia and Canary Islands continued to visit African ports. Right, the Power Bull of 1455 justified the expansion of Black African slavery within early Iberian colonies and the acquisition of more African captives and territory. But the same degree also provided a legal framework for sub-Saharan Africans to negotiate with Iberian authorities on equal footing and to make claims of their own, should they convert to Christianity. Perhaps and so this right here, you see this? This is the beginning of this. Can't skip that. There's two parts of that one there too. That's why Lisbon was so important for a period of time. But then that money started kicking in for the Spanish, and they was like, man, listen, we ain't worrying about that. And we sending them so far from Africa, ain't much they can do. Where we at? Yep. So here, perhaps the best known example of this form of negotiation. Oops. Damn. Is found. My bad. 1 second, y'all. Is found in the Kingdom of Congo in Western Central Africa during the late 15th and early 16th centuries. Congolese political elites. Nah, I just got the box. You got the tray. You got the tray. Oh, yeah, pull up. Where did I just stop at? My bad. Elites adopted Christianity and sent emissaries to Europe. In the 1520s, Congo Christian ruler used diplomatic pressure based on his religious status to try to limit the Portuguese slave trade from the Congo. So, just to set the standpoint, stage there. So, Black was before they got into Europe, but not in Europe, to the Caribbean places, the Caribbean islands. Like, that's on record. Before they even knew of a Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Haiti, any of those islands, there was Black people. by description. And those black people were the people that we come from that were being traded through this system that was being developed by the Portuguese and the Spanish. And I know this is mad basic for some of y'all, but I keep hearing the Christopher Columbus references and certain things, and I'm like, I don't know where this comes into the conversation. Oh, not at the bottom. You know, I have no clue where that comes into the conversation. Now, what I will say is that if you've never seen a bird before, and you see some colorful bird flying for the first time, then you go to another place to see a colorful bird for the first time. Them shit is all the same shit. Trying to make it the most basic understanding. Like, some of these Europeans never seen nothing but Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and shit. They ain't ever seen Sassoon. They never seen the brown person, a black person, dark-skinned person, light, a jet black, blue black person. You know, none of these things, none of these variations of color. Let's see. What was the next part? Wait, my keyboard is acting. I might have to switch computers. This shit is bugging. Stop doing it. Damn, bro. Go on this link right here before I go to the other one. Let's see. Nicholas Oviedo. So, a letter from Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabel to Nicholas Oviedo allowing black slaves of African descent to be imported to Hispaniola. So again, remember, I can go into the other part. So you could not be Muslim, and the idea was that they did not want to mess with. That was a whole. They just got the ass whooped. You know, I know everybody tells the story that Spain beat the Moors, but the Muslims were focused on bigger and better things. They had the whole other side of the world they was focused on. You know, to them, the Ottoman Empire was up and running. It's like that's what their game was, running over there. So that's just what it is. So, you know, how you want to tell the story is how you can tell the story. Why I say that is they ain't want no smoke with the Muslims. That's the whole reason why they wasn't trying to go through the Mediterranean to get to the other side of Africa. They had to go around. They was trying to keep from the smoke with the Muslims. Look, man, please, let's just chill. Let's just go around. Let's just go around them niggas. We ain't gotta go. We ain't gotta even talk to them. Right? So Nicholas D. Oviedo, I keep saying D, forgive me. Nicholas Oviedo was the first political leader to oversee the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas when he imported black slaves from Spain to the island of Hispaniola. Oviedo was the third governor of the Indies, as Spanish documents typically refer to Spain's American colonies after Christopher Columbus and Francisco de Barbados assumed this post in 1502. I know some of y'all be like, yo, we jumped ahead, but he's important because of the directing of the slaves or the Africans from Lisbon. Instead of going to Lisbon, well, I think this portion talks about it. They can go straight to Hispaniola, and he's like, don't worry about the Muslims. The Catholic monarchs charged Oviedo with indoctrinating Amerindians, noting that As recent converts, they should not be allowed contact with Muslim Jews or Protestants. The monarchs therefore banned North African Moorish slaves from being transported to the New World, but allowed who? Black slaves and other slaves who were born under Christian dominion, presumably meaning those born in Spanish or Spain or Portugal. While the original 1501 charter between Spanish Crown and Oviedo left open the possibility that some slave ships across the Atlantic might not be African descent, every subsequent letter exchange between Oviedo and Spanish after 1504 refers to slaves exclusively as Negroes or blacks. So when we're saying black and Negro, I get confused with the conversation. The word Negro and black are synonymous from the Spanish perspective. Sub-Saharan. That's how they understood it. Either you were a black person who was a Muslim, or you were a black person who was sub-Saharan. I'm just reading it on the screen. Oviedo at his first resisted the transatlantic slave trade when the first slaves arrived in Hispaniola. Some quickly escaped into the mountains and began launching raids against Spanish settlements. See that? When the first slaves arrived in Hispaniola, some quickly escaped into the mountains and began launching raids, which eventually these people will become the Maroons. So when we discuss the transatlantic slave trade and the story and lineage and the narrative that we have to make sure we understand and we permeate to the youth and to the future is one of fighting what we was always trying to get away, always trying to do for us. Yeah, we got sold into it, but when they say sold into it, it's like you see what they said. This is white folks. They went there looking for opportunities. They got introduced to it by Muslims. And they showed them which tribes, and they learned that there's certain people beefing with other people. Find the people that's beefing with somebody and be cool with them. They don't know that you're selling them to the others over there. They just gonna know that you're doing business because they're thinking that you're underneath the same custom where a person who becomes a slave, you're not gonna be enslaved for life, or who knows, slavery's fucked up. So I'm not trying to color it as like there was better versions of it. Slavery's fucked up. Now, the reality of that fucked up shit was already understood amongst those who were living in that world for thousands of years. The introduction of white people's fucked up shit and the levels of fucked up shit they were doing was completely different. Completely different. And some people, look at that as like an excuse. I mean, I just read from their site what they described it as. I mean, like that's, it's not my opinion. There was an Arab who said, I'll get you 10 sub-Saharan Africans. He already had them. He already knew where to get them at. So when y'all saying, Africans so limited to it, understand that Arab slave trade was the precursor for white people to get into the system. According to white folks. That's what it says on their site. You see? Gonzalez's voyage in 1441 is widely considered to mark the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. It may also be viewed as an extension of an older tradition of raiding and ransom on both shores of the Mediterranean. Upon returning to Portugal, Gonzalez treated his captors in accordance with this custom. So that's, am I saying that they using a pre-existing one, or are they saying it? And every black person throughout the diaspora should know this story and have a perspective on it, a say on it, but you should at least know what's on record according to the world. Upon returning to Portugal, Gonzalez treated his captors in accordance with his customs and allowed them to negotiate the terms of their release. Rather than offering a ransom of money, the captors promised to give Gonzalez 10 slaves in exchange of their own freedom and safe passage home. So that right there, right, is the beginning of the sellout. But that's only if you see Berbers as blacks. These are not black people, because in the same article, it tells you that they're not black. Because he says, no, we're going to get you some blacks. See, according to the royal, these new captives will be black, not of the lineage of Moors, but Gentiles. Thus, in 1442, Gonzalez returned with his Berber captives to Western Sahara, receiving as payment 10 enslaved sub-Saharan Africans, whom he then transported. Anybody disagree in the chat? You know what I mean? Anybody in the chat disagree with being read? Deity, what's goody? You there, Deity? Oh, y'all can hear me, right? Nah, I can't hear you. So yeah, if you believe in the Bible, this isn't no shot at you. You got to realize that Malians had established trade routes, trading salt up there. They had all of that was, they said they had to get to the trade routes. And white folks was like, yo, yeah, no, that's salt cool. Yo, you got black people? Let's not forget, everyone, the most important nation on the continent of Africa, according to the Bible, is Egypt. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy. We read that part. The first Africans, enslaved Africans arrived in Hispaniola. Some quickly escaped into the mountains. Oviano even petitioned the Spanish government to ban the transatlantic slave trade, arguing that if more blacks more black slaves escape, they might incite the Amerindians to open revolt. This is the letter where he wrote that.
So, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Peace. What's going on with you, bro?
So I want to be clear, y'all. So you see, Oviedo is attributed as like Christopher Columbus found the island. But Oviedo is the person that orchestrated the structure of the transatlantic slave trade. And he himself said in this letter on the screen that he was against the transatlantic slave trade and sending more Africans because they might do what? Help the Amerindians.
Revolt, huh?
We can't be both.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like we can't be both. Now we can be mixed, and from that statement, yes, we're an amalgamation of both. We've been here 500 years. Somebody's great-great-grandmother had sex with a Amerindian in 1500s. Motherfucker, you are some new shit. Whatever you want to call yourself, I'm not gonna whatever debate with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna debate with you on that one. Like that's just what it is. But before that point, those were two different things. Yeah, the church, the understanding of the world for that region was through their biblical view. And the introduction of the biblical view was the precursor to, the basis of their legal structure of black people. You're a Saracen, you're a pagan. And by that means, you are to be enslaved. Arabs, same shit. Either you convert or die. Now, is that the only perspective? The white man got me divided. Whatever happened. Now, and I was just about to say some stuff to balance out the statement for the Bible, but now I'm not going to say it, Ebony. See, I was going to be fair just now. But since you said that, I'm not going to be fair. F Egypt and F the Bible. Thomas, you said it sounds like I'm taking away accountability from the Africans. I'm just reading what they said, how this started. So when people say the transatlantic slave trade started from Africans selling Africans, no. It was white folks actively seeking Africans to sell their captives. And that was introduced to them by the Berbers. They traded for alcohol and trinkets. They don't say anywhere what they traded. So if you can find a source that says what they were trading for, that's what I understood. The gun was one of the main things that they wanted. Let me get that gun, homeboy. Mansa Musa and colonization and white folks, two different things.
This dude might be white. Talk about Mansa Musa had slaves.
I mean, this is right. Considered the mark in the beginning of this. It may also be viewed as an extension of an older tradition of raiding and ransom on both shores of the Mediterranean. Like, do we agree that that's what they got? That's an older tradition, raiding and ransom. Like, I'm just
Pillage and plunder.
But the raiding and ransom. So it's like deity gonna run up in Thomas' crib. You know what I mean? Or we run up in whoever's crib, and yeah, we gonna hold you down, but we setting the price in your head. Look, they gonna be in slavery unless you come pay this bread. And we're gonna let you offer a rent, like offer some bread. That's what this, like that's what they offer them. So they offer them the right to look, make a deal. But that's also based off of the relationship that Muslims and Christians had already. Sub-Saharan Africans didn't have that. But I'm open to reading different. At first, Dre said the slave trade was and is commerce. I could understand it being as that, and I'm not absolving black people's. I started off with the question, how do y'all view that? Is it because it's economics?
Economics.
Economics.
Economics. Economics.
So I don't know. I'm not on like selling black folks. Then I'm against all that shit. But the conversation of contextualizing the story for understanding, is that gaslighting? Like, should we not understand the context of history? Is history like when you say blanket statements, it gets one too imaginative and too crazy because people start saying the most. Like I've heard people say Africans started the slave trade. They started with selling white folks, selling. It's like no, white folks was actively going around like, yo, son, you got beef with niggas? Yo, son, what you want for the people you got beef with, bro? What I got?
Exploiting the infighting. That was problematic too, though. That infighting was, was as far as because that's a phenomenon we're dealing with now. As far as the multitude upon multitude of tribes within,
Grouping is
Africa, and then exploiting the infighting, and man. But that doesn't negate.
Yes, Mansa Musa had slaves, but he's not part of the transatlantic slave trade. He would be part of that pre-existing Arab culture. That's the Muslim shit. The Muslim culture of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like I know we want to jump out the window and say Africans were selling African slavery. And that's what when the Mansa Musa, I always have a grain of salt with that conversation because son was Muslim. And he's part of that whole Muslim. That shit wasn't pretty. That's not a pretty part of history for Africa. The Muslim history of Africa with blacks is not pretty in any way.
But so Mansa Musa, he was a Muslim. But he was from Mali, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So he had slaves, but also isn't it like, should we like be mindful of like the pale in comparison between as far as like U.S. chattel enslavement and other forms of like worldly, because white folks like
it wasn't.
Everybody was enslaved. People.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a comparison. It was to understand that when they be like Africans sold black people into slavery, and it's to understand that those Africans who were largely doing it were part of a world that the Arabs introduced to slavery.
Okay.
Islam in Africa is built on slavery. Because if you didn't become Arab, if you didn't become a Muslim, you got enslaved. You got violated. And that happened for 600-700 years. And so what they did with the mass movements and migrations and forced migrations of Africans from the middle regions of Africa, central from Western Africa, that was already happening. They would raid spots, take people's spots, take kids, force them into being Islamic. And so when the Europeans got introduced to the fact that this was already going on, you know what I'm saying, in Africa, that's what Europeans got brought into. So when we just say, black people selling black people in slavery, and that's why Sabio, I know we be hearing it from like where it's understanding that the impact of the Arab culture of Islam on black people is what predicated the creation of this. Somebody said, as we blame religion, but folks don't want to give no smoke to Islam. I think we don't understand it sometimes, and when we just say Moors, I think that kind of muddies the conversation versus understanding like, no, that's Islam. That's how I was.
See, that's what I mean though, Q. Like as far as like you read the chat, you see the comments as far as slavery exists in Africa prior to Islam. Like, see, people are trying to like, it's like when they throw that slavery around, it's like they're inadvertently or indirectly implying that there's a comparison to Africa slavery, and really, from what I know, my research that it wasn't like you can't compare how Africans had slaves like they be built Egypt. It wasn't like U.S. chattel enslavement, ripping and raping and tearing open, embryos. Like it's not like as far as the maltreatment, that
slavery existed even before the word slavery as we understand it. Like motherfuckers was running down on people, forcing people to do what they wanted to do. Nigga, believe in my moon rock, believe in my story. If not, I'm beating the shit out you. Rape, slavery, violation, pillaging. We understand that. This is to contextualize the transatlantic slave trade and when it says right here, when it says it may be viewed as an extension of an older tradition of raiding and ransom on both shores. Right? This is the context that I was discussing. Like that's the reason I was bringing it up and going further into the fact that this here, the captives promised to give Congolese 10 slaves in exchange for their own freedom and safe passage home. These are the black slaves. That's the introduction of black people as we know it to Europeans. And it was through the slave trade of Arabs, the Muslim trade. So when they hear Moors and Berbers, and we hear more, and like, no, those are Muslims.
Is it's the most exclusive, and I'm not saying that either.
Yeah, that's I that's not even. I'm not trying to do that for the comment. I would just shedding more light on it when it says on the part of the passage where it describes the pre-existing culture and the sub-Saharan Africans not being a part in that pre-existing culture in the way we understand it. So when they throw blanket statements on it without analyzing the Arab context, the Muslim involvement. And Tiaka said, bro, the West African Moors, Muslims, were the Olof, the Barbaria, the Fulani, and the Mandinko.
Mandinko. I'm from the Mandinko tribe. I'm just
Yeah, I mean, the names is there, but it's like it has to be understood that you had Africans who were under the Islamic perspective. You know what I mean? And that's the context. So when we're saying black people sold black people into slavery, I'm not saying that didn't happen. Now, understanding that statement so we can understand how it was happening and what was the reality, you had Muslim Africans who were forcing other Africans to become Muslim. You didn't want to get down with it. They was violating. Then you had Africans, and then, so to me, before I even state that statement, 15th century Iberian legal traditions regulated Christians' treatment of Jews, Muslims, and other Christians, clearly delineating, for example, who was enslavable and who was not. In contrast, the judicial status of people who did not fit these categories was more ambiguous. Legal and philosophical arguments to address these issues began to evolve during the second half of the 15th century. Once Portuguese mariners began to return to the Iberia with captives in West Africa and Western Central Africa. not Indians in America. This is before they even knew of Indians in America. The Negro problem or the Negro dilemma for them was enslavement. Like, oh, you niggas is not Christians, you not Muslims? Does Q know slavery still going in Africa today? Duh, slavery's going on in many parts of the world. And like in different shapes and forms.
Yeah. Congo, nice.
All right. So Portuguese King Alfonso V instructed him to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever, and reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. This was white folks' mission. Once they learned of the sub-Saharan African not being Muslim and the context that Muslims already have with them there. So if you go find a tribe that's beefing with Muslims, you go do business with them. Yo, go get me some black Muslims. Sell them. Sell me anything, as long as they black. Because once I bring in the Iberia, that's what it is. And we gotta go to 1503. Right, Oviedo at first resisted the transatlantic slave trade. When the first slaves arrived in Hispaniola, some quickly escaped into the mountains and began launching raids against the Spanish settlements. In 1503, Oviedo even petitioned the Spanish government to ban the transatlantic slave trade, arguing that if more black slaves escaped, they might incite the Amerindians to revolt. Can we be both in the chat? It's 1503. 1503, y'all. Christopher Columbus is still there. He got demoted or something at this time. I don't know if he got shot at yet already. Let me know. Ebony, you say you both through admixture. I get you. I respect that. But you see there's a clear separation of the two. My bad, I had to get the charger, y'all. Both is wild, yeah, type shit. I'm indigenous American and African lineage. Yep, I agree with you. That's easy to say. Trice said, nah, I'm not both. I mean, many black Americans have sprinkles of both. But saying one didn't exist in the other one, that's, and everybody goes to Christopher Columbus, and I'm like, I don't. You know, there's a lot of other people here that was European that got accounts. Like Christopher Columbus got over here again, but creating the or establishing the foundation for the transatlantic slave trade. You know, he's not attributed to that. Any FBAs in the chat, any abos in the chat that disagree, I'll go to the next point. All right, so I guess not. So that's good. That's good. Got rid of a lot of the derelicts. Yeah, admixture is one thing, but claiming you're indigenous to this North American continent is a reach. Scottie Pippen Arms. Scottie Pippen Arm reach. Now, see the word colored. Yeah, I can't get. I don't. I haven't read enough for, or been shown enough from anybody. I haven't shown any of that to state that Indians and blacks were mixed, like confusing on a large status to white folks. Most white folks that came to America knew what a Negro was, and they knew the difference between a Negro and Native American. Like on site. There were similarities between the two. Ebony Knowledge, you said lies. Saying that your people were here before Christopher Columbus is not a Scottie Pippen reach. Please make that. I'm open to it. That just makes black people doper in West Africa. But I'm not saying that we're not dope, but I just didn't see that form of dopeness. You know what I'm saying? So you can show us doing some dope shit like that. Without Ivan Van Sertima, please, y'all. Or Michael O. Imhotep. You know what I mean? Or Clyde Winters. Or somebody quoting any of those three people. You know what I mean? Like we should have people swimming in the ocean, digging in dirt, finding shit to prove this already. There should be drum sets laying around, pictures and shit. Clear proof that we working. Not, then, whatever. Whatever. So from 1501 to 1518, the transatlantic slave trade was comprised of black, I hate the way they word it, slaves transported from Iberia. Direct slave traffic from Africa was not initially permitted for the same reasons that colonists were repeatedly forbidden from bringing enslaved Muslims or Moriscos to the Americas. The Spanish crown worried about the captives from sub-Saharan Africa might introduce non-Christian religious practices to the American Indian populations. Though very little is known of the earliest slave trades to the Americas, the number of slaves transported during these years appears to have been comparatively minimal, as history notes once vibrant native population plummeted from 60,000 in 1508 to less than 20,000 in 10 years later. 10 years later, it became clear that colonists had to import laborers in order to sustain the colony's gold placer mines and its nascent sugar industry. Echoing echo of Viando's Spanish colonists and administrators clamored for permission to import African slaves. In 1506, even Bartolome de la Casa, the same Dominican friar who fought tirelessly for the rights of Amerindians, proposed replacing native labor with African slaves, whom he believed were better suited for harsh labor. La Casas later recanted this opinion and dedicated a substantial part of his work, Historia de la Casas Indias, to condemning the African slave trade. But yes, he did say that. We got gold arrows. You can destroy my argument with the history of Papua New Guinea. They are considered black but not African. Papua New Guinea, in terms of black, this is why genetics is important and our understanding of genetic markers. So they left a long time ago, but they are Asians who descend from other black people who left long time ago and didn't mix with nobody else and didn't have the genetic mutations that other groups share. So that is why their phenotype looks black. You know, it's pretty simple. The Senegalese people, they're not African. You know, they look straight African. But New Guinea is nowhere near America. And the land bridge that they crossed in, I think, Indonesia, they've proven that it's crossable during times of the year because of the shallowness of the water in certain areas. In that Indonesia, whatever area region. Don't get me pulling up Google. You know, I pull up Google Earth. You think our ancestors just sat around in West Africa thousands of years, never traveling anywhere? I don't know how that got to the other one. Because in that same statement, I would say, yes, they traveled, but do you think those same ancestors didn't have mutations and didn't have sex with other humans that had mutations, which created further mutations to the point where we got, you know, we got all different types of people on the planet. So of course, I think black people travel. You know, from the bottom of Kenya, and South Africa, not South Africa country, but Southern Africa, through Africa. Necessity, I think, also what drove the need for traveling and how we travel. And so the genetic markers for migration, I think, kind of align with those conversations. But we're talking about a 200,000 year period. So I don't tend to jump out the window with any real discussions on what that looks like, you know, and why it might have been where we were, you know, or 80,000 years, 50,000 years. Anything over 10,000 years, it's a long, unfathomable, for me, unfathomable amount of time. 10,000 years makes no sense to me. I know what it means on paper, but there's no alligators is in 10,000 year time. Turtles, humans, none of us can fathom the 10,000 year block. Everything we know of and are proud of is done within 10,000 years. You know, want to make it a little bit more, but put a 15,000 years. And humans were walking around as is for what, 100,000, 200,000 years? Who knows what the fuck we was doing? So I'm not gonna get up here. Hindu is 1,000,000 years old, bro. I'm about to tell you to unsubscribe. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could definitely unsubscribe. Yeah, no, I don't want to insult you. I don't want anybody to insult you in the future. Shout out to you, Bravo. But this is the moment when it's time to part, and we say, you know, goodbye, deuces. My son said Hindu is 1,000,000 years. Like, you was joking, right? You forgot to write LOL. That's what, my bad. You forgot to write LOL. That's great. What the fuck was dinosaur? He was practicing Hinduism with fucking Tyrannosaurus. Well, they were 65 million. Yeah, we was running around with saber-tooth tigers and fucking giant bears and shit. 1,000,000 years ago. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Is Hinduism the Punjabi music? Yo, Hinduism is the Punjabi music? Punjabi music is Hinduism, right? Yeah. Yeah, that shit. Hindu is old, but 1,000,000 years, that's a slap on the back of your neck. That warrants getting name called. Eukaryotic cells for practicing Hinduism. Facts. They did have them big ass war elephants, yeah, but they wasn't on fucking woolly mammoths and shit. 1,000,000 years ago, bro. Like, I don't know what we were doing. All of our information we know is based off of shit of the people of the past. They don't got nothing. Oh, you telling me what they told you? Oh, you know what? I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. One sec, y'all. Yep. So sources on sources. And they ain't mass sources, but y'all see that right there. You know. You know. Black is black. No mixing that up. Can I find the first edition? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Pull this up right quick. I think it's a first. Shout out to my Moors because they put me on to using this old ass dictionary just for fun. But it's the Black Laws Dictionary. We're gonna go to Negro. I see that there. means a black man, one descendant from Africans, and not commonly include a mulatto. Any disagreements on what this means? A Negro is a black man. A black man is a Negro. A Negro is somebody who's sub-Saharan African. Anybody in the chat confused with that? All right, that's crazy. That's all reasons to stop smoking. So nobody in the chat disagreed?
Time to quit smoking.
Oh, with the smoking. Yeah, forgetting something at the store twice is a reason to quit smoking. He was like, all right, man. I'm going to blame it on sleep, but I ain't leaving at the store. Objection to only sub-Saharan? I mean, all right, let me not put sub-Saharan. It says from Africa race, from the African race. Look, this will be right in his act, so I'll give you that evidence. So that's better now? One from Africa. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to go from the third to the fourth, because it includes a lawsuit that happened. This is the right one. Which one is this? I don't know if this is the right one. I can't tell. It says fourth, but it got the same date, which don't make no sense. We're going to see right now. We got the lawsuit date on it. People can be black and not be African, therefore not related to you as a black Negro. I don't understand that. Black is a Negro. To be a black person is to be a Negro, by definition. You got to show me a definition that shows contrary. That's why I'm bringing up the other one, because all Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Then you had a Negrito and that Negro label being extended on black people or people that look like that. So you had that being put on in the Philippines or whatever, Vietnam, whatever area, because they look just alike. Like the Senegalese people, if it wasn't for DNA, you're not telling me they're not Africans. But they Asians by DNA. me see where it's at. Where the hell is this shit at? Where's Sun at, yo? Look at this Boston shit. Where is this word at, y'all? Almost there, right? Door. Yo, Zan, you forgot about us. So they aren't black because of phenotype and hair texture. Again, these are white people looking at people and saying you look alike, right? Because the people in Australia haven't mixed or had a conversation with people in Africa for thousands of years. The people in Americas, from what we understand, unless you can show other, haven't talked to people in Africa for thousands of years. People in North Africa haven't spoken to South Africans in thousands of years. Is that something we can agree on, or this is white folks going around and drawing pictures of motherfuckers and saying y'all look alike, or y'all look alike too? You know what? Y'all all look alike. You know what? Y'all actually don't look alike. So the black phenotypes, removing white folks' label, yeah, motherfuckers look alike for in different parts of the world without mixture. There's a common thread amongst people on, I would say to Africa, to India, following down to whatever you call that spot, and to Honolulu and Hawaii and shit like that. There's a cultural and a phenotypical association or shared packaging in areas. Like the people who stretch their neck. What's the name of them people? You found it? Uh, yeah, okay. I get it. Yeah, you passed it out. Like the neck stretching people. Nah, I ain't seen this. I'm about to mix it that blue shit. I'm mixing it together with this. So, yeah, I don't ask me how the UFOs had people sharing information. There's a long time of yeah. Y'all know what I'm talking about, the neck stretching people. They do the neck stretching, I think, in one part of Africa and in some part of the world. And I think they do it in South America too. Let me see. Neck stretching.
They try to be wearing like those little like rings on their neck.
Yeah, but these coaches haven't spoke to each other ever, damn near. That we know of. So how the hell they doing the same shit? That's that weed shit. You know what I'm saying? You start asking questions like that when you smoking weed. You know what I mean? But yo, I'm gonna buy some. Shit, you don't man up, do it. Yeah, the neck stretching thing. But let me pull this up real quick. So this is the fourth edition of the Black Laws Dictionary. Just so y'all can see that edition. The word Negro means black man, one descended from the African race. It does not commonly include mulatto. Alabama 720. But the law of different states are not uniform in the respect, some including the description of Negro, one who has 1/8 or more of African blood. See, that wasn't on there before, right? That was after that law. Suing motherfuckers like you're not white enough. Then the next one, the term Negro means necessarily person of color, but not every person of color is Negro. Little changes, but never did the definition of Negro not mean a black person, one from the African race. And these descriptors that white folks introduced us to and threw on us, I know they confusing as shit. Just trying to make sense of the story, man. They start them young with the neck stretching. Oh yeah, that's what he's gonna be. Pull up the neck stretching culture.
Listen, no, they are black because racism.
You said what?
I'm very ready. Comments. Brother said they are black. No, they are black because of racism.
I mean,
that was kind of funny to me.
I mean, the racism is one thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, Myanmar and Thailand. And then let me see, next stretching culture, Africa. Like, yeah, you can't see the weed is not gonna let me see these two people as somehow like I don't know how people thousands of miles away end up doing some shit like this together. Like, who the hell is thinking about stretching their fucking neck out? Pause. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, I'm gonna put this ring around my neck and stretch my fucking neck. Why would you want to do this? Same with the coning of the heads. The head coning, I'll let you slide with that one.
Yeah, I don't understand the aesthetic. I don't understand that aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't getting me to understand it.
Might be the new workout. Go to.
So you gotta see those neck rings. And you see those neck rings.
They ain't playing with it. I think this shit.
No, they stretch their fucking neck out. Like they
elongate the neck.
Yeah, they elongating their neck. That shit is you know what I'm saying? Like, and then how do these two random societies that don't intermingle and the Tibetan people, let me get into my full pseudo shit. Since I'm there, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't be surprised if that was for some type of, like when they hunt, it helps them, like, in case they, the animal might try to bite they, might go for that kill spot. I don't know. I guarantee. I mean, it's some type of conventional ancient practice. some type of reasoning behind it. Reason behind the seemingly madness. That is like, man, I wonder how they even. Woo, does that hurt? Like how they even? You like, I wonder how they do it. Like, you get one, you gotta go through some type of rites of passage.
Pictures like this is what threw off conversations. Where's she from, y'all?
She look like she from the Philippines,
Mm-hmm.
huh?
She's from Thailand.
Okay, yeah, somewhere over there, yeah. But that's in the Greek though, right?
That's what
Aren't they Negritos? Think they
that's what the white folks will call them.
that's Eurasia though, right? They ain't got African DNA. If I'm not mistaken. Negrito, but you hear that and you read that Negrito, you think, okay, that's Negro. Niggas see that, niggas read that. No, you got to go do a little. That's Eurasia, buddy. And then you get caught up in a little black person, what it means, and that's a Negro. Everybody's Negroes, no. Like
That's where that everybody's Negro, and it's really
run with that. They get that and run with it. Hey, come back.
like, I'll give the world, most people on the planet, we come from the tropical region. Somebody said that earlier, tropical Cancer, tropical Capricorn, being of a melanated hue, having a certain hair texture, like, you know what I mean, the big nostrils. Like, there's certain features that's, we find around the globe. Like, we know they come from Africa. I think people think 200,000 years, 100,000 years is not a long time. That's a fucking long time. And that's nothing on the planet. Nothing. So isolation, the Senegalese people, they could have left Africa, like they say, 80,000 years ago and stayed on that island where they've been at for 80,000 years, which is what their DNA says. Like, we ain't fuck with nobody. We ain't talk to nobody. We just been on this island chilling for 80,000 years. Now you white folks come around here trying to tell us to do some different shit. You know the Senegalese island people, right?
Senegalese, that's Senegal, right? No, not Senegal. Senegalese.
Sentinel.
Sentinel. You talking about? Yeah. They don't play that. They killed the little one. They
They
unalived
killed
the
that
one.
white boy.
Yeah, they unalived the
white boy,
missionary.
the missionary. Yep.
Yeah, the Bible. He was trying to come, spread that good word, that good gospel.
But before they did their DNA, everybody thought they was on some hidden African shit.
Oh, so you saying that they was? Oh, so you saying that there's
they're Asian. Their DNA says that they're Asian.
Okay. Oh, so, but I was clarifying is that so basically they've been what's the word? They've been there's been scientific contact, or like they've been able to make contact with them to be able to extract.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's crazy. Yeah, you're right. Everybody was. Yeah, some no islands. So you hear, them black folks don't do that. Motherfuckers referencing no island. No island.
Yeah, these are Asians. Genetically speaking.
Them
Now,
these
we just going for look.
Dark. Damn, that is crazy. They're Asian.
They're genetically Asian. They have the genetic marker.
Crazy.
One of the oldest genetic markers for Asians. So this is when people be like, yo, the first people were black. No shit, we know man those people, but that doesn't mean the only people that didn't. Like, we know black people, but black people changed. Shit happened, bro. 80,000 years, 50,000 years living in some snow and shit.
They didn't kill them? I thought I said no, I'm just talking about, I thought they always had the proclivity to attack and to be standoffish when it comes to, you know.
There's different islands in the group of islands.
Oh,
So one of them, some of them are more aggressive than the other.
okay. But they're still all the same people though on that island, though.
There's a group of the island, yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it's like a little
Man,
section.
they dark as hell to be Asian, man. To be classified as Asian, man. That right there is woo. They enriched. For real. Everybody said we still original everywhere. Yeah, it makes you think about certain. Yeah, man. Like, that's crazy though. Damn.
These is white people descriptions, and I get that this, you know, I understand the political usage of the word because I use it from the political space.
Fontaine, melanoma is cancer, brother.
He said melanin.
Oh, melanin. Okay, because I see melanoma. That's carcinogenic.
Big up said, "What that neck do? Yeah, that neck work crazy." Pause. That network is biblical, son. They wasn't doing biblical neck stretching though. Ebony, it wasn't stretching necks in the Bible. Unless, I was about to say some crazy shit.
What that neck do? Somebody's crazy. Big fat. This guy is crazy. The chat is.
That neck stretch work. Oh man.
Correct.
Send me the woman with the neck stretch. Oh man, son. Oh man. Neck stretch is crazy, son. I just want to. Whose idea was that? I can say there's some shit humans done. I just really want to just go back and just witness the first person. Yo, Eugene. Yo, Eugene. Yo. Yeah, I'm in the living room. My son was full blown knocked out. How they gonna say? How they gonna say? Mutilation, piercings, transfiguration, because of the lack of proper reasoning of a body. Whatever reasoning, humans do some shit today. Humans have done some shit and do some shit. Humans have done some shit, yeah. So this addresses the Papua New Guinea argument. So this doesn't really, and it doesn't affect the conversation on Negroes. This is just white folks. And I'll be honest with you, if I don't want to say if I was a white person, that don't sound right. I can't speak. I would have not called this person a Negro. How about that? This person on the screen. If I see anybody looking like son on the screen, oh yeah, use a nigga. You one of these lost tribes of niggas. Y'all niggas been traveling. I don't know how y'all niggas got over here, but they over here too. Yeah, that's the people that killed the missionary. This is a true story in his family's from. That's why he be joking so much, because he's not really with anybody's tribe. He's like an ancient African, but Asian. With a Dominican passport. Let me make that shit up.
I thought they was not having nothing. I thought they was, with all the smoke, wasn't letting nobody
These are old pictures though.
make contact with him.
These are older pictures. These ain't like new pictures and shit.
I just wonder what changed though. What through the continuum of time, but what changed? Like,
Now these are old pictures though.
yes, I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What changed? Like they was, clearly like grabbing food and grabbing gifts and you know, trappings and all that, or whatever. And all of a sudden, they seem like they just
I
started.
don't think there's one tribe on the island.
Oh, okay. So that's what's the confusing part. So it seemed like not every tribe is on code. Not every tribe has the same code of conduct. Then when it comes to
They
invaders,
learned later on though. Once they got to 2020, they like, look, man, none of these niggas is cool, man. Everybody's an op.
okay,
That's the code they got on. Everybody's an op.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like they not adding like it's like protect. It's like the government can't go like I mean not kind of say can't.
This article's talking about something right here.
They do
That's
things.
not the picture of them. But John Island, child, 26-year-old American missionary who illegally paddled his way to the remote shores of Nelson Island in the Andaman and blah 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 was killed recently by a protected Senegalese tribe. Experts apprehended it that is trespassing to contact North Senegalese Islanders, the uncontacted and isolated inhabitants. May have further endangered the existence of the bow-wielding natives. They have warned that attempts to recover the body could well lead to further violence and completely unwarranted loss of life.
Wow, so that's a big old island. Though it's huge. You go up in there and get lost, like they went up in that jungle in Vietnam, and they go up in there, boy. Like shit, we gonna no, it's gonna be a what's that a pirate victory, pirate victory.
Yeah, the Adamese Islands is like, yeah, that's what I said. It's mad at them shits. That's just one part. There's a bunch of them islands. And I think most of them look black though on them shits.
Cereal.
Let's see.
And you can go wrong with a good bowl of that cereal, man.
So my view of the ancient world on some weed, you know what I'm saying? Like we lost, don't give me my hidden history of the lost tribes. We was here first, and there was an ancient war between the ancient black pygmies over the usage of ancient Jurassic dinosaurs and shit. Yeah, type of weird shit. But you make it make sense, y'all. I don't know how these people connected.
I was actually watching. You said you used the word pygmy. I was watching this documentary on Vice about the Congo, and we know about the Congo and how it's unrest. A lot of what can I say? How can I say this? A lot of unrest that is a result of white. I'm gonna just say white. Yeah, definitely white. White colonizers. Looking to extract all the resources from the Congo, but there's a group of people they call them the pygmy people, and they said that typically that's a derogatory term, but there's no replacement for that word in English. So, but basically they sell weed though, like weed naturally grows in the Congo, and they sell it as a means for survival, and it's like a whole market in the Congo where they the women, primarily the women, was the ones that was selling it, getting it off, and making making money from it, Yep. Mhm. Pygmy. They use the word pygmy. They call them pygmies. I'm like, wow, that's what they call. They call them pygmies. You know? Let's see something. I wanna. Let me see.
Like
Pygmy.
this right here, picture right here, sun right here. Oh, I put on the wrong one. Sun is going in the black box. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel you, Ebony. What box you putting Sun in right there? He's going in the black box. Deity, he's not going in the black box.
Say it again.
Sun on the screen.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah. This wow. Yeah, that brother. What is he? Where he from? He from? Let me guess.
Same spots, India.
India. Okay. India. Okay. So they would probably classify him as an untouchable then, because India, they call them the I know the darker you are, they put you in the bracket of being untouchable. Let me see though. They selling weed. Yeah, if you don't mind, I want to share this article. Let me see something. Let me see. All right, boom. All right, cool. Yeah, he definitely going in the black box though. Said they selling Kush. They out there selling Kush for survival. Um, just it's crazy. It's illegal, but it's weed is illegal, but it grows in abundance. It grows in abundance out there. But it ain't this Kush right here. If we smoke that, we're gonna be like, oh no, you gotta take this shit back. No,
Now, Ebony, if Native Americans was a half as Negro as the dude on the screen, it would be a different story.
that's crazy because he got the Muhammad Ali when he was young hair structure, head, as far as just the way, the format of his head, and not his head, but his hair, and how that, that 1970s.
A regular Joe sent $25. He said, F all y'all couches.
No,
Donate.
we didn't come from India. We came from Central Asia. That's the based off my findings. We didn't come from India, but basically we was talking about the Congo though. We doesn't originate in Africa. It was brought by was that the Arabs that brought weed? I want to say it was definitely transplanted there though.
I'll take it.
the format of his head is wild. I mean, like like his hair, how his hair is like, how it's, that I would call Muhammad Ali looking like that, like his hair, like how it's structured. He said the format of his head is wild. Oh man. Not pygmy. It's the people have a name they call themselves. Well, I see. Oh, I told you I seen the documentary and I got the article. I'm gonna share it, but the article they're even National Graphic they're classifying and referring to them as pygmy. But like you said, I also prefaced it by saying that the documentary said that's a derogatory term, but there's no replacement for that word in English.
I still use the word midget.
Midget. So you use the word midget. So you don't say little people? Right off.
Little people are little people, midgets are midgets. You know what I mean? Because you got little people. They're all people, but midgets have the big heads.
I see what you mean. Like that.
Yeah.
It's a.
I know people that's like 4'3", 4'4". But they don't got the big heads.
I see what you mean. So they're little people.
They little people to me.
Yeah. But the midget got the. I know what you mean. So we told him the other day. He said,
oh, Twa? The Twa people?
Oh, shit. Well,
so instead of saying pygmy, you're supposed to say Twa. All right, I ain't know that
Twa.
Just got the memo. If I forget, y'all blame it on the, you know what I'm saying?
On the Kush, blame it on. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. That I was like, okay, these people out here selling weed, and this, like I said, it's illegal. It's not a legal practice. Although it's grown in abundance.
You said Smash is Jewish? That's hilarious. So I could understand. So all right, so seeing this person on the screen, y'all, can we understand why some people in the western part of the world or eastern part of the world got labeled as Negro as also a black? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not hard to understand that.
Yeah, I learned a lot about this. Learned it. Just because you see Negrito don't mean it's a Negro.
Don't mess with FBA walked in and said, "Make Africa great, or you destiny swap and move over there." Oh, Regular Joe, you said I'm allowed to say midgets and retarded still? Good look, that's my guy. I was allowed to say midgets and retarded. That is true. You're lucky if you got kept as a prisoner of war. Are those dark-skinned Chinese indigenous to China? They've been there about 100,000 years. I think they green card pass. How many thousands of years you got to be out of Africa to say you're Asian?
He Asian too, huh?
Yep.
Man, that's crazy. Asian too, my God. I don't know why they brought that weirdo up.
Yep. Son, Asian. You said retarded is non-cipher? Nah, polite is now Nigerian. I didn't know polite was Nigerian. Light's not Nigerian.
He's not quote unquote a FBA though, is he? Or a Black American?
Oh, I don't know.
That's I want to say somebody was talking to him, not recently, but I thought that like Tory Lanez, he's he's from Canada, like he's quote unquote not a Black American. Yeah, I don't know. We know that. Let me stop. I ain't gonna do that. Man. Start thinking about the whole list of diabolicalness.
Bayasa said there's 12 or more groups of pygmy. Yo, you must be a white person. Don't mess with FBA. You're a white person. Only white people got that much hate for Africa. We're not even discussing Africa. We're talking about people in India right now. And genetics and shit. You just walk in the chat. Yeah. Out of it.
Stats or
Fight for Super Bowl. Hey, let's get them all.
yeah,
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that.
and Jason Street joint. It's how you doing?
Really possible. Got mad to do them all. Type shit. I'm gonna all the people that I met to them link with. So we gonna go to the what the bank wants us to go over there, and Shorty wants us to meet with Mayor or somebody. So we'll plug that conversation with you, everybody together sometime.
I'm very interested in talking to him about what he's doing. Because I'm wondering if he's locked in with the developers and he's locked in with Pittsburgh is one of those places where
Small.
Yeah, big but small, like you know what I mean? If you're it's like down here, like you know what I'm saying? It's not many U's down here probably, you know what I'm saying?
My bad, I'm here. Yo, you got a host right quick, deity. Give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I should have you share my screen real fast, but it's cool though.
Not good.
Let me see. Let me see. Boom. Share screen. Where's it at? Right. Is it right here? No, not that. Okay, right here. Boom. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Okay. Say white pygmies are dealing weed to survive. The indigenous communities in the Congo have have harvested marijuana as long as they can remember. Now, with no land to call their own, they turn to selling with dire consequences. This is an elder of a pygmy village cultivates the marijuana plants. He secretly grows inside Virunga National Park, a protected area in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the area's indigenous people once hunted and gathered. Okay. So, Mana sleeps on a pillow of marijuana. It's a trick his grandfather taught him to make the buzz more potent, he explains. While tending his sparse plot at the edge of a mud hut village, the current offering of a few dozen plants is unimpressive, but his crop hold on. The current offering of a few dozen plants is unimpressive, but his crop was lush, he says, before Congolese army soldiers came and confiscated it. Across this eastern province, the epicenter of the country's conflicts, many pygmy communities grow marijuana, eking out a meager and dangerous living. Pardon me for a second. Yeah. Marijuana is illegal in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which occupies the bullseye of Africa. Okay, the bullseye. But after a brutal colonial regime, decades of dictatorship, and more than 20 years of civil war that left 6 million dead, there are a few laws that can't be bent. National Geographic is not using full identifications of those involved in the marijuana trade for their protection. Okay. In one of the poorest countries in the world, a population of around 600,000 indigenous forest people, widely known as pygmies, occupy the lowest economic rung. They're marginalized by the non-indigenous Congolese population they call Bantu, and sometimes even kept as slaves. A recent study of the nearly 27,000 pygmies living in North Kivu found that the majority survive on less than $1 per day. The average Congolese income is only slightly higher at $2 per day. For them, marijuana can offer a reliable income. The treatment at the hands of Congolese military and police is less predictable. Sometimes they say they are beaten and arrested for growing the plant. Other times, soldiers and police officers are their customers. Yeah, I remember that too. There's a lot of the police be the main ones coming to get the pack. They need that sack. They be the main ones soliciting for that pack. But yeah, okay, good. Main clientele. Okay. A lone marijuana plant marks the muddy path that leads to Nana's village, an hour's drive from eastern Congo's war-torn capital, Goma. Wooden scooters piled with firewood clog Wooden scooters piled with firewood clog the road there, while on the soldier, a woman roasts corn over smoking charcoal. The constant jolt of car wheels dipping into potholes provides what's rarely called a Congolese massage. Twice a week, a small group of pygmies rise at 6 a.m. and treks 3 hours into the forest of Africa's oldest national park, Virunga. Above them looms the volatile volcano Nyiragongo. In 1952, when the area was designated as a park, they were evicted and the hunting and gathering that fed them was outlawed. Damn. Their journey into the park is illegal, but they continue to return to their former territory to gather honey, potatoes, and medicinal plants. One of the dozen members of this Bambutui pygmy community, trained to identify the correct flora, goes along to seek out an important crop they say the ancestors grew long before them, marijuana. In the forest, the plants grow wild, and the pygmies harvest plants and seeds when their village stock is low. So that's the right there with the machete and the marijuana plants. There could be no there or tripping. Okay. There, nobody could break our traditions. Mabubu, Mubawa, the 36-year-old chief of the village, says of the forest worldwide, it is estimated 20 million indigenous people have been displaced in the name of conservation. Today, what y'all trying to conserve? God damn it, not the customs of the people. All right. Today, the land's new guardians, heavily armed rangers, interfere with those traditions. International and Survival International, an advocacy group for indigenous populations, says that across the Congo Basin, pygmies face harassment, arrests, beatings, torture, and even death at the hands of anti-poaching squads. On these foraging journeys, Muba, Mubawa says members of his community have been arrested or killed by rangers of Virunga National Park. In a region where the environment is threatened by armed groups of in a region where the environment is threatened by armed groups, oil companies, and poachers, Virunga is hailed as an example of successful and sustainable conservation. Rangers are extensively trained, and a community development program called the Virunga Alliance has become one of the area's biggest employers. Okay, so they got to be what? Okay, part of the oil company or something. All right, so let me see. All right, so boom. But tensions remain between those protecting the park, 2 million acres, 1/3 of the world's mountains gorillas call oh okay 1/3 of the world's mountain gorillas call Virunga home, and communities that have relied on its ecosystem for centuries. Okay, a third, 1/3, huh? 33%, huh? All right, so Varanga's chief warden, Emmanuel de Miro, says his administration sees the community's sense of annihilation as a no, 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 no. Varanga's chief warden, Emmanuel de Moro, says his administration sees the community's sense of alienation as a major problem, and I said annihilation. In terms of environmental words, just be having words. Was Mr. Wordman around this joint? Don't get it twisted. All right, let me see. I said annihilation. Okay. Alienation as a major problem in terms of environmental and social justice, and has been trying to improve relations. In some cases, rangers even accompany those who were displaced in the park to extract natural resources. So he says rangers even accompany those who were displaced in the park to extract. Okay. Overseeing the the original inhabitants that's been displaced. I get it, but I don't understand that. What type of, in some cases, rangers even accompany those who are displaced in the park. So if you're accompanying me, that means you're overseeing me then. Some overseer type shit going on around here. and I'm working. So displaced, in some cases, rangers even accompany those who are displaced into the park to extract natural resources. Yeah. Come on now. Don't get it twisted around this joint. All right, let me see. More often those found hunting or gathering in the park are arrested. The rangers make an average of 20 arrests per week. Okay, so what's that? 20 times a week? Not a week. Yeah, almost 100 per month. Let me see. Not quite, but almost. 20 arrests per week. Yeah, okay. So the Rangers make an average of, so yeah, we're averaging that. It's average. So okay, so yeah. Add them all up and divide it, huh? By the number, how many numbers? So boom. Okay, so the Rangers make an average of 20 arrests per week. D. Moreau says ethnicity is not specified in these reports, but ethnicity is not specified. I'm just thinking of culture when I see ethnicity and then the area. Like, what the hell? Like, don't y'all, for the most part, like, the same tribe look alike? So, Ethnicity is not specified in these reports, but De Merode says his staff cannot recall arresting any indigenous individuals within the past year, and records show no reports of any killings involving pygmies. Okay, so ethnicity. So is there other inhabitants that are not of the pygmy ethnicity that would be more focused on? Because they're saying that the original individuals, there's no records, but that doesn't mean it's not, just because there's no record don't mean it's proof, it's undeniable proof that it's not. But yeah, for what we know, there hasn't been any arrests. Well, that's within the past year. and, and records show no reports of any killings involving pygmies. So I'm taking all that to be, this means within the past year there's been no killings and no arrests. But yeah. So all right. There's little work outside the forest for the indigenous pygmy communities. Young men sell 5-foot-long bundles of firewood. What? Young men sell 5-foot-long bundles of firewood gathered from the park or work as day laborers in the field. Many have turned to marijuana. Mubawa strolls toward a small plot and grips a handful of plants worth around 500 Congolese francs. French, huh? The equivalent of 50 cents. Damn, depending on how much a family grows, the plants bring 8 to 100 per week. And if I recall correctly, they average about, no, that averaging, yeah, the wealth was $1. Was it? No. They was averaging $1. Wait, let me see. I don't want to misquote nothing. Let me see. They make $2, but boom. Yeah, they're marginalized by the indigenous Congolese population they call Bantu, and sometimes even kept as slaves. A recent study of the nearly 27,000 pygmies living in North Kivu found that the majority survive on less than $1 per day, and the average Congolese income is only slightly higher at $2 per day. Okay. So I would say that, at least they man, this weed is really, it's creating a financial safe haven, or a net, an alternative net. Let me see, safety net. But let me see. Yeah. So that dollar, that made me go back to that. Well, I went back to that because yeah. Okay. Boom. No, it was this right here. Okay. Depending on how much family it grows, the plants bring 8 to 100 per week. Okay. You see, and I see. Yeah. This is lucrative. Definitely lucrative. 8 to 100 per week, and we've seen the numbers on as far as the marginalized and what they accrue. So this is a trade that they willing to risk it all for survival of the fittest. They're living off the land, ancient practices. Okay, so what they don't sell is dried for medicinal. Oh yeah, I remember that too. They would see medicinal. I've seen that in the video. They was talking about medicinal, how certain extracts and what's that damn word? Exlers, or what's the word? And exler and what's that word? Extracts and tonics and little drinks and all that they making, health tonics and all that. Words bouncing. Nigga trying to find that word, boy. That boy's an avid reader around here. The words get the so yeah, they basically was also heavily relying on the medicinal component of the marijuana. So not just from a financial means of alternative financial means of a alternative way to accrue funds, outside of prostitution, things of that nature. Because that's what the not article, but the I don't know if this article talked about it, but the documentary talked about that. The woman was talking about how weed they make more money from selling marijuana than trying to fetch their bodies and stuff. Fetching means sell. So boom. Okay. All right. Let me get. So what they don't sell is dried up for dried up for medicinal purposes. Again, it's when someone falls ill, a traditional healer is dispatched with marijuana. Growing seeds mixed with water cure stomach aches. Yep. Yep. I recall that. Kneaded into a starchy tuber called cassavan. They improve appetites. A tea of boiled leaves treats coughs, parasites, fainting, flu, and fever. Mubawa ponders a comparison. For the all-purpose treatments. Like in America, he says, you take coffee, it makes you strong. Medicinal, and that's what the book's talking about too. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, like weed is like they was smoking in the documentary, they was chiefing though. So I could see, but as far as like saying that, but also when they was smoking, he would smoke right before he go hunting. He's trying to set up traps and ensnare, live the wildlife out there and all that. You smoke, but basically the medicinal aspect is very interesting though. But there's a new scientific backing for marijuana's medicinal benefits. In 2015 study, researchers found that cannabis use among pygmies in the neighboring Central Africa Republic decreased their body's parasite loads, but the medicine in extra francs come at a high cost. There's a small wooden shack behind the perimeter of their huts. Mubawa says that villagers are often arrested by the Congolese army for selling marijuana and held in that hut. Soldiers patrol the village nearly every day. 3 or 4 wander the area during our two-hour conversation, but it's never clear whether they are there as customers or law enforcers. Villagers say that if remember, it's never clear as to whether they are there as customers or law enforcers. Can't even distinguish whether or not they they're to pick up the pack or make an arrest. Villagers say that if the soldiers have recently been paid, they will buy the marijuana. If they haven't, then they confiscate it and demand the growers pay a fine. If you have money, you pay it. If not, they beat you until they get tired. Mubawa says he has a gun. I have an arrow. Mubawa says he has a gun. I have an arrow. I know that's right, though. He's still going to put it to your ass. Boy, put this arrow to you. I take that. He had a gun. I got an arrow. You ain't beating me. I'm going to fire one off with this goddamn arrow. From gatherers to farmers, when and how marijuana first arrived in Africa remains a mystery. It's not a mystery. It's not a goddamn mystery. You gotta go read the hell. Y'all get named from Asia. The plant isn't. What I say? And I didn't have to even read the goddamn. I didn't even read the article yet. And who was that? Was that Pluckett? Somebody in the chat? Weed originated in Africa. Weed ain't native there. No, it's not. I said Central Asia. Shout out to Dr. Wesley Muhammad. Yeah. They say Nation of Islam is pseudo, though. Don't read that book. That book is pseudo. That book is fake. Everything in that book is. I read National Geographic. This is what you call proofreading and further buttressing your interdisciplinary review of information. Sifting through this further corroborates that marijuana originated in Central Asia. The plant is indigenous to Asia. The plant is indigenous to Asia, and the world pygmies use for marijuana. Pardon the knuckle cracking. Bangai. No, I just think that's funny though. It's funny because the brothers of the nation they get a lot of. You can act like their research game ain't thorough and impeccable. We gotta stop the cap. Oh man, it's a whoo. Yeah, it's a lot of truth in that book though too. A lot of truth in that book. Central Asia and Mississippi is the largest producer. Mississippi, Ole Miss, the original cultivator and the original cultivator and progenitor of marijuana on the federal level in America. Shout out to Dr. Wesley Muhammad. Will put me on. Well, put me on via the pot plot. You know, we got to give credence to. We got to give credit where credit's due now. Yeah, I recall. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I mean. I didn't even have to even read the article. I already knew just off my recall, off my studies. Like, yeah, no, weed originated in Central Asia. Weed did not originally derive from Africa, bro. It was transplanted there. You feel me? And I want to say, if I recall, it was Arabs that brought it there. You feel me? It was Arabs that brought it there, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. So, and then we read this, and it further confirms my ignorant outburst that may have, been misconstrued as an ignorant outburst. But until we delve a little deeper, we get that confirmation, So, but yeah, when and how marijuana first arrived in Africa remains a mystery. The plant is indigenous to Asia, and the word pygmies used for marijuana, Bangai, comes from India. Some theories place its introduction with Arab traders. Yeah, see, that's crazy. That's what I need to keep reading. We got to keep reading. Can I finish? And what do you know? We get to, I'm like, damn, I'm taking. I didn't even see that. No cappuccino. Didn't even see it. Go down a little more. It's going to further confirm with Arabs. Them damn Arabs. But yeah. So, but young Didi, yeah. I don't know nothing, man. I'm still learning, y'all. Told y'all it's a new epoch. I can't get my crown on, For real. Okay. Yeah, boom. Some theories place its introduction with Arab traders as early as the 1st century AD. Others put it much later with the rise of the ivory trade in the 1700s. At some point, marijuana reached the pygmies, who traditionally are hunter-gatherers and don't cultivate crops. In the early 1970s, Barry Hewlett, now an anthropology professor at Washington State University at Vancouver, okay, not too far from me, walked across the Congo Basin and drafted the first census of pygmy marijuana use for his master's thesis. He found the Eastern Congo grew the most marijuana and offered the best quality. That's interesting. I ain't gonna lie. When I seen that, it looked like some gas. I ain't gonna lie. It was green. That joint was looking like some of that stunk. I'm like, okay, that don't look like none of that Mexican dirt weed that's been consolidated and pulverized, compacted. But yeah, it do like it looked like some of that gas or some of that stank paint. Some of that. I'm like, they over there, they're like but nah. So this brother's University of Washington anthropology professor Okay, so he said he found Eastern Congo grew the most marijuana and offered the best quality at the time. He found. How did you find though? I wonder how did you come to that? You know, I wonder. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, he found the Eastern Congo grew the most marijuana and offered the best quality at that time. Pygmies were getting marijuana from farmers, and only a few groups had begun to settle down and grow their own. But he isn't shocked to hear that pygmies have become the dealers. Yeah, I know he ain't cracker. In some cases, it was their first domesticated crop, he says. Okay. Go on out, cracker. From the village plots, the plant makes its way to the regional capital of Goma. There is pulsating nightclubs. It's easy to find a variety of illegal substances being peddled, mostly to wealthy local businessmen and foreign aid workers who power a luxury economy that exists alongside the typical Congolese one. In his spacious office in Goma's police headquarters, Police General Viral Akwachakongo lists the issues he's dealing with: armed militias, internally displaced people, natural disasters, a lawless border, a lawless border, hmm, hmm, lawless border. He seems to have little time for the question of marijuana. If pygmies are using this marijuana as medicinal plants and limiting to limiting to just them, that's fine. But we have to investigate, he says. Today, marijuana is not only for pygmies, but it has become a national issue. Yeah, but you also just it's clear that you know the preceding L's is clearly armed militias, internally displaced people, and natural disasters. Allah, don't tack on another one now. These black folks trying to survive, man. I mess with the Congo though. On me, the Congo is cool. I ain't got no issues with them. Every time big smile, brother. I get the popping it with them. Hey, I get the popping it with them. Tell them about their history. They get the eyes open. They looking at me, in awe and like, yeah. And every time they see me, they, chest out, head up, not they ain't got that slumped over look no more, man. You feel me? After talking with me, I'm gonna make you, you gonna have that pep in your step. For real. This is something I'm gonna talk to the brothers about too. Next time I see him around my way. Like, man, did you know that yeah, man, that the pygmy natives in the Democratic Congo Republic located, because it's big now, it's huge now. Particularly North Kivu, Congo. Yeah, North Kivu, Congo. I want to just say in the Congo. In the Congo, they selling weed in the Congo, nigga. No, nigga, they ain't selling weed in the Congo. The Congo, it's a particular area in the Congo, but not in the Congo. North Kivu, they selling that pack, man. For survival purposes, though. This remind me of okay, a national issue. It's not a national issue. You're making it one, buddy. Let me see. So behind the One Road Tourist Market, which provides last-minute baskets and masks to visiting foreigners, is the couch-stuffed clubhouse of a man known around town as the King of Marijuana. He talks shop with a group of young men as a woman expertly rolls a joint. He is one of the biggest players in a flourishing illicit business that relies on Congolese soldiers. The United Nations largest peacekeeping force, visiting diplomats and philanthropic celebrities. The 20 pounds a day that he moving that. The 20 pounds a day that he moves comes from lawless rebel-held territories. And he claims the best strain is grown by pygmies. Hold on. Okay, hold on. This dude is the king of marijuana. He talks shop with a group of young men. Okay, he's one of the biggest players in the forest. Okay. The United Nations' largest peacekeeping force visiting diplomats. Okay. So this dude part of the system. Okay, so he moving 20 pounds a day. He says that the breast strain is grown by the pygmies. They grow the best. They got that stankity stank. Like I said, I don't think Cali don't got better weed than Seattle. Vegas don't got better weed than Seattle. Yeah. Seattle got the best weed, man. So the best weed grown by the hands of the pygmies, huh? Their technique of letting it sit for months makes it extra strong, he says. Interesting, though. The process in which they implement to fortify the potency of it seems very like organic. In public, large quantities of marijuana are confiscated and burned by law enforcement, but many members of the Congolese army and police both use and sell the drug, according to interviews with pygmy soldiers and the police general. They're often underpaid. Yeah, they talk about that too. Out of soldiers, they're underpaid a lot. They make very nominal amount of money. You feel me? So very, very, very infinitesimal, very minute, a very insignificant words. A very nominal amount of money. A very finite amount of money. Don't be mad at me, man, because the walking lexicography around this joint. Go in the courtroom and get this man up out. Cut his check, because how his whole setup is pristine and elaborate and accurate and legitimate. Cut it. Mediation, cut it. We got. He's not one of them. He one of them ones. He one of them. Where y'all get this motherfucker bringing in paperwork talking about race-based settlement? This nigga got paperwork. This nigga coming here with empirical evidence about the disenfranchisement of black people in settlements. Get him up out of here. Cut his check. Bring Pookie in this motherfucker. Pookie don't read nothing. Pookie gonna settle with the adjuster. We ain't settling with the adjuster. We going the long way. No homo. All right, let me see. I'm gonna stall you out. All right. I kind of went off on a little tangent, Pardon my tangent. All right, so where we at? Yeah, the soldiers is using it, selling it, fetching it, flipping it, pitching it. It's a whole bunch of skullduggery. Skullduggery. That's the old school word. A whole bunch of skullduggery. SKULL duggery. 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 Bunch of underhand. Skullduggery is underhand tactics is on display right now. We got a whole bunch of underhand tactics by government officials due to economic deprivation from the very government that they work for. Woo! Come on now, break it down now. They try to question your you just your psyche and how you visualize and interpret your prism of interpretation. It pales in comparison to the norm. You've been through that fire. You've been through so many fires. Come on now, man. Let me see. All right. Pardon me, y'all. They like this Didi. Oh, Didi on a rant, a self-made rant. Let me see. Yeah, soldiers, boop, boop, boop. Okay, so yeah, they're often underpaid and sometimes not paid at all, leading to widespread corruption. Many extort civilians or run businesses on the side. Whole bunch of effery going on around here, man. When JP is not clad, okay, when JP is not clad clothes, yeah. All right, when Jay, I had to catch up, I had to reboot the system, had a delay. Chloe, reboot I had the Macintosh, the Macintosh brain for a second. Oh, hey, hold on, Apple, clad is clothes. Hold on, I said, hold on. When JP is not clad, I said, hold on, error. Brain said error. What, nigga? Clothes, catch up now. Don't be mustard, catch up. When JP is not clad in his tasseled blue army uniform, he what? He dons DONS. I've never seen this word before. I gotta look this up. I never, yeah, I've never seen this word before. Hold on, what the hell that mean? What that mean? No. Define. I didn't say go to. Oh, Don. What is that? Okay, a Spanish title prefix to a female forename. Don Fredo was a jovial companion. Oh, Don Fredo. Okay, so it's a prefix before. Okay, a Spanish title prefix to a female forename. Okay. A Spanish title. Okay, prefix to a male forename. Okay, got you. Okay, I got you. Okay, buddy. Okay, all right. Okay, the plural is Dons. Okay, yes, I mean you can't skip that. You cannot be skipping words. Niggas want to no, nigga. You gotta read that. That's how you lose all your contract. Nigga be like, hold on, be reading. Yeah, no, nigga, I know. Nigga, do you understand what you read, nigga? Fuck was that? He dons, okay. He dons the red, yellow, and green clothing of Rastafarians. Smokes pot 3 times a day and listens to reggae. So when JP is not clad in his tasseled blue army uniform, he dons okay. He dons the red, yellow, and green clothing of Rastafarians, smokes pot 3 times a day and listens to reggae. For nearly 2 decades, a 41-year-old military, yeah, that is true. You just keep a word if you want to, man. That's gonna be like goddamn. Yeah, if you don't understand, motherfucker, read a contract in perpetuity. Nigga, that you skip forever. That means forever, nigga. What's forever? What's in perpetuity? The hell? Okay. Let me see. For nearly 2 decades, the 41-year-old military sub lieutenant has been supplementing his 100 a month army salary with a side business instead of going to steal or loot. It's better that I sell marijuana. See, that's what I was talking about. That's talking about as far as the extreme measures, the that's another pardon me. Trying to be particular, I'm trying to. It's not just. I want to articulate. So the practices, when it comes to the illicit practices or the dehumanizing, i.e., prostitution, like they said, stealing and all that, they're saying how it's more risky. Not even just risky. No. I don't like that word. Nah. Contact. No. It's the. I'm gonna say trifecta because what he say? He said instead of going to steal or loot, and then I also brought up prostitution because I don't know if they're gonna bring it up in here, but based off the documentary and from the black woman, she was talking about how times that one of the two, one of the main women was labeled, she was the queen of marijuana or something like that, quote unquote. She was known as the top, but basically she was basically talking about the lady that was her sidekick was talking about how at times she would have to fetch her body, sell her body, she would have to engage in prostitution as a means for survival, as a means to garner income. And but the main lady was like, she said, bump that. She said, marijuana is more lucrative and we make more money. I don't. She's like, basically like, no, I don't sell my body and we don't have to sell our body because we got the marijuana, basically. But yeah, so the trifecta, I'm trying to find. Dang, my mind is. Why am I having a word block right now? With wanting to articulate the extreme measures that they would rather not take, the pilfering, prostitution, those, those measures that they would rather be. They're more inclined and more prone and susceptible to taking the marijuana route as opposed to, like I said, the stealing and the prostitution and things of that nature. Dang, I don't like how I don't like how I don't like how I articulate that, man. I don't know. I'm a stickler. I don't like how I said that. But I know y'all get it though. But I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna beat myself up about that, but I don't like how I said all that. I feel like I was supposed to say that. I was, my command of the English language is more in depth. I'm supposed to say that more. But yeah, I just find that interesting that, like he said, instead of going to steal and loot, it's better to sell marijuana. It's better to sell marijuana, So, but like I said, you would think, or just think about the implications, the ramifications that stem as a result of trekking into what the national forest, because that's what they. I'm gonna just sum it up right now because that's what they deem it's the national forest in the Congo, because that's what they travel to. But just the measures that they have to take seem more turbulent. It seems more tumultuous. Death, beating, robberies and stuff like. Not robberies, but robberies, extortion, taking a pack, being beaten or and also potentially held captive, hostage. So yeah, then again, it's just I ain't gonna get caught up in all that. I'm just weighing like the he said it's better to go. She said it's better to sell weed, than to go steal. Because I think about it, stealing out there, they'll kill you out there. They chop your hand off, chop it off. So I mean, you're stealing. So you think about it, yeah, I can see marijuana being a better, more prudent method of financial extraction. Man. All right, let me get back to it, y'all. Pardon me. I got caught up on a whole little articulation format. Instead of going to steal, yeah, but all right. So he says he's basically, your brother's talking about, instead of going to go steal or loot, it's better to sell marijuana. He says, I do it for my family to survive. Yeah, survival order for survive, man. Family, to family and survival. Marijuana, he adds, I do it for my family. I do it for my family. I do it for my family to survive. Marijuana, he adds, sends his 6 kids. I remember that too. He's talking about how they was talking about that comfortable. They live a plush life. They said we send our kids to school and so we get fret. Yeah, so I'm like, maybe just think about just America, crack era, and you know, just certain black people being, you know, compelled and manufactured into a realm of drug peddling, etc., due to, you know, based off external implosion of our communities. Implosion, not explosion. But I do it for yeah. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he adds. He basically says, so he adds, sends his 6 kids, marijuana sends his 6 kids ages 4 to 18 to school where fees for books and uniforms can be prohibitive for the average Congolese. Prohibitive prices. Whew. That his words, man. Like, this word, typically you would think that this word typically is used in a context of something that is restrictive. But that's what I mean by how one word in the English language has 1,000 meanings. The hell? One word, like punitive. Punitive damages. Usually punitive means to punish somebody. You know, it's to punish, but it also means punitive prices, meaning high, exorbitant. You know, like, it's just weird. So that's why I'm not really like a purist when it comes to words, because one word has 1,000 meanings, literally. Like, not literally, my bad, not literally, but meaning 1,000, meaning like a lot more than one. But yeah, prohibitive. So most of his stock comes from pygmies, he says, pulling a bag from his pocket and pointing at the dark seeds, an indication that they've been stored for a long time. He pinches off a mess of buds and rolls it in a quarter-sized ball. He sells up to 50 of these per day, mostly to members of his platoon, and makes around 10. His bosses know that he sells, and he's occasionally arrested. Yet he stays. Yet he says a $50 bribe guarantees he'll avoid jail time. I know that's right, man. Make your bread, bro. If you arrest me today, I'll sell tomorrow. JP says, my children have grown up because of marijuana. Also made me think about what Nas said. What Nas said, he said, they gave us lemons and we made lemonade, but this nigga's paid. But that nigga's paid. Lock them niggas up, man. Fuck that. You can't be making no goddamn mafia shows and glorizing, you know, your family come from the mafia. And now you on VH1 with a TV show. I don't want to hear no goddamn excuses in the chat. Because that's what they did do. They was able to monetize and use their mafia image and put it on TV and commercialize and reap, not reek. I almost say reek, but reap, not reek, as in smell, reap financial gain as a result of mafioso living. Don't get me started now. The deity segment, huh? I'm supposed to be asleep right now. And he got the young guard kicking around this joint, man. What I do with the lighter, man? Oh, I did that too. I was rolling by this establishment, and I'm glad I'm on live right now, because I was like, next time I'm on live, I'm definitely want to show this. This is a video. This is a personal video. This ain't nobody's content or nothing. This is I just think it's interesting. You know, I think we need to have like a Black American or something that. Damn, did I erase the video? You know, where in the hell I erased that video? Let me see. I was driving now. Let me see. Let me see. Did I retain it? But man, that's right here, bingo.
For Pan Africanism, so much for all Black Lives Matter. Ain't that specific? Ain't that exclusive? That's an exclusive sequence of terms, of words. Come on now. So much for Pan Africanism.
Yeah, it says
so much
it
for
says
all Black
it
Lives
says
Matter.
and it says Ethiopian coffee shop. Yeah, I need to have me a Black American coffee shop. You know, not saying I ain't gonna sell to nobody that's not Black American, but I mean, goddamn, though. I mean, is it wrong with everybody got things that highlight their distinctive ethnic, yeah, their distinctive ethnic group. You feel me? And we are, and like his brother said, we created a whole new distinct ethnic group. You know, like some argue that we literally created, or like we're. Some would argue that, hey man, what spawned, through the Mafa came a whole new, hence a whole new lineage. Tutnese. Do you speak Tutnese, nigga? You don't speak that shit. Just because I don't speak it doesn't mean it's not a part of that whole ethnic group that came out of a result. Like, come on now. Like, you don't speak that shit, nigga. You don't know that you ain't that. No, that's a testament to to our distinct ethnicity. You feel me? Like, let me recalibrate the brain, because I'm starting the words. Yeah, words is starting. I ain't liking the way I'm talking right now. I ain't communicating at a high efficient level right now. But yeah, so it's yeah, man. Let me reprocess, because I'm starting to get flustered right now. So I'm starting to get flustered, and I'm starting to have I'm starting to regress into a Macintosh. My brain is turning into a Macintosh computer. I gotta slow down and Macintosh. You know what Macintosh is? I got a deal database. Slow down and breathe and recalibrate. Or I should say calibrate. No, recalibrate, tune up, retune up. But what was I just talking about though? Okay, yeah, I was okay. I was okay. Just thinking this, us being, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think that's interesting. I can't see the chat right now either, y'all. So y'all know I can't see the chat. I got this article. I'm reading the article, y'all. Plus, with the chat, you gotta learn not to take the bait. They throw the bait out there. You got a beautiful baby. She this our ticket right here. A young girl surrounded by marijuana plants in a village that overlooks Mount Nairango, the volatile volcano looming above Goma. All right, let me see. He said I paid $50 a bribe. He said $50. I ain't. If you arrest me today, I'll sell tomorrow. He said my children have grown up because of marijuana. I know that's right, bro. For real. Pygmies view marijuana in a similar vein. The region is flooded with international aid organizations, but few groups are focused on indigenous rights, holding the attention of the government located 1,000 miles away in the capital of Kinshasa has been unsuccessful. Yeah, Ghana would, not Ghana, but Congo is definitely a place I would love to go visit though. The Congo, man, for real. Mm-hmm. I think part of that's too because I've been studying the Congo a lot, man. I've been doing a lot of research on the Congo, man. And then my day-to-day interactions with with the people that's Congo people that's here, it's been cool, man. It's been inviting. Reception's been very warming. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, my brain kind of went off. All right. Okay, so they forget they have native communities, says Nicholas Mukomo Mushabi, one of 9 staffers at the program for the integration and development of the Pygmy people, which lobbies for the rights of indigenous people in the Congo and maintains that Pygmies should be allowed to cultivate marijuana. Facts. It was they fight over there fighting like we should be over the what's that, husbandry or cultivate or is that husbandry? What's that? Let's see. Pygmies should be allowed to cultivate marijuana. It was a tradition even before laws were written. So, like before the white man came, there are few options for survival in the Pygmy shanty town. Outside a camp for internally displaced persons called Bluingo. I'm sitting here because I have no job, says one father with 10 children. Damn. He gestures, he got, what you mean? I gotta sell this pack. What you talking about? We've been doing this shit since before y'all came. We gonna sell this pack. I'm putting my kids through school off this pack. What you mean? I'm getting their books and tuition off this native plant that was supplanted by the goddamn Arabs. You feel me? We've been doing this. This is an ancient practice. Bygone now. Bygone. Be gone. I mean, shit. Deal. He said, boom. So he said, I'm sitting here because I have no job, says one father with 10 children. He gestures at the plants growing beside his tiny mud pack hut. He gestures at the plants growing beside his brother. Hold on, wait. He gestures at the plants growing beside his brother. Said, he said, I got what? Hold on, wait. Reread that. Run it back. He says, I'm sitting here. Am I interpreting this correctly? Am my spidey senses, is it accurate? Am I misconstruing the text? I'm sitting here because I have no job. Comma, pause, says one father with 10 children. Period. Stop. He gestures at the plants. Plants. Is he growing marijuana? In the same proximity of his, or within the confines of his abode? He gestures at the plants growing inside his tiny mud-packed hut. I think I might be accurate. He gestures at the plants growing beside his tiny mud-packed hut. Because of selling this marijuana, our children can get some food. I know that's right. So yeah. This brother's growing weed inside the confines of his home. Unless I'm retarded, dumb, slow, and remedial, then I don't know. Because he gestures at the plants growing beside his tiny mud pack home. Okay. No. Okay. Unless, wait. No. Unless, wait. He gestures at the plants growing beside his tiny mud pack hut. Because of selling this marijuana, our children can get some food. Unless he might be cultivating some agriculture. It's either or. Either he growing weed, and I don't see why that would be the practicality of that. That might be dangerous. But it's either or. Either the brother is cultivating weed, or he growing food, because following that, following him gesturing at the plants growing beside his tiny mud pack hut. Following that, because of selling this marijuana, our children can get some food. So I'm assuming that he's able to cultivate some food as a result of that, as a result of selling marijuana. But yeah. So yeah. On the outskirts of the camp, Live 60 live. You mean live? My tweet. I'm tripping. I'm tweaking. On the outskirts of the camp, live, not live. Live 65 pygmy families. The makeshift community arrived in 2007 after fleeing rebel fighting in nearby territories. Since then, thousands of other Congolese families escaping similar violence have settled in the camp. Damn, thousands. But only the 6 pygmy families who agreed to stop growing marijuana are officially listed as internally displaced people and receive humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian assistance, says the camp president. The others refuse and so are not registered. While they can access water and health in the health clinic, they are not on the food distribution list. That's interesting. Only six of the only six. Okay. Ooh, I love this math, right? Basic arithmetic on display here. Arithmetic. 65. So remember, I love the math. Remember the math, the math problems where they hit you with the words. Well, how many? If I do this, and how many? They'll use it's math coded through words as opposed to just a direct, like just using math using numbers format. But basically 65 piggy families. It's 65 of them. So, but only six of the family. Oh, wait. Pardon me. Yeah, so I would divide to get the percentage of that fraction. So 6/65, you divide to get you divide the numerator into the denominator and you get the decimal, correct? No, you take the fraction, you convert it into a decimal, and then you get the percentage. Move the decimal 2 places. Think about arithmetic. The basics, man. Averages and all that, means and mediums and stuff. Mean, medium, and mode. But yeah, so only 6 of the pygmy families agreed to stop growing marijuana, and they're officially listed as displaced people, and they receive humanitarian assistance. I'm not reading it verbatim, but I'm just saying it as I read it. I'm summing it up as what there's to get to get over this obstacle. And it's interesting that the others that refused it, which is the majority, the majority of the pygmy families, and we ain't stopped. We ain't, we what? But I find it tasteful, but also distasteful, confusingly, meaning that why would you let them have access to water in the health clinic, but you don't give them food? They're not on the dish. They're not on the. They're not. They're not enumerated for the food distribution. Enumerated, listed. Yeah. That's like I said. It's tasteful and it's distasteful simultaneously, because it's like, okay, you give them access to the biological imperative known as water, but when it comes to the other biological imperative, food, they get the short end of the stick. Why not just? I mean, not saying they should, but why would you not just rule them out of everything? If you're gonna give them something, give them everything. And I say that because this very lucrative trade, though, very lucrative. you know, as far as what this article's, the details that this article entails, and the documentary I'm harken back to, harken back to. I had a lawyer tell me you're hella wordy. I thought y'all was the wordiest. Y'all but masters of language. You're very verbose, Mr. Willis. Verbose, VERBOSE. VERBOSE means a person. It says really, it's really excessive. When you're verbose, you're like excessive implementation of, you know, top tier language, top tier words, tier one, should I say? But it's not intentional though. It's black men and this striving for. I'm a man, goddammit. I'm just playing. Otherwise, no, you gonna respect. You gonna respect me, God. Let me see. Especially the way I dress and look. Yo, let me see. My estimations and calculations and in computations. Get this nigga his check, man. This nigga, we thought we had a Pookie. This nigga over here with these extra long. Get this. We thought we had a Pookie and Ray Ray around this motherfucker. We offered this nigga $2,000. That nigga said, "Shove it up your a-hole." This nigga responded back via email talking about judicial. Let me stop. Oh man, when I incubate myself, that quiet time, that incubator game is that's that incubation game is that monk going at that temple like a Buddhist monk. So okay, we definitely at the latter part right here. This is it right here. So yeah, like I said, only six pygmy families agreed to stop growing marijuana out of the 65 families right here. So that tells you a lot. You know, that tells you a lot right there. Infinitesimal amount. He said, "D can't talk shit." Shit. Shit. Power of language. Articulation is an art. And the best way to fortify that the number one way to build your fluency. I actually was reading this article, was talking about the distinction between reading and listening to audiobooks. It was very interesting. I should pull that up, but it was very interesting. It was letting me know how emphasizing how, you know, that there's a distinction between audio interpretation, audio listening, and reading, like having the physical book and reading and yeah, it's very interesting. But I want to recall certain highlighted, emphasizing. Let me see. Yeah, I should have. Did I keep that article? I think I did. Let me see. No, did I really send that to myself? Let me see. Mm. I was just. I hope the article will pop up. I typed it in. Let me see. Man, that's gonna perturb me all night, man. But it was highlighting how reading is becoming the act of tangible reading is becoming a lost, lost practice. I didn't went off. I didn't veer off to some whole other. Oh, that'd be. Let me see. What's this right here? Function. I was reading this too. 1 in 4 Americans are functionally unemployed. Researcher says. Um, but let me get back to this. This article's done. But yeah, this essentially the gist of the pygmy people. They out here moving that pack for survival. You know, it's a part of their ecosystem. Has been a part of the ecosystem since its inception, and and clearly you got the soldiers selling it, smoking it, extorting it. You know, they engage in every aspect of it, illegally, knowingly, and how they pitching bribes, proposing all that. Um, and I want to find that article that was talking about reading, because it was a good article. And um, reading. Let me see if I can get it to pop up. And reading. Audio books. Well, this is an old. I see it, but this is old. Though. It's just reading a book is sometimes better for memory and reading comprehension than listening to an audio book. But is this it right here? Please, no. Listening to audiobooks, my struggle to revive the lost art of reading. This wasn't it, but it's I know I'm. Listen, you're dumb and wrong. Listen to audiobooks, it's not reading. Somebody but it's also highlighting how the brain even the two hemispheres of the brain, and how when you're engaging in audio listening, that the brain construes and retains information in a different capacity, contrarily to actually reading. So man, I gotta find it. I'm gonna find it, but it was a very interesting article. No, the hell. Um, the book two, one book I got is called Fahrenheit 451. They got a movie plus played by Michael B. Jordan, but it's the authors highlighting how reading, like libraries and stuff is becoming obsolete, and the premise of the book is to do away do away with all books, burn all the books, all that. burn all the books and yeah. So, but it's right here. Pardon me for a second. So the brother, not brother, but the author, Ray Bradbury claims motivation for writing a novel has changed multiple times. In the 1956 radio interview, Bradbury said that he wrote the book because of his concerns about the threat of burning books in the United States. In later years, he described the book as a commentary on how mass media reduces interest in reading literature. In a 1994 interview, Bradbury cited political correctness as an allegory for the censorship in the book, calling it the real enemy these days, and labeling it as thought control and freedom of speech control. So, but yeah, interesting that he got the black man to play the book. It's interesting that he got the black American man. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm gonna have to put a video out about this. This is interesting right here. That's how my mind. I just thought about that. That's interesting. I just thought about how Michael B. Jordan played in that movie. Yeah, he played in the movie. My bad. I'm everywhere right now. My brain is percolating, maneuvering. So yeah, he So yeah, like I said, I find it interesting though. Find it interesting. Lastly though, we finish this off, chopping block. Yeah, so but only 6 pygmy families who agreed to stop growing marijuana are officially listed. I read that. We read that. So yeah, boo. And we know that those 6 families are placed on the humanitarian assistance list, and they receive food, and they're protected. And then the other 60, no, 60, no, the other, not 60. Let's do basic math here. The other 59, the other 59 families is, they pretty much revolt. They didn't capitulate to that nonsense. They're like, we're gonna get it out the mud. We're gonna get it where we live. We're gonna do what the ancestors been doing since before all this turmoil and unrest has ran rampant through our native domain. Native, don't say that word native. No, I'm just damn, just don't get it twisted now. Meaning original, meaning just just keep it simple. My little outburst is crazy. But all these 6 pygmy families who agreed to, yeah, boop. All right, this clinic won't stay here forever. The community's president, this says this clinic won't stay here forever. The community's president reasons we will always have marijuana. Facts, basically implying that this shit ain't gonna be here forever. This tree, this THCC, we've been doing this since before this clinic came here. Interpretation, comprehension, yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. This shit ain't gonna be here forever. The community president reasons we will always have. Ooh, we always have this. Like basically meaning that y'all ain't gonna. Y'all ain't gonna never stop this. This can't stop, won't stop. Brother breakers now. We get down. We get down. Don't say that. You a Diddy supporter? Oh, because I made a reference to the culture, man. That's the culture. Okay, act like certain hip hop refrains or adages and cliches are not the culture. And that was a can't stop, won't stop. That was a perfect. That was a perfect, segue to that. Can't stop, won't stop. That little what's that? What's the term? Jingle. Hip hop jingle, shit. Can't stop, won't stop. That's what he mean. We will always have this shit gonna lean. This gonna die off. This gonna subside and defunct. We're gonna always have this tree, so we're gonna rely on that tree. Basically, and I took that as that's like a do. Really, there's a double meaning to that. Like remember the clinics and all that. He said that they have access to the clinic. Like, nigga, we don't need that clinic. Remember, they have access. The 59 families have access to the clinic and water. And like we don't need that clinic, bro. We don't need that, bro. We got this medicinal marijuana. So technically, really, that's futile. Like, as long as we got marijuana, we depend on our dependency and contingency on marijuana. It manifests itself in three ways. Meaning a financial medium, a medicinal medium, and just an overall livelihood. Just like an overall livelihood medium. Like stems from that. As far as the money is being able to you can take the proceeds from the weed, and you can that's going to create a comfortable livelihood for them. So yeah, I think matter of fact matter of fact I'm gonna do I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to work something out. I'm gonna have to do a segment on the people, man, making it happen, man. The brother ain't playing, hacking that, making it happen, man. Survival. Come on now, dappered up though. Come on, and his best clads. Salute his best clads, man. Come on, in the trenches, hacking, whacking. What's the other word? It's another word to. Yeah, this is an interesting article though right here. Interesting article. Like, this is us right here. This is teaching, like what you mean? She know that's the source, son. Come on now, she know that's the source of man, these crackers, man. I keep looking at this shit. It's gonna make me sad. Yeah, you feel me? Like, man, Uzi, but is working for the government. Is out y'all over here? Y'all killing your own people, man. These y'all out of pocket, man. You got coons over there that work for the army over there. They over there killing their own people, man. That shit crazy, man. That shit is crazy, man. It's not even shit. I don't even like saying that. I don't even like shit because it's not shit. Just talking shit. What is talking shit? What does that mean? Idle talk, small talk, or what's nigga shit? We be mad at me. Back that. What do you mean? What you mean by that, man? This nigga, you are trying to make me thick ass nigga. You see, man, yeah, that article, man, I gotta find. Like I said, it was it was like 48 hours ago, man. I was reading that article, man. I hope it pop up on my timeline. I'm talking about it. Type of something, man. Come on, man. Read. I wonder if I can pull that joint up. Yeah. Oh, I'm tripping. It's, no. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, stay right here. Let's see something. Yeah, let me see something. We will go to this Westboard, man. Nah, we ain't care about that. We know that already. Matter of fact, should decompose. We need to decompose this because we gonna go ahead and decompose this real quick. That's how you keep that joint intact. Keep that joint intact. Westmore. Yeah. So we're gonna get to the straight to the gist, man. Boom. All right. And matter of fact, where's that article at? Who did I send that to? Matter of fact, they plan to veto, not veto, but they plan to overturn his decision too. They're gonna overturn his decision too. I was just reading that and that brought a smile to my face. Yeah, do that. But look at this right here. So yeah, it's not just a study. He's vetoing the very institution of a commission, or he's vetoing the instituting of an actual commission. So it ain't just even this. It ain't a study. It's you're vetoing that this the delegation can't even be put is being rescinded in, you know. Yeah, we know what that means. He's quote unquote pimp slapping our goddamn you know. Yeah, so and I'm gonna go ahead and get to the gist of this because I want to get to the other argument. That's way more important. Like this brother. So I think it's an understatement to say that that there's a divide. No, this brother was disinvited by another political contemporary who's a Democrat. Man, disinvite that nigga. We ain't rocking with you, bruh. You ain't last name King. I'm gonna get his full name, but if I do recall correctly, his last name is King. Interesting. That last name King. Yeah, man, disinvite that fool. He didn't call him a fool. I'm paraphrasing when it came. He didn't call him a coon, but he disinviting somebody, letting you know you ain't one of us, bro. Disinvite him, man. We don't want him to come in. Yeah, because what he doing is an insult to our legacy. It's an insult to slavery and the enduring effects of slavery in contemporary forms and manifestation of that, you know, that reveal itself institutionally Judicially, etc. And we know we can do all that. We know we should know. We know, but if we don't know, we gonna know. If we don't know, we gonna know. You just had to double back. We ain't passing the buck now. We gonna you gonna know today now. But yeah. So yeah, man. Yeah, and we know that the caucus released a statement expressing deep disappointment. So yeah, that's betrayal, man. Talk about the work, and I would get to the gist too, because it was an overwhelming majority. Might eat me about the cereal. I ain't gonna lie, no cap, y'all. I got a bowl of them. What's the uh organic peanut butter puffs? I'm about to crush these joints. Organic puffs, no BHT. Can't be feeding the babies the BHT. All them cereals is bad. You feel me? Let me see. All them name popular brand cereals we grew up on, i.e. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, all that. Them is all GMOs. I don't eat GMOs. I'm a stickler when it comes to that. All right, let me see. So, yeah, like I said, the caucus released. We know what they did. Boom, they released a statement expressing deep disappointment. So it's not just some boom, and then look, because I ain't gonna I want to get to this other article that is more pivotal because they're juxtaposing a historical phenomenon of the Atlanta Compromise in Booker T. Washington. It was a very interesting juxtaposition of the capitulating and being docile to white people as a result. I mean, pardon me, I don't want to botch, but as a result, as a means of self-reliance and economic dependency. I felt like I might have, but yeah, I'm gonna get to that article though too, because that's a very interesting juxtaposition of the Atlanta Compromise and Booker T. Washington, and contrasting that with his, his political, the political impetus. The political impetus with him is more so. It's yeah. It's too, yeah. It's basically the comparison is not the same. The timeline, Booker T. Washington, Westmore, you are, it's like, you're in this democratic political position, so progression, so it's yeah. And like I said, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like I said, and the timelines is different. The article's talking about that too, but it's still doing the juxtaposition of it, but it's still highlighting the, yeah. We're gonna get to that though, don't chip. So yeah. So at the time when the White House and Congress are actively targeting Black communities, dismantling diversity initiatives, and using harmful coded language, Governor Moore had a chance to show the country and the world that here in Maryland, we boldly and courageously recognize. Come on, Maryland got a deep. What? Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland? Oh, yeah, they got a deep. Come on, man. Let me stop though. Maryland, yeah. Calm down. We boldly and courageously recognize our painful history of the urgent need to address it. The caucus said in the statement. The caucus meaning the group. The group. Instead, the state's first Black governor chose to block this historical legislation that would have moved the state toward directly repairing the harm of enslavement. So unless I'm just some type of fool who don't know how to read or something. At the end of the day, my premise is that there is a beyond reasonable doubt. There's an unequivocal solidification pertaining to the division and the backlash, not only on a layman level pertaining to voters, but on a political level. And that article that I read out, that I'll get to, this article substantiates that and corroborates that when you pinpoint the Black Caucus. And then the next article is going to show you a singular individual, a political individual by the last name of King. I don't remember this brother's first name, but I do remember that last name, King. Can't forget that, right? But that brother said, disinvite that man. Disinvite that man from the luncheon. Disinvite that man from the luncheon. You know, referencing that's a betrayal to the Black American history and slavery. you know, that's disregarding slavery and the ongoing perpetual nature that God damn it. All right, let me slow down. Recalibrate the mind, you know. Come back. So, like they said though, man, like come on, like, you know, vetoes, citing need to work, citing need for the work itself. Okay, what do you mean? Like make that, just make that. That is gibber. What is, bro? Listen, man. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Citing the, listen, you championing and solidifying the bill that had an overwhelming support with your executive signature of being the governor, the overseer, the top political subject in the region known as, you know, Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland. I'm thinking of Baltimore because I think of black. But you know, because I'm like, I said Maryland. I said, hold on, me scan the. Oh, that's Baltimore. Oh, don't they got some of the data says they got some of the most rugged roads in America? Oh, I gotta say, if you know, you know, man. That's what I'm saying. You got to be in tune with the domestic. The domestic social parallels that plagues Black America. You have to be in tune with that. So yeah, Baltimore. Oh, so they got a history of redlining and. All right, let me see. My bad, y'all. That's what I mean by when you constantly up to date on the parallels. Yeah, my bad. I just want to get back on cue. I be yeah, man. At the time when the White House and all these people was targeting Black communities, what you think? Yeah. Like the article, yeah. This is some type of political appeasement to white people. Don't want to ruffle the feathers, you know. And I'm that's that's coming from me, paraphrasing, stemming from emanating from the article, not reciting it verbatim, but remembering what the article, how the article highlighted the political, what is it called? A social climber. That's what Obama was. He was a social climber, somebody who's an opportunist, a social climber who's only, hence all these movies he's put out, they're BS, they're bullshit. All those movies, these documentaries, them movies is bullshit. You feel me? I guess him saying, black, they say that's not important. What do you mean that's not important? That's very important. That's problematic. You're very vocal about these questionable practices that are detrimental to the black family unit. You know, you're so vocal about all these other calamities and disenfranchisements of other communities, but when it comes to reparations, when it comes to black people in particular, you shy away or you use unambiguous words. You know, or not even unambiguous. You lie by omission. You you know, you talk about slavery. You only talk about slavery like there wasn't Jim Crow. In your 2008 campaign, you was asked about reparations, and you only talked about slavery. You didn't talk about the post. Oh man, yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm so I had a little, I'm starting to, you didn't talk about the post turmoil, i.e., 100 years of Jim Crow. You know, mass incarceration. You know, so you made it. But you emphasize the importance of extinguishing racial discrimination in workforce and hospitals and schools, which is private discrimination, essentially what you're saying too. Obama, you emphasize extinguishing that out, but you didn't. Like I said, yeah, it's yeah, my bad. I'm shifting, yeah, because and then fast forward to the rhetoric now. Fast forward to the rhetoric about white resistance pertaining to why he was not vocal about reparations. You know, post, you know, post office, he was very vocal about a lot. You know, vocal and shaming, very patronizing. You know, that word patronizing, not patronizing a store, but patronizing as in a person that is conducting themselves as if they're superior to black people. Very patronizing. Um, yeah, I went off on a whole tangent. I want to get to the gist. I want to get to this clown's rhetoric. Let me see. Um, this clown say, state's first black governor. You supposed to do, see, saying blackity black, see, black Kamala, black this, black governor, black. You ain't doing black stuff though. What is you doing black? Blackity black. And I guess I ain't gonna say. I guess there's some. Actually, what's that? The mayor. Actually, I'm gonna slow down. But I'm still highly critical of this act right here, of this treasonous act. But he is connected to some, I want to say, some grassroots practices in Baltimore that has resulted in the lower crime rate. I want to say the mayor of Baltimore is actually black. Yeah, I forget that brother's name, but so yeah, I want to say yeah, but then again, the city council is the one who controls the money. No, they sign off on the money. The mayor is the one who distributes. City council, the mayor is not. He's not the one that's, they come before yeah, we gonna do this and validate this and decree this, and then the mayor is the one that distributes and propagates the funds. But I say all that to say that yeah, I'm just trying to see. I don't know. But yeah, I was reading something. I don't recall where exactly, but the brother was talking about the Westmore and his and something that he's connected to something on a local level. So that is germane to the crime rate, or that's connected to why the crime rate is but that's I'm just thinking that how I'm just thinking about that on a larger scale. The governor does the governor dictate funds on the local level? Like when it comes to I don't know. I don't know if the government dictates funds from the city. I know the city council controls funds. They can the city. So I don't know, but uh yeah. So me trying to find some nah, I ain't saving them at all. I ain't saving them. But what he say? What me say? Boo 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 boo. This governor also noted in his veto letter that he noted in his veto letter that black politicians have risen to the highest level of government in the state in recent years. For example, U.S. Senator, okay, and he's naming a series of black people that have ascended to political hierarchy. Like, okay, yeah, okay. What does that have to do with the black underclass? My mind, how I'm thinking black, what does that have to do with the people? The people who need this money, that the people who's in those political office, they ain't got nothing to do with. They have zilch to do with this commission of people who need to be delegated specifically. They need to be from the culture. They need to be from the ilk. They need to make sure, because we don't need to be having people who want to be paid all these large contracts. They need to be no. This is a serious mission, and you can be paid for your expenses, but you cannot be paid for all this money you getting political, you getting executive IV money and all. No, just to study. No, you do not need to be financially incentivized like that. Pay for your expenses, and then put a put a body outside of the commission. You know that can But pardon me. Uh, uh, my mind is percolating right now. So yeah. That's why are you noting within your veto about the success of black politicians in within Maryland? Why? 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 There's nothing nobody do. There's nothing nobody. There's nothing nobody. I.e., a damo, a person with a political science degree, and more on his way to get it. I don't give a damn what type of degree. There's nothing a person with a higher level of academic achievement can induce me, meaning you can persuade, induce. That word means more than just to induce somebody with a drug. Induce meaning nobody in the academic realm can induce me to believe, or induce me meaning just persuade me. There's no persuading me in any capacity as to why this man needs to notate the success of black politicians pertaining to reparations. It's zilch. It has zilch to do with that, because that's something that white folks would use. Oh, well, you have black politicians. There's no need for reparations. What? That's like saying bad TV. A note or a galling and disrespectful, irreverent trope that he has retracted. Oh, I'm down for education. He has retracted since he's seen COVID-19, and he's seen how the federal government is pretty much not tax revenue constrained, and they can dole out trillions, but in Ukraine and all that, etc. So it ain't just goddamn COVID-19 pandemic is an example of them being able just to what's the word I want to use? Siphon out money, whatever, appropriate, whatever you want to say. Anyways, why did I bring that up? I'm on one right now. I'm on a tangent. I'm talking about There's nothing. I got it though. I had to bring the mind back. Recoil. There's nothing. Nobody with a goddamn associate's degree. What kind of degree you got? You got a degree in chemistry. There's nothing you can do to persuade me to understand why this man would earmark that. Why would you notate that? Why are you putting that in the, like when you have a test, there's an example at the top of the page. There's an example. There's like a notation. There's an example on how to do the equation. Why are you putting that at the? No, why? Oh, right here, we got successful black people and politicians. And what that? Why? They're diametrically opposed. They're not even. They're diametrically opposed. They're not together at all. The hell? I don't want to hear about no success of black politicians. Don't point to Uncle Clarence Thomas and tell me black people don't deserve reparations. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because that's essentially what you're doing. So, also you say, because we got Uncle Clarence Thomas, we good. We straight. Okay. That's what you mean. That's what I mean by people don't understand my mentality. It often chafes against the norm. What do you mean by chafe against? I mean, it goes against, when you chafe, so, but why is that? What Kanye say? The fire, it meant through the storm, man. You got to be through the storm. That's why you can go on 69th with all your jewelry on and show love. You feel me? You can go. They say don't go on none of the nines. They say don't go on 79, on 69, on 59, on 39. On 49. Yeah. But yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm so yeah. I'm about to get this bowl of cereal. We gonna reactivate. I'm trying to see. Yeah. So don't be. Yeah. Like I said, if we're gonna dissect the article, we gonna really dissect and chop, karate chop, people's elbow, people's elbow. You feel me? To me, and he said he's being a little disingenuous. No, I ain't no little. Either you are or you're not. No middle ground. Either you are or you're not. I'ma hop my ass in that debate league. You feel me? I'ma hop your ass in that debate league. You feel me? Oh, man. Come on, man. I wear my plight on my sleeve. I take this personal. You damn right. Yeah, I take this personal. God damn it. You niggas, that's the problem. Negroes need to start taking ish personal. Start taking ish personal, man. Niggas ain't taking it personal enough. And then take that and channel it. Segue that into a, you need to, don't just hold it in. You feel me? You gotta let it out. Through a healthy means, though, healthy medium. So, yeah, but basically, yeah, this is just, why are you notating that? I ain't reading the chat right now. I'm not, y'all. I'm going on one. I ain't even reading it. I'm like, why are you notating the need? Why are you highlighting? Why are you illuminating on the far and few in between? God damn, you act like it's 30 black politicians. That because they clearly named, like, come on now, Angela also Brooks, first black U.S. senator, and Maryland also has a black attorney general in a black state, in a black treasurer. Who they fail to even mention in here. I don't know why you you see how critically, like, why do you only mention one person here? That's weird. I don't know. Is that me? But yeah, that's weird to me. Why would you name one person, but but only not name anybody else? You're gonna give credit. You're gonna highlight the black people. Highlight them and say their name. But to see, I guess my mind is just different though. But yeah. These guys are goofy for that. He's a goofy man. So highlighting this, what'd he say? Boom. So look, but in light of the many important wait. So, but in light of the many important studies that have taken place on this issue over nearly 3 decades, now is the time to focus on the work itself. narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding homeownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, read the language, listen, and closing the foundational disparities that lead to inequality from food insecurity to education. Narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding home ownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, and closing the foundational disparities that lead to inequality from food insecurity to education. It's starting to look like a one of them lift all. What's that? Lift all programs. What's that? All boats rise or some. What's that? All sail. But what's that saying? I don't know. All boats sail. All boats rise or sail. All boats got holes in them. God damn it. Shit. Yeah. So yeah, our boats got holes in them, man. Whatever that saying is, all boats sail high. Whatever. All boats sail. Whatever that y'all know. I know somebody in the chat know what I'm striving to recollect. But yeah, whatever that saying is, our boats got holes in them. We need specificity. We need exclusivity. I don't give a damn what nobody say. And I need to finish that. Yeah. So yeah, I hear you. Let me see. But yeah, we working. I just put the black on black crime video out today. You know, she got over 20 views. It's going up. It's going up. You know, it's going up. It's going up. I look at the engagement though. I put out the watermelon power video. 300 views. It's going up. Watermelon power, you know, black folks. You know, had the watermelon, that joint, eating the watermelon, showcasing black folks, showing how, you know, this is a lucrative endeavor prior to the vilification and demonizing of, or, you know, the whole caricature, the whole, you know, the depicting black men in demeaning ways as it pertains to eating and even harvesting, let alone even going near some watermelon. Oh, I hate watermelon. I love me some watermelon, goddammit. I know the history behind watermelon. So yeah, just, you know, being consistent with the, you know, being consistent with the page, man, being consistent, being consistent, and seeing the advantageousness of shorts, you know, just, but yeah, drop a gem, unbeknownst to a lot of people, you get a lot of traction with shorts, you know, each one teach one, you know. They said the game was to be sold, not told. Nah, man, no. They say that because, you know, people don't know, you know. Be mindful. You give somebody the wrong, you know, you give the wrong person of the game to, they either they don't appreciate it, or they misappropriate it, you know. Or it's more so of a squandering of the information, you know. Hence lack of appreciation. Get it, do it half-assed. Don't really, you know. It's yeah, not necessarily so, but yeah, in that context. Hopefully y'all get it. But yeah, just consistency. Consistency. That's the key. Fast food. Next topic gonna be fast food, highlighting the, you know, how the government intentionally implanted, no, intentionally planted fast foods. What was it? How Urban Side. What is it called? A book written by it's written by this Asian female. It's called Urban Side. No, Supersizing Urban America. How the government how the government it's my bad, y'all, but it's one of those. Yeah, written by Asian girl though, exposing how the government strategically, systematically planted food franchise communities, fast food companies in black and specifically in black communities. And not only that, they also kept black franchisees out. So like I'm gonna say like up until like what was it like if I recall like 1990, 91 or something. Chicago. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say Chicago. Yeah, they had a real ironclad they had a lockdown approach when it came to good old boys approach pretending to the enrollment of fast food restaurants, irregardless of yeah, irregardless of them strategically putting them in black communities. So yes, it's a book. It's a book though. It's detailing a lot, talking about the black family. Talks about how the black family stopped cooking at home. You know the digression of that. It's a real good book though. It's a real good book. It's a real good book. It's a good, like I said, by an Asian girl though. She definitely did her thing on that book though. And it's black though. Look, it's black though. It ain't no. She's using but black. All right, minorities and people of color. Ain't none of that shit up in there. It's all black people. How the government systematically infused or inserted fast food entities into black communities, which played a disadvantage and pertains to our health, etc. Yeah, I went off on my mind. That's I don't even know how I get there. I went from getting on this Westmore, getting on his head, to talking about the external or the war, the waging war by zip code. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, you're waging war by zip code. That's another concept, really. Supersizing urban America. And there's another supersizing urban America. How the government, how the government, yeah. I got the book. I got the book. Yeah, I got the book. Yeah, I got that book. I got that book somewhere. I want to say it's in my closet, but yeah, man, it's deep. But that's another concept. That's a that's a that's a what can I say this? So yeah, the waging war by zip code phenomenon is in parallel with the supersizing urban America phenomenon. Ooh, boy, I'm telling you that boy. Man, I be proud of myself. I be proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. I be proud of you now, man. I'm telling you, I be proud of you. Be proud of you, man. I stopped smoking this weed though. My recallability, oh, it's gonna be impeccable. Niggas ain't fucking with me already, but I stopped smoking weed. I'm talking about like indefinitely. I leave weed alone. Especially where I smoke. I mean, like nigga, like where like if I leave marijuana alone, the pot plot. What he said crack was devastating. Weed was meant to be we were loud, not we. Let me repreface. Let me say that correctly because you have to be specific. Because to eat you up in the chat, loud, weaponized marijuana, not weed. Hence, what Congolese smoking, might not be that bad. What they doing is really natural type shit, and then their methodology pertaining to enhancement and potency is very interesting. But as far as the method that they do to let it sit, sleep on it, they put it in the pillow, wrap it up. That method, as far as as opposed to chemicals, and it's very interesting. If you know. But get back. Yeah, pot. What happened? Oh yeah, the cessation. What's the word I was about to say? Cessation. I'm not saying it right. Start with a C. The cessation. Am I saying it right? Stop. It means to stop. What's that word? Cessation. Let me see. Am I saying it right? Define cessation. Oh, am I saying it right? Not sensation. God damn it. Cessation. I'm not saying it right. It means to stop, though. Define that's gonna kill me. Decease. The ceasing of marijuana. Keep it simple. It's spelled CESS. Yeah. Somebody out there know what I'm trying to say. But yeah. Talking about recallability. Yeah. That's what I mean. I said yeah. I said about the world. Yeah, he said he said crack was devastating. No, he said crack and was devastating. He's right, because yeah, definitely definitely. So the residual effects of that, yeah, definitely. But basically, he said crack was meant to cause devastation. Weaponized loud was meant to cause incapacitation. When you're incapacitated, meaning it takes you out to fight in certain aspects. It makes you feel like shit is okay, and like shit is good. No, nigga, like basically implying that no, you're not like it like you're incapacitated, like like, and that word incapacitation, like is not. It doesn't imply that like you're completely like immobile. You feel me? It doesn't imply that, like immobile, INM. So, yeah, it's deep. It's interesting though. Interesting though, man. I'm telling. Interesting though. It really is interesting though. It really is. But what I'm trying to see. Why did I bring all that up? Okay, I brought it up because I was talking about. I was talking about just recallability, recall, and being able to recite, and just that delayed. You feel me? The impediment of being delayed is notable. Yeah. So, but I was talking about So I said That's why I said I stopped on the weeks. I said these gonna fuck with me. Man. And yeah, talking about yesterday. She was like, man, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's just a lot to take in. So, but yeah, I'm gonna pull up that other article. I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to get that bowl of cereal. That bowl of cereal was calling my name. Them good old peanut butter puffs. Them organic puffs. Man. Gotta have them organic puffs. This ain't the Captain. Hey, we have to grow. We say when you go better, you do better. Captain Crunch got BHT. Not to, talking down on my black folks and maybe not be able to afford the, but I mean this part. Man, no, black people can afford that. I don't want to hear that. You buy some cereal. Cereal costs $3. You buy some cereal. It's not like you bought a whole bunch of money for health purposes. What the hell? Show y'all in the box. Show y'all what I'm working with. It's called peanut butter dots. It's by Organics. This is a local brand. It's a Washington brand right here. It's called Organics. The Organics. It's that Organics right here. The Organics peanut butter dots made with real peanut butter. You see that non-GMO? We don't do GMOs. We don't play about that. I'm not eating nothing that ain't got no seeds, nothing that's genetically modified and has been altered by these evil mad scientists. I'm not messing with it. So no artificial flavor, dyes, colors, none of that. Non-GMO. You know, so it's just super healthy. You know, just healthy. That's all. Organic. You know, no BHT, no colors, no dyes, none of that. You feel me? You know, something you want to feed your baby or something. Peanut butter dots. But yeah, I'm about to get to this other article though. So I'm saying I get that plight keep me up. God damn it! If I wasn't engaged in this, I'll be out. I'm not reading. I took care of all my little work tonight. Took care of everything. So I'm saying you need to take these brothers need to start taking this serious, man. For real, we need a national reparations plan via Congress, enacted by Congress, like other groups. There's other precedents we can point to. You feel me? Surprisingly, I'm saying political, even though, yeah, I mean, shit. Federally, I mean, not federally, but as far as legally and judicially, that may be the avenue that's impractical. No, I didn't say impossible, but let me see. But he does mention it. He does allude to that in the book about how, you know, reparations that have typically went the legal route have been unsuccessful. So, matter of fact, I don't even want to. I'm done with this dude, dog. I don't even want to. I don't want to talk to this. I'm not talking. I don't even want to. I'm done. Matter of fact, I keep saying matter of fact. Matter of fact, I'm about to go to this last article because I'm William A. Darity. That's what we about to. William A. Darity. That's my guy. I'm gonna hit y'all to William A. Darity and why he needs to be extolled. He needs to be protected too, for real. Protect this brother. Stomp down, elder. Stomp down. Come on now. Specific. Exclusivity. All right, I'm gonna go to this. Let me see. I'm gonna go to this last. Okay. This last one because I want to highlight it. I was talking about it just because I was talking about it. Atlanta Compromise. Let me see. Atlanta. No, you not spell that right. You need to spell that right. All right, here you go. Compromise. Yeah, compromise. Yeah. All right, here we go. See how you see how it's already highlighted. You see that? That means I've already been perusing. That means it's something I've already clicked on already. You see how it's just highlighted right here? You see that's highlighted? That means these articles I've already looked on. But I'm just saying, you know, I don't read though. I like to just don't read. All right, boom. Now we're gonna decompose this, but I'm gonna go ahead and because this is deep. We're gonna go ahead and read this. Moore's reparations veto echoes another controversial compromise. So, whew. All right. Mm-hmm. Pardon me, y'all. But one thing for sure, you're not gonna hear me do this. You're not gonna hear no smacking. I promise you. I hear the crunching, but that's cause and effect. Eating etiquette, we don't play about that. You know, it's serious. Okay, you should. All right. In the arc of African American political and social history, leaders have often faced the difficult task of balancing immediate demands for justice with the pragmatic constraints of political and societal realities. Listen now, y'all. This is a historical, this is a historical. This is a historical illustration. This is a historical illustration. It's common. You know, like he said though, due to the difficult task of balancing, you know, immediate demands for justice with the pragmatic constraints of political and societal realities. Maryland, Maryland Governor Wes Moore's decision in 2025 to veto a bill would have created a reparations commission. So it's not just a goddamn study. We don't need no more studies. I would, I would partially, I would, I agree with that notion. Percentage wise, I would say a quarter. I was gonna say a fifth, which is 20%, but a quarter. So 25%. I agree with that. But the other 75% of me knowing that there's a external assailment attack from the powers that be, the dominant society, as it pertains to the true and accurate history. And there's also a paucity in modicum of education pertaining to reparations in adult education, according to I said reparation. I didn't say slavery, y'all. Listen, I didn't say there's a paucity of education in adult education pertaining to our history. I said pertaining to reparations, according to William A. Darity. Um, but pardon me, y'all. My mind get to percolate right now. It's percolating. Time for the percolate. All right. Meaning it's metabolize, it's processing, metabolize. When your body metabolizes, it's processing, metabolize. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what? Maryland Governor Wes Moore's decision in 2025 to veto a bill that would have created a reparations commission offered a modern echo of Booker T. Washington's famous Atlanta Compromise of 1895. I know you're listening. Let me stop. All right. So, though separated by more than a century, remember, we know the chasm in time period. We know the contrast. We know that though separated by more than a century, both decisions represent a strategic compromise made by Black leaders navigating predominantly white political environments. Each action provoked debate within the Black community over the pace and form of progress. Pardon me. Each action provoked debate within the Black community over the pace and form of progress, raising enduring questions, about the best path toward racial justice, racial inequality. Black. I said black. 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 Booker T. Washington's Atlanta Compromise speech delivered in 1895 advocated for a philosophy of advocating. Slow down. Booker T's Washington's Atlanta Booker T's Washington Atlanta Compromise speech delivered in 1895 advocated for a philosophy of accommodation in the post-Reconstruction South. Rather than push for immediate civil rights or political equality, Washington urged African Americans to focus on vocational education and economic self-reliance, urging that success in these areas would eventually lead to greater economic, to social equality. And there's still many what's that brother's name? He rules the what's that? Means rule meaning he regrets the going against not Booker T and somebody else. I forgot. It was I don't recall his name. Pardon me, but he was a Sambo Coon. You're both. I'm gonna slap you with both. Goddamn it! Slap. Goddamn it! You both of them. Goddamn it! Slap you with Sambo Coon. Goddamn it! But we'll make it a portmanteau word. We'll make it a, we take the beginning of one word and the ending of, well, really, I'm just connecting two singular words and combining them. It's conjointed together. God damn it! But yeah, man. But basically, that brother's vision, Booker T, was he was very perceptive. He had a very futuristic perception of self-reliance and not necessarily being dependent upon the political system. Yeah. Pardon me. God damn, I get the boy. Let me slow my. I be on my tangent, boy. I feel like okay. So let me see. Yeah. Okay, I read that. So Booker T. Washington's Atlanta Compromise speech delivered in 1895. Yeah, I already read it. Yeah, I read it. His proposal was seen as a pragmatic adaptation to the harsh realities of the Jim Crow South, where direct challenges to white supremacy often provoke violent. That's true. Often provoke violent backlash. Um. Okay, so Washington stands. Washington stands support. Hold on, slow down. Slow down. Washington stands won support from many white leaders and philanthropists, but it also sparked fierce criticism from black intellectuals like W. Du Bois. What's that? They leave out. It's another. It's I don't like the fact. Yeah, he's the most. He probably made me the most prominent. But it's another person that was adjacent to this dude. I need to get that book. I got it somewhere around here. But yeah, he was another person. He was adamant about tearing his brother down. Keep it short and sweet and simple. Let me see. Booker T, man. What he say? What he say? Learned about George Washington. What he say? That was a bar. Double entendre metaphor. But learned about the George Washingtons. Didn't learn about the Booker T's. I'm man, I'm gonna get it. There's a bar about rapper. Washington. Not this Washington, huh? Not the black Washington. Mm-hmm. Yes, Sirski. Yeah, man. That cereal fire, I ain't gonna lie. It tastes different. Let me see. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we know about that. Boom. Yep. We know W.D. Bois, who saw the compromise as capitulation and betrayal of the struggle for civil rights, for full civil rights. Governor Westmore's veto Governor Westmore's veto of the reparation bill similarly was rooted in political calculation. Listen, they're saying that his veto is rooted in political calculation. The machinations is very interesting. Mm-hmm. Rooted in political calculation. I mean, like, damn, the machinations is interesting. Or should I say historical? Fast forward now. You know? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, so Governor Westmore's veto of the reparations bill similarly was rooted in political calculation. Though Moore, a black man, listen, though Moore, a black man, moderate, and Rhodes scholar, Rhodes, like 73rd and Rhodes in Chicago. Shout out to Monty. Um, not a road like a ROA, Rhodes, RH, or RH. So Rhodes scholar with a history on Wall Street. Listen now, we have to really decompose. I'm saying you get to pulling back these layers. And Damo, we got to raise up. Oh, okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Because he supposed to be, he's black, a moderate. He's a Rhodes scholar, history on Wall Street. Acknowledged the importance of addressing racial inequalities. He argued that there have been enough studies done to explore reparations, and the time to act is now. But action without a coherent, community-informed plan risks superficiality, inefficacy, pardon me, or even harm. Hmm. 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 Supporters of the bill saw it as a vital step toward truth telling and economic justice for descendants of slavery and systemic racism in Maryland, Baltimore, Blackies. Critics of Moore's veto, much like Du Bois in Washington's time, viewed his decision as a disappointing a viewed his decision as a disappointing deferral of long overdue justice. Period. They argued that the governor, as a symbol of black political ascendance, had a unique responsibility to champion reparations, right? Regardless of political risk. Hmm. I don't know, nigga. They say, nigga, you gotta keep that black shit in the back of your pocket, nigga. You can't be like, matter of fact, that's another video I need to put out. You can't be like Grace Means, who's Asian and who through the medium of the Asian in particular, the Asian and Pacific Islander hate crime bill, COVID-19. Through that medium, she was able to get a sub concessions solely and strictly and only for the Asians, and she was very vocal about being stomped down, uh, 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 incumbent for the Asians. I said incumbent, like it's incumbent upon her. It's her duty. Ooh, ooh. I love how you flipped the incumbent because it means that's a political term too. But you flipped it, and and you showed how we have an incumbent. Like it's incumbent upon me to keep my word. You know. Mm. So basically, yeah. Just suppose Grace Mean Gracemeng. She's a Democrat she's a Democrat representative out of New York. Yeah. And yeah. She got that bag for her community. So, and it just blows my mind, you know? Right. Every time with somebody black, we got to do all this. What the fuck? We got to start tapping our feet, man. Mm-mm-mm. I was got caught up in that. I wanted to get soggy. Supporters of the bill saw it as a vital step toward truth-telling and economic justice for descendants of slavery and systemic racism. And, okay, I already read that. So let me see. Let me see. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It's a disappointing deferral of long overdue justice. Okay, so his critics, his contemporaries, and we're going to get to that. We ain't at that point yet because I remember I highlighted a particular king. So this is gonna let you know that I'm keen. I might not remember I don't remember the whole goddamn article, but I can articulate enough, to communicate the criticism within that article that emanates from people that look like him within that article, and highlight the juxtaposition of the past and the present within that article. Go ahead and kill this off. Go ahead and kill this off. So boom, yeah, boom. Boom. They argue that the governor, as a symbol of black, pardon me, they argued that the governor, as a symbol, I love war. I like when you just, certain argue, critics, black, biggity, blackity, black, you the first black, biggity, bliggity, black, what you doing? I mean, I'm just saying, y'all saying he black. He put on for black folks. He doing black shit. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. But that don't matter though, right? That don't matter. Kamala blackity black, first blackity black, biggity black smack. Don't tell me how somebody's black and they blackity black. I don't want to hear how black a person is if somehow I can't preface what they're gonna do for black folks. If you telling me if you initiating their blackness and their first black, what they doing black folks? They're so black. Still, I won't hear nothing else. If you don't get it, that's too damn bad. I don't know. I think all lives matter on this. I'm tired of that shit. Matter of fact, the next debate, I be seeing these dudes' pages. They want to try to parallel or use our Black American freedom fighters and say, look, Malcolm, Palestine. Malcolm was here right here. Fast forward today with the current turmoils we're dealing with, and we're still. He's on recording talking about how second-class citizenship is literally no different than being in slavery, according to his definition. So it's like I'm just trying to understand. Like if he was if fast forward, if Ali was here now they would be, not saying they would not be on those trying to build with other black people. Not saying that. Don't think I'm going. I'm talking about all this spreading out and helping other groups. You feel me? These people people who not I'm saying, they come over here and they shit on us. The hell? That's unequivocal. That might have to be a debate. In hindsight, will leaders of the past, in hindsight, leaders of the past, I gotta get. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm pardon me. Y'all know me. I'm particular. And I don't want to be forceful. But yeah, in hindsight, will leaders. I'm gonna get it though. But basically, referencing if if our past leaders were currently alive and here with us today, what would be their current sentiment pertaining to even Fred Hampton? For real. Speaking of that, I didn't, man. Yeah, I was supposed to go to the West Side, man. I'm on the West Side, but I wasn't really on the West Side like that, bro. Fred Hampton on the West Side. Mm-hmm. But nah, that boy Cyril gave me some new life. Get my ass up. Put that motherfucker in the sink. Go ahead. Go get your ass up. Get your ass up. Go ahead and put it on in the sink. Put some water on that joint. Incapacitation. That's deep. Yo, my bad. Yo, I'm sitting here thinking like, yeah. So it's unequivocal they would be critical of Obama and his thought processes. I mean, everything, like the whole, like just this whole rhetoric, all that. It's problematic. It's not conducive to the black family core at all. And I don't know where you think you're gonna, you losing brownie points already with us, buddy. You lost brownie points with us already, buddy. Excuse me. Oh, trauma. Put black folks in a perpetual state of trauma. Consistency is key. And that watermelon video, that joint got more than I don't even be worried. I don't be worried about. I don't get too caught up in the viewership, because at the end of the day, I know I'm somebody going. I know I'm. I just more so caught up into getting the information out. My subscribers and went up this month. All that. That's that consistency. That's that output. No, you're right. That's that input. Yeah, what you input. Shit is gonna dictate your output. That black on black violence, Dr. Amos Wilson, that juxtaposition was a that watermelon power. Phrase. Get them wrong. Detox that sauna. What's next on the chopping block? I didn't even finish the article. Talking about what's next on the chopping block. Yeah, so they urge that the governor, as a symbol of black political ascendance, had a unique reparations. Yeah, they argued that the governor, as a symbol of black political ascendance, had a unique responsibility to champion reparations, regardless of. You already read that. Okay, I already read that one. So, what unites both Washington's compromise and Moore's veto is the strategic tension between symbolic gestures and material progress, between idealism and pragmatism. Washington sought to avoid confrontation and appeal to white power brokers to secure economic uplift. Moore sought to preserve political capital and maintain broad legislative momentum. Moore sought to preserve political capital and maintain broad legislative momentum. That sounds like some social climber behavior. And look, real quick, we're gonna come back to that real quick. Define social climber. Person who was eager to gain a higher social status. You describe someone as a social climber when they try to get accepted into a higher social class by becoming friendly with people who belong to that class. So, and really a deeper on a political level. Politically, is social climber policy refers to behavior of individuals who try to advance their social standing, often within political circles, by associating with or irrigating themselves to those perceived as more powerful or influential, sometimes at the expense of others, by distorting their own background or values. These individuals may use flattery, manipulation, or even sabotage to climb Obama. This is what the fuck. Pardon me. This is what the hell Obama is. Exactly what the hell. That's what I mean by social climber. Obama. Now y'all gonna get it fair here on out. This is what Obama is. He's a social climber. Okay. He's all about advancing self. All about smitten black folks. Smite is the word smite. Don't smite me. What's that? Demeaning black people. You feel me? Pookie Ray Ray. He really reinvented. He didn't coin it or nothing, but he was on some Pookie. My cousin told Pookie, right? He got that song, that term going through the arc, back into where mainstream Pookie Ray Ray, everybody's using it to where they ascribe it to black men that are particularly in the hood, really. Like, and that's just weird as fuck to me. Like, but Pookie Ray Ray. That's just crazy though. Yeah, that's just weird, man. I had to get away from that shit. Pookie Ray Ray. No, nigga, that shit's weak. Like YNs. That shit's garbage. YG, young guys, right? But so yeah, this is what the Obama is. The hell? The individual may use flattery, manipulation, or even sabotage to climb a social ladder, often with the goal of gaining access to resources. Listen, often with the goal of, and what has he done? He's almost worth $500 million. They work, you know what I'm saying? Often with the goal of gaining access. So that's what I'm saying. Unless I'm retarded, stupid, dumb, and an idiot, you feel me? And I just don't know how to read, and I just don't know how to construe or interpret things. I'm dumb for trying to say Obama is not this. Then I guess I'm just dumb, stupid, retarded, dumb. Then, and you need to go look in the mirror if that's the case. This is exactly what Obama. He's a flatterer. He's a manipulator, and he definitely sabotaged. his base. I don't give a damn about white people. They go to man Obama. We are Obama's base. I don't hear that shit. The hell, care about black people. The hell, because Obama wouldn't win without the black vote. Period. I'll give the hell because every white person wasn't going to go vote for Obama. So clearly he needed us. Clearly, Mr. I don't do the black vote. But everybody do make all these goddamn songs and they do all this goddamn hoopla. They create all these goddamn simulations. Hey, want you back that? Want you back that thing up? All that. Come on, man, cut the crap. They don't do all that. That marketing and jingles and I'm loving it. Come on, man. Like the hell. That's psychology. All that is real. That's a real science to that, man. Let me stop. That's what Obama is. He's a social climber. The hell. So now y'all know why I always call Obama a social climber. The hell. This is the most interesting part. These individuals may use flattery, manipulation, or even sabotage to climb the social ladder, often with the goal of gaining access to resources, opportunities, and prestige. And that's exactly what the hell he's gaining access to. All these movie deals and checks being cut to get to speak. What's that? Speaking engagement. Man, cut the malarkey. The hell? Niggas think they doctors around this joint all of a sudden. Make diagnosis around this joint, huh? I am the future. Come on now, man. But yeah, I seen a quick little gaze in the chat. See somebody making a diagnosis / they're making diagnosis like they're a prognosticator. They can predict, like they're making false prognostications, false diagnosis. Hell, if you don't know me or my backstory, you don't have no idea who I am. You don't know me from one iota of me. Swear you know me. Yeah, so this is exactly, that's like I said, that's exactly what he's done though. Obama done all this, man, manipulative, all that, man. In essence, social climate politics is a negative form of social climbing, characterized by manipulative, self-serving behavior aimed at achieving social advancement at the expense of others through inauthentic means. And I'm authentic. My audience like the way that I can, they like authenticity. Feel me? They like the what's that strong, dominant personality. They like that. Well, you like this. Yeah, so inauthentic. So this is interesting though. So now the social climber Bible. This is got this from one of I just term a while ago. I'm using it ever since. Goddamn social climber. All right, let me see. Hold on. Okay. So Washington sought to avoid confrontation and appeal to white power brokers to secure economic upliftment. More sought to preserve political capital and maintain broad legislative momentum. Both decisions can be interpreted as efforts to navigate hostile or resistant political terrains while avoiding moves that could stall broader progress. In both cases, however, this approach came at the cost of alienating parts of the Black community who view these decisions as moral failures to confront systematic justice head on. Yet, while Washington operated in a time of almost total dis, dis in pardon me. Yet, while Washington operated in a time of almost total disenfranchisement for Black Americans, more functions within a democratic system that alleges to be more progressive and inclusive, raising the stakes and expectations for a leader like him. You see that? You see? So there's a level of responsibility and accountability, being that you're at this higher level of political ascendance. I love that term. I like how they said that, political ascendance. Political ascendance, i.e., what's more, there's a higher level of incumbency. Is that a word? Incumbency. Incumbency meaning it's incumbent upon you to act in the best interest of your base. I wonder. I'm gonna go there, but I know white folks in Maryland too. But I wonder. I wonder the reason why you got voted in office. But we ain't gonna go there. Let me see. Okay. But niggas think you ain't supposed to vote. Niggas think when you vote, you get nothing. You just don't supposed to get nothing. You're supposed to vote. You get it's a transactional exchange of air, of nothingness. Nigga, just vote and shut up. Just vote and be quiet, nigga. Like Roly Poly said, nigga, just shut up and vote, nigga. Be quiet, nigga, and vote. Shut up and vote. Stop asking questions. Don't vote, nigga. Just vote. All right, let me see. Okay, so the veto for many stings more deeply, precisely because Moore, unlike Washington, holds real executive power in a state where Black political mobilization has shown tangible results. That's the end. So the veto for many stings more deeply, precisely because Moore, unlike Washington, holds real executive power. See, you see how Moore holds real executive power in a state where Black political mobilization has shown tangible results. You see that? So is that indirectly implying that Black people may play a direct role as to why these Black politicians have ascended to the level that they are at politically? Riddle me that. Come on now. It says that the Black political mobilization has shown tangible results. Real. Touch. Feel. Big man. Don't take the bite. What he said? He said, I'm an orca. Do you know what you're fishing for? We don't take the bite. He said, we don't take the bite. What he say? I'm gonna break the ship or something. That man's down his feet, man. What he say? Come on, man. He said, dance with the devil if you fuck with the God, son. Call it what you want, man. That's more. That would just mean, come on, man. What? What he say? He said, dance with the devil if you mess with the God, son. Oh, he said he didn't say mess with the God. He said, a couple niggas said I'm wrong, but they ain't really prepared for the I'm on. That was a bar. Styles P. Oh man, he said a couple niggas said I'm. He said a few niggas said I'm nice. A couple niggas said I'm wrong. I said I like that. A few is more than a couple. That's what you gotta think. You gotta break down the words and but I'm slow enough. Let's stop that. Stop that. You gotta catch up. you must have. I view things differently too though. My psychological interpretation, it just diametrically opposed. It just goes against the norm, bro. Like my viewpoint of things. But yeah, he said a few niggas said I'm wrong. A couple said no. He said a few niggas said I'm nice. A couple said I'm wrong. They ain't really prepared for the shit I'm on. I'm trying to get the bag like scammer. He said, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. That's worth the mama. I don't know about East Coast rapper. They resonate with me way more than any other region. Like, you feel me? Like, I got some South. I mess with the South. You know, I mess with this. I got some South artists who I mess with, of course. But as far as like, trying to see, do I got anybody from down South album who I bought in my Apple? Nope. Do I? I can look. I'm trying to see. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. I don't have no Ti albums. I don't have. Do I got a Boosie song? No, I don't have no Boosie song. No, I don't. But basically, yeah, East Coast rappers, they bars just resonate with me more. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know why that is just resonate with me more. Yeah. And then the album, y'all ain't check out that album by Davies and the album called The Final Call. Yep, it's fire on me. That album slap. That album is actually a real good album. The Clips album is cool. It's not all that. I got like one or two songs on there, but that's just not. It's not messing with 38 Special, Benny the Butch, none of that. That's just trash. I ain't gonna say trash, but it's not. It's not. I don't understand all the hoopla behind it. Excuse me. I don't understand all the hoopla behind it. I don't. They ain't really prepared for the I got another phone call with this lawyer tomorrow. It's another lawyer for another case. They say I'm crazy though. I'm never crazy. I know when I say something, that's what it is. What did it say? What did it say? What did it say right here? What did it say? I don't talk too all of my business, but yeah, you see, consultation tomorrow though. Y'all see that? Consult 721. No, I'm tripping. That's that was an accident. That was I'm tripping. That's the day of the accident. That's 7/21/23. Clearly, yeah, clearly that says date of accident. Yeah, I'm tweaking. I was showing y'all date of accident, but yeah, that's pertaining to this situation. But yeah, right here though. Yeah, get it. You know. You think I'm Mr. Wordy now, huh? How I be pontificating and elaborating on watch me work. But ball back up there. I'm about to roll some of this cushy kush. Yeah, so honestly, matter of fact, I know I'm gonna get to the point where I said because I ain't lying. Where's that at? Where's that at? Hold on. Where's that at? I want to find that. I was reading a article about Yeah, see right here, boom. Right, I know I ain't lying. This is from them right here. Politico. I be reading so much. I be taking in so much information. And like, damn, I thought I was in this article we was just reading now, but it's right here though. The veto has prompted the veto has prompted one South Carolina Democrat Rep. John King to lobby state party officials to disinvite more from the Blue Palmetto dinner, nigga, the luncheon. Like I said, nigga, your ass is disinvited from the luncheon, nigga. No, nigga, you ain't coming to the cookout, nigga. Y'all see that? I'm gonna put it in the chat for y'all so y'all can have it in. Y'all can store it away. But wait though, wait, look. But look, writing in an open letter on Facebook. So I'm saying how like these politicians going to Facebook. King characterized Moore's veto this way. It was a rejection of the very acknowledgement that the wounds of slavery still bleed into the lives of our people today. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, man. His decision to veto a bill that simply studies reparation gives political cover. In my opinion, his decision to veto a bill simply his decision to, like I said, this is social climbing antics, social climbing behavior. Ain't no other way to classify this behavior as. His decision to veto a bill that simply studies reparations gives political cover, in my opinion, to the opponents of racial justice. To the opponents of racial justice, not just in Maryland, but across the country. He said it sends a message that even black leadership at the highest levels sees reparations as politically untenable, and that makes it even harder for us as black legislators to introduce man, I'm done. These niggas said they went to college for this shit. I'm done with these niggas, man. I'm done with this shit. This nigga said I was being disingenuous, nigga. You owe me an apology, nigga. Yeah, you owe me an apology, nigga, for saying I was. Remember, he said a little bit. He didn't say unequivocally, indefinitely. He is being disingenuous, or he is lying. He said he's being a little bit disingenuous, which means he was coming on there to be confrontational, coming on there to be contrary, coming on there to be a true Democrat. Exposed. Come on now, man. What this say? It's a message that even black leadership at the highest level sees reparations as politically untenable. And that makes it even harder for us as black legislators to introduce or defend. And in many cases, advance meaningful legislation on reparational justice. Come on, man. I'm done, bro. I don't like that. What Malcolm say when they asked Malcolm, what college did you go to? And I have respect for. I have respect. I do. But when you weaponize it in the chat, no, Damo, like you wield and niggas don't study, niggas don't read, niggas don't go to school for this shit, niggas don't got a degree, bro, bro. Man, like, man, come on, man. Yeah, trade, lawyership, all that. Yeah, you clearly gotta get, you gotta go to school for that. You feel me? Depending on how you use it though, too. At the same time, I mean, depending on, there's people I know people that's handyman. They ain't certified in nothing, but they make money on. That's all. They don't work for nobody, but they're handyman. They know how to fix shit. They know how to plaster, or they know how to do all that. They don't work for nobody though. They're very handy though. Some old school black men work type. Work with your hands type. But yeah, so at the end of the day, like I said though, um, yeah, my premise is that his vetoing of the reparations commission, let alone study, is disrespectful, and he dropped the ball. And I don't give a fuck about, you can't find nothing to say he's getting reparations. I don't have to find his actions is his political action and inaction is indicative of treason. To where I need to find the article I was just reading. I was just another article just to talk about how they're gonna override him, and I smiled when I seen that. I seen that, and yeah. So I had to, just flush out my point. You know, look at this guy. Where you from? I have to do a video. I'm gonna have to do a video on this stuff. I'm gonna have to do a video. Yeah, man, consistency is key, my young lad. My young lad, man. Bumba clad man. Yeah. We ain't gonna read. Matter of fact, we done with this because I'm done looking at this coon. Let me see. What we gonna get to something positive now. I want to, no, I'm typing. Look, I got this dude in my mind, so I'm literally typing. I'm about to type his name back in the goddamn engine. Yeah, just do out my mind. William A. Darity, man. William A. Darity. That's my guy. Matter of fact, this goofy right here. I don't want this goofy up out of here. See, although I thought that was gonna be the other one. Sometimes it's that little who's that dude? What's his name? This dude pop up from Chicago. Artist pops up. Every time I click on the little shortcut, it Rico Reckless. Yeah, it pops up. But pardon me, though. I'm gonna go to this. Let me see. Just to show y'all what I mean. Let me see. Let me see though. Talking about you let his kids smoke weed. So goofy ass about it. That's why I said that. Every time I come up, Rico Reckless talks about how he let his kids smoke weed. Man, get your goofy, man. I was trying to pull him up on a Dr. Phil show, but man, it yeah, Dr. Phil's a goofy. A black lady put you on. Disrespect. Oh, put your ass on and you dropped the ball. I love his wife. His wife is beautiful. That's his wife right there. We could watch the history and case for black reparations, man. Like this brother is. I'm not even gonna say. I got some things in the works, man. This brother's a gem, though, man. What he say? He said, "Come on now, if this movie for you."
Aaliyah, love your hair.
I mean, it's easy to spot me on the court, I bet.
But you've always been like that. See me?
Yeah.
Before you hear me. All done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Not so fast. I love you.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously.
Shut up.
Why are you not investing into one of the most
fair use, educational purposes, fair use, teaching moment at fair use.
So the three pillars of reparations that are relevant to Black American descendants of persons who were enslaved in the United States are the following. The first pillar is the horrors of slavery in and of itself. The second pillar is nearly a century of legal segregation in the United States, what we refer to as the Jim Crow period, which had an associated wave of white terror campaigns that took place during that phase in time.
You know, it's weird. Every time I try to show this on a platform, it never shows it. Like I can see it,
and then
see it, no problem. But when I try to share it and have you guys see his words moving, it's like y'all can't see. I don't know. Maybe I'm conspiracy theories. I don't know if it's some type of. I don't know. I don't know if they messing with the conduit. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me see.
The third pillar is associated with the period in the nation's history after the passage of the Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s, and a sustained period of atrocities that continue to the present moment, which include mass incarceration in the United States, incarceration of such a magnitude that if we look at Black males separately, Black males have a higher incarceration rate and a higher total number of incarcerees than all of the women who are incarcerated across the entire planet. In addition, we have a recent wave of police killings of unarmed Blacks, and we also have a sustained pattern of credit and employment discrimination. And then from my perspective as an economist, perhaps the most significant indicator of the inequality that besets American society between Blacks and whites, the enormous racial wealth gap. And I'd like to emphasize that if we were to look at the numbers, the share of wealth that is held by Black Americans in the United States is approximately 2.6% of the nation's total wealth. The nation's total wealth runs in the vicinity of $100 to $110 billion. So Blacks have less than 3% of that. On the other hand, we are 13% of the nation's population. And so if Blacks were to have a share in the nation's wealth that was consistent or comparable with Blacks' share in the nation's population, then we would have 13% of the nation's wealth. And for that to occur, it would require the acquisition on the part of Black folks in the United States of an additional $10 to $12 trillion in wealth. I want to emphasize that wealth is distinct from income. I think people frequently confuse the two. When we're talking about wealth, we're talking about the difference between the value of what you own and the value of what you owe, or the difference between your assets and your liabilities. Or another way to think about it is wealth is the net value of your property. And this is distinct from income because income is a flow of resources that you get. Usually we think about it in terms of a year. That's primarily associated with your earnings, whereas wealth is associated with what you own, deducting the expenses that you have associated with your debts. We also call wealth net worth. And this is what we have so much less of as a community in comparison with whites, much less of in a relative sense than the differential in income between Blacks and whites. And wealth is particularly potent and significant or important because it actually provides you with protection from losses in income. So, for example, if a family member who's the primary breadwinner loses their job, or if there's a medical emergency that confronts a family, their capacity to maintain a comfortable or decent standard of living is entirely contingent upon their wealth position. And so the less wealth you have, the less economic security you have, the less opportunity to participate in this society, because this is a country where the political process is driven by how much money you have. And your capacity to fully participate in the electoral process, to influence electoral outcomes, is heavily dependent on whether or not you have resources to do that. And so, if we think about
we have to pay to play, right?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
You have to pay to play in some way.
Fair use. Teaching purposes. Teach. Educational purposes. Fair use.
And so, if we think about the capacity to be a fully engaged individual in American society, to take full advantage of all the opportunities that the society is supposed to provide us with, then we really have to have a situation in which there is equality in wealth across racial lines.
So doing your work, Dr. Doherty, you've ascertained that the way to solve this issue that we have with black folks having so much less than the average white family is to provide a reparations. What does that reparations look like according to your studies? What would actually bring us up? Is it just money, or is it assets? Is it those stocks and bonds, or is it land? I've heard different scenarios, different suggestions people have made for what would work.
So in premise, if you had additional resources that were monetary, you could purchase land or you could purchase financial assets. We would have to structure the way in which we distribute the reparations fund so that people actually would have an opportunity to do those sorts of things if that's their desire. I mean, I've always thought that there's a tremendous amount of passion for self-employment and entrepreneurship in the Black community, but we've never had the wealth foundation to support doing that on an extensive basis. And in communities where Blacks had engaged in a successful degree of entrepreneurship, what frequently happened between the end of the Civil War and into the 1940s and 1950s were white massacres that not only destroyed segments of Black business communities, but also resulted in whites appropriating much of that property for themselves. And there's a host of examples of this, but maybe the most dramatic might be Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, where the Tulsa Black community had a business district that was referred to as a Black Wall Street. And this business district and the entire Black Tulsa community in the Greenwood area was essentially leveled to the ground as a consequence of white violence.
Right. So Dr. Doherty is explaining the situation that we find ourselves in, and he's saying that reparations is a remedy, can be a remedy, and money. Because I hear people talk about, hey, what if we just give them college? I know Doctor, there's a prominent hip hop producer who has a big website called DJ Vlad. And recently there's been a conversation about, Black, since the reparations argument doesn't seem to be going over too well with white folks, that they could somehow placate Black folks by giving them free college tuition.
Teach them.
What would your response be to that suggestion?
Well, I'm in favor of free college tuition. I'm in favor of free college tuition for everybody, particularly from public universities. I don't know about private universities, but public universities definitely. And I would try to make some sort of accommodation for historically Black colleges and universities, regardless of whether they were public or private, in terms of the tuition reduction. So I think that's a great idea. I don't think that will eliminate the racial wealth gap.
It's not.
And that's my concern. So I don't view reparations as an alternative or a substitute for other types of universal policies that would benefit all Americans. I view reparations as a complement to those programs, a complement that would be specifically designed to address the racial wealth gap, which I think these other kinds of policies really cannot do successfully. So and eliminate the racial wealth gap. And that's for everybody, particularly from public universities. I don't know about private universities, but public universities definitely. And I would try to make some sort of accommodation for historically Black colleges and universities, regardless of whether they were public or private, in terms of the tuition reduction. So I think that's a great idea. I don't think that will eliminate the racial wealth gap. And that's my concern. So I don't view reparations as an alternative or a substitute for other types of universal policies that would benefit all Americans. I view reparations as a complement to those programs, a complement that would be specifically designed to address the racial wealth gap, which I think these other kinds of policies really cannot do successfully. So, if you think about it, additional education in and of itself will not eliminate the racial wealth gap. One of the most disturbing statistics that's emerged from the research that we've been doing is the finding that Blacks who have a college degree have 2/3 of the net worth of whites who never finished high school. And so the depth and severity of the racial wealth gap is so.
Y'all hear that? I'm gonna rewind it. It makes you think about just how to play. Like, this system is rigged against us, bro. Rewind that back, y'all.
Eliminate the racial wealth gap. One of the most disturbing statistics that's emerged from the research that we've been doing is the finding that blacks who have a college degree have 2/3 of the net worth of whites who never finished high school. And so the depth and severity of the racial wealth gap is so deep that we don't have a situation in which the standard ways in which people think blacks should improve their behavior will do much to close the racial wealth gap. Because when black folks do the right thing, the racial wealth gap persists.
One of the things I've come to discover, Doctor, can I call you Sandy?
Yeah, sure. That would be fine.
Thank you, Sandy.
Okay.
One of the things I've discovered is most people don't understand the gravity of how bad off black people are in general. Yeah. They see LeBron James, they see, I don't know, any other, one of the rappers, they see Oprah, they see Tyler Perry, they see, oh, Tyler Perry just opened up his own studio. He's got his own island in Atlanta. And black people seem to be doing just fine. And even black people don't understand the gravity to which we are behind. And I myself, Sandy, I don't think I would have started a business had I known how underfunded I was and how unreasonable unreasonable I was being.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do,
who will you choose?
You have the entrepreneurial passion, but like so many people in our community, we don't have the same types of resources to start and to sustain our enterprises. And one of the things that's really critical is, white folks disproportionately can let their new business enterprises fail without it penalizing their lives in the same way in which the average black person would have their life hindered, hampered, or undermined. So it's a riskier proposition for us. And you would have to argue that in some sense, black entrepreneurs are more inclined to take risks than white entrepreneurs, because the adverse consequences of not being successful are much more severe. I would also add, I'm not sure why people look at examples of black celebrities as an indicator of the well-being of the whole.
It's much more severe if you don't act. If you don't act on that opportunity, like for real, we're more inclined to take risks. Because like he said, we're more inclined to take risks because the act of inaction, the act of inaction, shit, could be more detrimental.
Whole black community. I mean, I don't think people look at white celebrities as an indicator of the condition or well-being of all whites in America. They don't look at prominent Asians as an indicator of the status or condition of all Asians. So I don't know why people tend to do that.
True.
But I want to emphasize that the richest or most successful black folks economically still are far, far behind the richest and most successful white folks economically. So if we were to look at the distribution of wealth in the United States overall, whites own about 90% of the nation's wealth, but constitute about 75% of the nation's population. And that's the reverse of the pattern that we've already described with respect to Black Americans. And if you look at the 400 richest people in the United States in terms of wealth, who actually have an extraordinary share of the nation's wealth, I think they have about 20% of the nation's wealth. I may be a little bit wrong on that, but I think that's correct. I don't think any of those 400 people are black.
Byron Allen, huh?
Yeah, I don't even no. Byron Allen's not in that category either. Yeah.
cooking shit though. Bro be cooking shit, man. Let's see. This cool ass nigga.
If you do not get reparations soon, black folks, as I told you, are through.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use.
Is not a nicety, it's a necessity. What are the conditions? What are the conditions that precipitated black folk getting into this dilemma? And what black labor, white wealth did, it tracked 800 years of history in very systematic terms to show you every strategy, every technique, every law, every public custom, and every public policy that was used to enslave black folk around the world and to maldistribute almost 100%.
I don't want to see this coon. I don't want to see no coons talk about against reparations. I don't want to hear nobody speaking against this shit. I don't want to hear that. I'm allergic to that. I can't spaz out on your ass. I can't hear it. Let me see. Intellectual spaz on you, boy. I'm trying to see that. We got so many different cooking. Let me see. Cooking these motherfuckers. Let me see. Reparation. Can you spell that right? Is this it? I don't want to hear. I just want to get straight to the video, man. I don't want this other shit. Man. So he been interviewed by everybody. Y'all just this is an old video by him. His brother been talking, been stomping down for years about how.
Dr. Dirty, you were one of the various people who talked about reparations. I've quoted you quite a bit in my work. When you think about ways to address the racial wealth gap and through the lens of reparations.
Fair use.
Like, what's one of the most effective steps you think can be taken immediately?
Well, I want to thank Ryan for introducing reparations into the conversation. So I've done a substantial amount of work on this topic, particularly in conjunction with my partner, Kirsten Mullen, and we have a new book on reparations that will be available in April called From Here to Equality. In the final chapter, we try to sketch how you might actually execute a reparations program. I think one of the critical things that we have to recognize is the magnitude of the racial wealth gap. And I think we've talked about the racial wealth gap here, but I don't think we've offered any numbers to give people a sense of the scale of that disparity. So if you were to examine the American population as a whole, Black Americans are about 13% of the nation's population, but Black Americans possess less than 3% of the nation's wealth. What that translates into at the average is an $800,000 differential per Black and white household. That is to say, the average Black household has $800,000 less in net worth than the average white household. And I'm talking about looking at the average or the mean instead of the median, which Ryan referred to, because 94% of the wealth that is held by white households is held by white households who have a net worth above the white median. And so if we're thinking about closing the racial wealth gap, we have to think about closing it at the mean rather than at the median to absorb the full differential in the proportion of wealth that's held by the two communities. So if you were to bring the Black share of wealth at least to the Black share of
the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion. And so the other kinds of programs or initiatives that we're talking about are not going to come anywhere close to trying to eliminate or eradicate a gap at that magnitude. And so that's why we need to turn to something like a reparations program, which is specifically aimed at building Black assets to a level that would be comparable to the level of assets that are held by white Americans on average.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
Yeah, I knew this would happen.
Fair use, educational purposes, reparations.
Eventually. Dr. Field says it would be an absolute disaster if you gave Black people money for reparations. Here it is.
The first condition is that reparations should be paid to Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States. And this would require an expenditure of $14 trillion, which would be distributed evenly across the 40 million Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. That would be approximately $350,000 per person.
If you take $350,000 or $840,000 and you write a check to any group of people, Black, white, poor, homeless, whatever, you give any group of people that much money and say, there you go, best of luck, and you come back in 6 months, they're going to be broke. So whatever reparations are done, that would be an absolute disaster as opposed to guidance and help in creating generational wealth as opposed to income. That would be an absolute disaster.
Don't you dare allow this con artist to persuade you away from the real conversation. He is a con artist, in my humble opinion. Let me tell you why I think Phil cons people.
Yeah, I want to say yeah. He's talking about yeah. He talking about he ain't even a practicing doctor. I want to say he don't. Yeah, but let me go ahead.
Raids as if he is some kind of redeemer by exploiting the problems of everyday human beings and typically not providing the holistic support required to create a generational remedy for the dysfunction. Now, Dr. Field decided to opine on reparations. He's factually incorrect on a few things. Number one, Doc, you owe your entire damn career to a Black woman named Oprah. You need to be careful here. Facilitating the conversation is one thing. Trying to take it over is something else. Professor Doherty had some good points, and he was making a calculation based on the question given directly to him. Not the only way, possibly, to do reparations, but I'm going to break down how actually America is for reparations. Dr. Field likely is for those reparations as well. Here it is. So Dr. Field had some folks on social media dragging him to hell after he said providing cash reparations for slavery will be an absolute disaster. During an episode of his talk show on April 18th, the talk show host made the statement after the economist from Duke University, Professor William A. Doherty Jr., who said 14 trillion should be distributed evenly to the 40 million Black descendants of slavery in America. That comes out to $350,000 per person, holistically inadequate. The payments would be an attempt to help eliminate the wealth disparity between Black and white Americans, which he said is about 840,000. The professor co-authored the book From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. Let me say this about the concept of reparations, because some people get it confused with a handout. You see, reparations means repair. That's what it means. Typically in the context of governmental repair. And in order for you to get to that repair, you must acknowledge that something has been broken. Once you acknowledge something has been broken, you then seek to find what or who broke it, because they are responsible to fix it. Well, in this case, we're talking about the United States government. The government broke it. So when there's an argument about, well, this is about white people paying for black people. Hell no. I pay taxes. That means that my tax dollars will go to the same reparations that we're trying to correct. Everybody pays taxes in America, all right, virtually. So you go to this argument of, well, they're not ready for the money. That's basically what Dr. Field is saying. Now, he tried to straighten it up afterwards by saying, oh, hey, I'm talking about any group of people. No, you weren't. That the whole damn show, sir, is about reparations to black folk, not just reparations. Reparations to black people was your show. So let's go down the list here. All right. There is a substantial history of the United States government providing financial assets to white citizens when it did not provide similar assets to black citizens, said the professor. The U.S. government gave 1.5 million white families in the United States 160-acre land grants in the Western Territories under the Homestead Act of 1860. These folks did not know how to even farm. That was a transfer that has resulted in a situation in which 45 million living white Americans are continuing to benefit from those same land patents. It takes Dr. King's speech, breaking this down, to give you a full appreciation for how it created immediate, instant generational wealth for white families only in the United States of America. And then they gave them money, training. There's more. By 1992, I want to remind you of this. By 1992, the U.S. government eventually dispersed more than 1.6 billion. That's equivalent to 3.67 billion in 2021 in reparations to 82,219 Japanese Americans who have been illegally incarcerated during that saga. Once again, wholly inappropriate as far as the number is concerned, completely undervalued here for what carnage they created. But it is a reparations package that the government passed. They did not wax poetic about, will the Japanese be able to spend this money the right way before we give it to them? No, that was not the conversation. There's more. After World War II, Congress created the Indian Claims Commission to pay compensation to any federally recognized tribe for land that had been seized.
Fair use, fair use, fair use. Educational purposes, fair use.
By the United States. Once again,
survivors of abuse connected to the Church of Latter-day Saints, listen up. In most states, you can now...
Wholly inappropriate for what they did, but still a form of reparations. Government repair through the payment of dividends or even other benefits. Not enough? Well, slave owners received reparations as well. On April 16, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved people in Washington, the end of a long struggle. But to ease the slave owners' pain, the District of Columbia Emancipation Act also paid those loyal to the Union up to $300 for every enslaved person freed. That's right, slave owners got reparations. Enslaved African Americans got nothing for their generations of stolen bodies, snatched children, and expropriated labor other than their mere release from legal bondage. There you have it. So next time Dr. Field would like to provide his conclusive way of not giving Black people what they already earned, I want you to keep something in mind, Doc. You know how many families get generational wealth transferred to them and they may not be ready for it? Will there be some level of mismanagement? Of course. Of course. But that's not the prerequisite. It is already their money. Deal with it. All right. Ravonna, thoughts here?
Yeah, I really have a hard time seeing criticisms of reparations as anything other than racism, because we already have a system in the United States where we agree that people can be made whole by financially repairing them for a harm that they've suffered.
Dr. Darity, you are one of the various people.
This dude got slaughtered. I don't even want to see this. He smiling, he cockeying with the white dude. How you? Nah, but that means you ain't, your defenses is down. Once you start smiling and Chuck E. Cheese, give it up, man. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see no coon. I get some coon ass nigga up here to talk about. I'm debating. I'm debating. I don't want to.
White people were the oppressors and black people were the victims. If you dissect it, you will find there were about 3,700 free blacks who owned 12,000 slaves, black slaves. The question is,
this nigga, nigga, you ain't giving you no airtime, nigga. I can't watch. I have a zero. Zero. Get on up out of here. Matter of fact, Psycho said he disagreed with it. Yeah. But we're gonna have to have a debate about it. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Hip hop is definitely anti-black. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what nobody say, nigga.
Before we get into this,
not all of it, of course, but
reporting like
pushed out there and
say this
propagated.
It now has been revealed that
it's.
When you think about that era, it was all positive black content, intentional positive black content, but then it just seemed like it just shifted.
Yeah, fair use.
You think that was purposely done?
Yeah, it was like a reaction to, like, we had this couple of years of, like, you know, family and positivity, and not just in black sitcoms, in sitcom period. Like, you know, it was the family values, it was positivity. Then there was The Simpsons. Then there was Roseanne. Right. So that kind of kicked off. It was almost like there was a backlash to the family values and positivity. So I 100% wholeheartedly believe it was intentional.
Because when you think about that era, it was all positive black content, intentional. When you think
Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Bro was serious though on me. Y'all seen that already. Yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all seen it already. Let me see. I'm trying to get to his
reporting live from Hyper.
Oh, he spoke on.
I've always loved how black your name is, man. And finding out that you named after Malcolm X, and you said Mumia Abu-Jamal?
Ahmad Jamal.
Ahmad Jamal. Okay, I'm not familiar with Ahmad
Jamal. He's a renowned jazz pianist.
Got you.
But he's a if you could be a
Unfortunately, the success of,
when I was young in high school,
unfortunately, the success of hip hop is predicated upon being anti-black. The messages in hip hop that get the exposure are misogyny, murder, and disrespect of fellow black people. Unfortunately,
hold on, I need to find a fool.
Unfortunately, the success of hip hop is predicated upon being anti-black.
Look at her face. Shocked.
Explain.
Look at her face. You see her face? She was shocked.
Explain. Expound.
When you listen to the hip hop that gets the exposure, right? Conscious hip hop isn't getting exposure. The messages in hip hop that get the exposure are misogyny, murder, mayhem, and disrespect of fellow black people.
right? That's not all of the hip hop that exists.
Right, but that's what mainly.
That's what gets. Yeah, like you can't.
It's like he said. Listen, he said it's not all the hip hop that exists. So he's also notating that he's aware. He's aware of the fact that that's not the total embodiment of hip hop, but the lower exposure gets elevated and pumped out.
You can't have a popular hip hop song without using the N-word.
Or calling women horrible names.
Yeah. It's like our black music has somehow become anti-black, and it's been so normalized that it gets right by us.
And it just did with me.
Yeah. Yeah, the conditioning, the programming is it's so powerful. Like in all of my poetry, I constantly talk about my love-hate relationship with hip-hop. Right, but when those of us who are hip hop purists and we talk about how the younger generation, hip hop, unfortunately
Y'all, Malcolm Jamal Warner's wife.
Nah, I ain't hear that. Just don't leave that brother alone, man. Brother, rest in peace, man. God damn. All right, let me see. I'm trying to see what do I want.
Y'all.
Let me see. I don't know what I'm trying to watch. I don't know. Let me see. I ain't going somewhere with that. I'm trying to, let me see. What cool. Let me see. Trying to see what else is on my agenda. Let me see. This auction about to start in like I'm about to see. Let me see something. Auction.com. How do I sign? I'm about to sign in this joint. Let me see. Log in, email, what is my password? I don't even remember my password. Let me see. Log out for a second. Log in. Okay, Divinity. Yeah, save it. Okay, let me see. Where's my I'm trying to find Jackson, Mississippi. That's what I've been looking at. It's crazy. I've been looking at an article came up, Mississippi. My algorithm been since I've been looking for houses, but it's Jackson's number the most dangerous cities in Jackson. Jackson is number second. Yeah, see the bid. I placed a bid on that joint. $50. That's my opening bid. $50. You bid, the proxy bid was submitted. You may place a new proxy bid higher than 50. You know, I think about starting out with I start out small, god damn it. But it's being listed for the starting bid is $1. The estimated value is 120,000. Not bad. There's gonna be some light work. It's gonna have to go into it. Not nothing crazy though. I ain't worried about all that. What's this right here? That look like a camera right there off to the side. Adam cameras, man, for real. Like it's something going on in here. It look like it's something going on. Not like it's something light, but man, listen. Renovation costs is cheap. It's cheapest. It's significantly cheaper to renovate your house in Mississippi than it is in Seattle. For materials and product, all that shit gonna cost way more up here. Ain't no question. Our place. Not bad though, really. Nothing crazy. I've seen some ones that look toe up from the flow up. You gotta go in and really, But yeah. Shopping around. Auction starts in 3 hours. So it started what? So okay, it starts soon. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, bless me. Yeah. And my little proxy bid, opening bid is $1. So a lot of these foreclosed places, it's the opening bid is not $1. Like so some of them opening bid is 25,000, 30,000. Do my due diligence. It's a buyer's premium, cash only. So still do my due diligence when it comes to the liens and all that. I've done that on this property. I looked at all the paperwork, property information report, due diligence, boom. So, but yeah, this house was built prior to. There's no lead base. This is a lead base. This is obligatory with all part. This place was built prior to the 60s. I think anything built prior to the 60s, I want to say, or 70, one of those prior to this. But anything, if your house is built in like the 60s, then it's more likely imbued with lead stuff. So yeah, this is one of my endeavors I'm embarking on. Real estate endeavor. Let me see. Where is my not listing, but where is my I'm bidding on another one too, I thought. Let me see. What? Okay, I gotta complete okay, my ID was approved, of course. I couldn't be able to place a bid if I didn't do all that. But complete your purchase profile in advance and move toward faster and closing. I'm gonna do that. That was 3 days ago. I'm gonna do that. I've already done that. I got a bid on it already. The proxy bid was submitted, so I wouldn't be able to place a bid. Let me see something. Do 51. Yeah, make my shit 51. Okay, so if it boo, earn money deposit. $51 on that. Little $51 bid on that, man. Little $51 bid. Being 52, yeah, 51 now. I'm trying to go with my other one. I had another one I was inquiring about. I'm trying to see. Where's the other ones I had? I had some other ones. Let me see. me see. Jackson. Yeah, I've been looking at Jackson. I've been finding a lot of cheap places, but am I bidding on this one right here? See y'all right here? Y'all see right here? Opening bid 25,000. Y'all see that? Opening bid 25,000 right here. This one right here. See, I ain't trying to start that high. We ain't, I'll be right back. We ain't trying to start that high. No. Fuck, I look like, yeah, to the down. Yeah, to the down. Down. I just be lying though. Yeah, boy. Yeah, to the dog. I said, yeah, to the dog. To the dog. Get her. Wash your hands, man. Got my face towel soaking in some of that bleach water. You know, gotta wash them face towels out every 3 days by hand. Keep them, rotation going. Can't be using no face towel for a month. Okay. Let me see. What else? I'm about to highlight something else. Okay, so this is the one I was showing that cost 27,000. The starting bid. See, the estimated value is 86,000. Yeah, like I said, I ain't gonna look at this because I ain't even starting. These houses that house look nice. I ain't gonna lie. I'm going in and clean what you gotta do, but I ain't worried about all that. That can get cleaned up. Go in there, man. Bleach do some wonders, boy. For real. Took the doors off that motherfucker, huh? It's cool that we get that. Ain't worried about none of that. Big old backyard. So let me see. How do I get back to where I was just at? I was just at Am I bidding on which one? I could have sworn I'm bidding on another one too. I don't know which one I'm bidding on, man. This motherfucker right here look kind of nice. I like this motherfucker. I have to pay me a little fee. I'll be able to move motherfucker too. Is it open? Yeah, let me see something. I like that brick structure. I like that structure. I ain't gonna lie. Brownstone, I like that, man. Brownstones, man, for real. I ain't care about all your appliances, all that, as long as ain't nothing blown out the motherfucker. Let me see. Fuck on. Some renovation going on. Mississippi. Okay, let me see. Why do I keep having to type again? Let me see. Is this the one I'm bidding on already? I think is this the one I'm bidding on too? No, I'm not. I guess I'm not bidding on this one. I thought I was bidding on this one. One-way street. Investigate. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm basically just y'all see your boy. You know, I'm out here. Shit. Gotta get in where I fit in. Come up with another stream of income. Okay. Let me see. Opening bid 35,000. Oh, that's too much for me. Cool. I know. Is it this one I'm bidding on? I thought it was one of these motherfuckers. I don't know. I know it was more than one, right? They trying to get these motherfuckers off. I'm gonna have to. $100, nigga. I bought motherfucker for $100, man. Yeah. Shit, put about $5 grand into, renovation and shit, appliances and shit. You don't have to for appliances. That shit ain't cheap. Appliances is not cheap. Appliances is not cheap. I wish I'm trying to see. I know I could have sworn I thought it was two of them I was bidding on for sure. I found the other one I was bidding on. Bank owned. Let me see something, man. Excuse me. Let me see something. Okay. Where's my other bids? I know I had another bid, opening bid. I know I got another bid. Let me see something. Try to find my places. I can't. Let me see. I'm gonna have to go to my email because. Okay, so 946. Let me see. What is this? place a bid on this house already too? No, I didn't. Reserve not met. Current bid is. Current bid is so. Bid increment is so reserve. So hold on. Wait. It's now bidding. Bidding ends and boom. And what's the current? Let me see. My bad, y'all. I done found another spot. No, I can't see inside this motherfucker. I ain't fucking with it. If you ain't got no pictures inside, that means something ain't right, nigga. I'm cool. I don't want it. Nope. I can't get no pictures inside, no property, no pictures, no visible pictures for the inside. Yeah, buddy, you have no deal. But let me see. So it says current bid is 10.5. Bid increment is 10,000. It says reserve wasn't met. So the reserve is the minimum price established by the seller for the auction. The winning bidder can be declared whether the reserve is met or not. I don't know, bro. I can't see the inside of the property. I still ain't doing that. I ain't placing that. I wish I would. We got 7 hours. This motherfucking. They don't end till 7 hours too. So no, it has no buyer's premium. But not be charged a buyer's premium for this property. Why not? Something's not right. That's why. Something's not right. No premium associated with this price and with this estate. So, yeah. They built 1950. Yeah, see? Yeah, 1950, old. Built before the 70s. Lead. Yeah, it's problematic. I can tell they've got two big-ass trees right in the middle of the yard. I don't like that. It's not safe to me. What if the motherfuckers fall down and fall on the property? Look, y'all got two big-ass trees. Two big-ass trees. I don't want to know. I don't. This ain't Harry Potter, nigga. Fuck. Them big y'all see them big-ass trees? Right in the properties right here. Properties right here, and a tree right here, and a tree. No, I don't like all that. We're gonna have to cut them up now. Cut that shit down and get back to me later. But basically, the gist, y'all, it's a bunch of property. It's a bunch, you know, and the starting bids is very small. 1970. That's better. 1940, 1930 and shit. House built 1901. No, I don't. House built in 1900s. No, not. Hey, houses. Hey, I ain't throwing no slime about if you got a house and then built 1901, man. You got a house, man. That should be paid for. That's my thing. I'm tired of renting. I know a lot comes with a lot comes with housing. I mean, a lot comes with maintenance too, with housing too, but they not having no goddamn rent or mortgage. Only thing I got to worry about for the most part is light bill, heat, and taxes every year, once a year. This motherfucker boarded up. They probably got it boarded up so nobody won't. Motherfucker broke windows and shit back. Yeah, you need to trip. I give you $5 for this motherfucker. I give your ass $5 for this motherfucker. I give you $5 for this motherfucker. I'm just playing. And also, I'm a bro. Jackson number 2. Jackson was the number 2 most dangerous state. I'm saying I ain't scared of that. I ain't. I'm do it, you know. But nigga, I need that hazard pay. I mean, the hazard reduction. You feel me? Shit. Because unfortunately, you're dealing with black communities. This is a predominantly black community, so you're dealing with, you know, we're historically distressed, man. So historically distressed. Y'all get the gist. This motherfucker right here look nice. I like the way this joint look right here. The whole little schematic. Damn. Oh, that look. Oh, I like. Is that next to a school? Hold up. Let me see something. What's one that's next to a school? Yeah, that look like a school right there. If I'm unless I'm blind, but that definitely look like some type of institution. Interesting. Let me see something. Hold on. That pictures of the inside though. I don't like that. I don't like that the pictures of the inside. What the inside of that motherfucker look like? I need to see. I need to see what the inside of that motherfucker look like, man. 1,600 square feet, roughly. Almost 1,700 square feet. 3 beds, 2 beds. 78, built in 78. Oh, it's on the lot size is 1 acre. Okay, so you're saying the lot size is hold on, this is this it? See, all bank-owned properties bought at auction are subject to seller acceptance. Both the buyer and seller must sign a purchase agreement for the bid to be considered accepted. So, lot size is 1 acre. The lot size is 1 acre. Damn, that's big. Is this all mine? Okay. Yeah, the lot size. Boop, boop. Yeah, I'm just doing my thing, man. Just trying to make a way out of no way, man. Not trying, doing it. Houston. GA was telling me looking at Houston. Houston didn't. Only thing I like about Houston didn't have no goddamn picture. A lot of their houses, what it is to Houston. Houston didn't got no. They didn't have too many houses where they had low bids. Like you got to start out. You gotta. You see, current bid at 109,000, 6,300. Current bid 181,000. Current bid 90,000. Like I ain't looking at shit. I ain't trying to go over no more than 5 now. That's too much shit. I'm trying to come up on a minute. Shit. 100,000. Opening bid is 10 on this for this right here. This is Houston, Texas. Like, yeah, see that? You see how look? You see, you don't see ain't no dollar bid, ain't no Houston's like nigga. Houston said, no, you gotta come with the bag. You gotta come with the bag starting now. Ain't no low bids. You can't even do a $10,000. I ain't seen one where you can do a $10,000 bid. Shit, they got on. You gotta come with several tens of thousands to this one. The lowest I've seen, 35,000. That's how my price range. So I ain't gonna lie, no cap. They digging a little too deep, pause. I haven't seen not one T. If you don't see nothing, if you don't see $1 opening bid, you'll see hella of these TBD, to be determined. Opening bid 25,000. That's the lowest one I seen. Yes, yeah. So, but basically, yeah, y'all. Houston ain't playing. Houston like no. But type in Mississippi. Let me see. Mississippi. Oh, my exes living in Texas. All right, let me see. See, $1 bid right here. $1 bid right here. What this joint look like? All these big ass. Why they got big ass? I don't like that. I do not like big ass trees, and I don't like that. That's a safety hazard. Okay. It don't look too. That's what I'm saying. This okay. It don't look too bad though. That's what I'm saying. It don't look. Especially the inside with that joint. Don't look too bad, man. And clean that joint up. New tile. I mean, new. Feel like you're gonna put carpet, hardwood, whatever you're gonna do. Whoa. Yeah, what that is, but yeah, that's to be expected. So I don't expect, spick and span, but this is a great template though. So I'm gonna start out with, so I can get about 2 of these. Add on, man. Add on to the. All right, yeah. They gotta buy a premium with this though. Charge 5% or 2,500 minimum. Interesting though. I might register the bit. Let me see, open it too. I might do register. Let me see. I'm gonna just start out with $1 with that one. Fuck it. We're gonna start out. See how I'm doing it? I just place my little dollar bid, man. You can come on and match me. I need me $1 house. Shit. Oh, bid, make it happen. I sure did. Joined that bid, sent that $1. So I place it, opening bid $1. Okay, man. The proxy bid must be $1 or higher. I did that. Do $5 on your ass. Yeah, nigga. Shit. Y'all get the point though. I'm gonna log out of this joint real fast. What's this? What? What do you mean create a purchase for buying portfolio income? Say time now for that necessary information to complete. What? What are you talking about, bro? No, we ain't doing this. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, we're looking at these, checking these foreclosed homes. Foreclosed homes, man. That's what we on right now, man. We that's what we on, bro. So about to log off probably about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Get this rest so I can make sure I'm vibrant and I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, but don't want some creative profile app. Purchase profile name. Fuck. Yeah, I got a middle name, man. What you mean? My middle name is Khaled. I'm tweaking. I don't know why I put that on there. Khaled on the ass. You don't know about that. They see that Cal last night. They're like, ooh, get this nigga up out of here. Still last name, middle name is Khaled? Oh, no, we can't do that, man. All right, let me see. Yeah, boo, boo. She was talking heavy. Yeah. This last little few settlement check, man. You know, bite, man. What the hell? Let me see. Bad. Who taking the title? Who is taking the title for this property? Myself with a co-buyer. Yeah, because I'm gonna have her. I'm on some, man. Yeah, I need you to, I need you to make this move for me. I need you to, I'm always trying to finagle. I don't fuck with the system, man. Let me see some shit. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay. Put that for now. Oh no, we ain't doing. See, never mind then, bro. You got me doing all this shit. Co-buyer name. Actually, I need to get her information. Shit. I need her information. I need to put her down as a. Put my son. Put the house. I'm gonna put the houses in my niece's name. Both of their name. One gonna be in your name, and one gonna be in your name. You hear? Put me down. I'm a co. I'm a co-sponsor. Yeah. They're the primary. I'm just in the background, Yeah, I gotta get this. I'll do this shit later. I'm gonna just save it for now, and then I'll do this later because I gotta get some information. Oh, we ain't doing that on her. Let me see. Let's put my bank on that. Let me see. Yes, I get back. No. I wonder if is it better to buy a car? I said a car. I'm tripping. All right, let me see. I think I fucked around and accidentally clicked out the thing. Nightcap. Definitely brace myself for this auction, mate. Yeah, $1. Winner, you win. So it'd be premium plus the premium buyer. I want to say one of them things didn't have a buyer premium on it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, but $2,500. So hypothetically, let's say I won the auction, if I won that, that would be let's say $2,500 plus the fee plus the I say $100. So that means I paid $2,600. But also, if the reserve's not met, they can have a reserve. If but it's still, if the reserve's not met, then the person with the highest bid wins automatically. So we'll have to sit down and come, we'll have to come to a bargain or something. But yeah, it's time now. Spread this money out. Spread the money out. Live in one, rent out one. That'd be dope. Move all the family in one, rent out one. Keep that flow coming, keep that residue coming. You know, as long as I got my own room, 2 bedrooms left. That'd be that's cool. I ain't tripping. Y'all can do y'all thing. Cut my old goddamn grass. Old goddamn yard work. That's not a fee. Go do my own yard work. Plumbing, electrical. HVAC. Yeah, I've been cooking for a while. I did fried and sauteed Westmore. Filet me young his ass. And not just me. Other black contemporaries of his have rejected him and denounced and disinvited his ass because of his treasonous ways. Ain't no black man gonna ascend to the highest realm of political office and known in the state, i.e. governor. You don't think you have a level of responsibility. You don't give a damn. Yeah, I'm tired of niggas hiding their hands and shit because of white folks. That's like me going inside of a deposition and not speaking. That's like me going inside of a deposition, knowing the basis of a deposition is literally you being interrogated. That's literally what it is. They're literally interrogating you with a series of questions based off of whatever. There is no threshold in a deposition. They can ask about anything, whatever, whoever, whomever, wherever, however. Well, not how. They can't. You can't just say it any kind of way. But yeah. So that's like me going inside of a deposition and not speaking, just remaining quiet, knowing that me being quiet is gonna illy affect my case. It's not. I'm supposed to go in there and champion, and be the verbal wordsmith that I am, and articulation when it comes to aggrievement. Aggrievement. Grieve. I need every bag I can get. If me suing the hospital makes me a scammer, god damn it, I'm one. I guess I'm a scammer then. The hell, if me seeking legal representation for the unjustification or unjustifiable acts that resulted in negligence, hey, I guess I'm gonna keep on doing it then. They keep on imposing their will unconstitutionally. I'm gonna keep imposing my will of exercising my rights. The hell, everybody go experience some shit outside of academia. Ooh-wee. I hate anybody. That's just to whoever. How many people we got in the chat? Last time I checked, we had a 50 ball. A 50 ball in the chat. No, I slowly digress. Slowly digress. People in the shadows back there. Black Americans. Yeah. Hell, Malcolm, see all these damn Mexicans, all these other groups, how they act, man, please. That nigga Malcolm would not be on. I'm talking about white Hispanic groups and shit. White Hispanic groups and non-black groups. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about specifically, color, people of color and all that. Malcolm ain't riding, but he ain't rocking, nigga ain't rocking with that. Malcolm ain't rocking with that. People of color and kumbaya and just because he went over there to Palestine and spoke to her, no, I don't know. That don't mean no. You can't equate that to the whole goddamn, nah, man. They be the same people that come over here and use as a buffer. Malcolm didn't really get that's one thing. Malcolm didn't get to experience the influx of immigrants coming over here. The fuck? The hell? So, yeah. And who's us to say? We can't really say how they think, but we can presume, we can conjecture, hypothesize about it all day long. But nah, just knowing the current statistics of what we face. If he was talking that talk back then, man, please, Michael, man, look, man, we leading cause of death by the police, black woman and infant mortality, man, please, hell. We need to develop and be a hyper focus on developing institutions to aid self in-house. We need to focus on self. I could really see him talking like that. You know what I mean? Not saying we need to discard all Africans. I'm talking about the hyper focus of self. Fast forward in time, we find ourselves in the same predicament. And something because we got housing and food stamps and shit. For the small people that's on that, there's less black people on benefits than white people. That somehow, and basketball players ain't got to speak out because it was a different time. No, that to me, that is not a good proposition to use. Well, there was a different time. What? Yeah, as far as you can say that, but that's very thin though. Why is there Alderman Arbery cases? Why is all these black people getting hung, finding mysterious? Come on, bro. We can't say, then is not now. Then is now. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the methodology is different, but it's really not even different because we still, like I said, we number one victims of hate. I mean, we've been victims of hate crimes since the plantation. The hell? You mean tell me fast forward, we still number one victims of hate crime in 2026 going on by the B? Like, come on, man. Like, I don't understand people's logic and thought process when they say certain things. Like, are you serious, bro? Like, are you serious? What are you reading that I'm not? Are you reading something that I'm not reading? Or what? Like, I don't know, man. Or I can't even, not to say it in a condescending way because a lot of us don't know too. So that's why I go back to education, But yeah, man, all lives matter around this motherfucker. Justice anywhere. Some people want to quote MLK. I want to hear that. What did MLK say? The MLK speech talked about the white folks getting all that free land too, and also giving the apparatus to mechanize their farms. The hell? What's telling the black man, telling the Negro? That was specific. That's specific talk. I don't know what speech y'all think about. I'm talking about a specific speech where he's being specific in his rhetoric. That's talking about as far as one group has been shuttered from resources and another group has been given seemingly unlimited latitude and the ultimate concessions of land. I need to sit my ass down. I need to sit my ass down. I said and giving them. I said, what did I just say? What the fuck did I just say? I said, giving them the ultimate concession of land. Giving them the ultimate concession of land, of free land. And not only that, giving them the ability to mechanize the farms. MLK on that one. That brother was real FBA. he was ABAL in it that day, man. Like, man, hold on, man. We need something for us. They telling the Negro no, but they passing out. They passing out all the goddamn prizes and zoom zooms and wham whams to the white folks. Let me stop. Yeah, like I said, that was before the influx of immigration. That speech. I'm saying they didn't get. Yeah, they didn't witness. Yeah, see, that's a pivotal part. MLK and Martin Luther King, they didn't witness immigration in the entails of it, pertaining to, white Hispanics and white Latinos, all these groups just, used as a buffer against the black man and woman and child. Hey. So yeah, that's a good. I don't know if nobody ever. I'm pretty sure somebody definitely thought of that. I ain't the only person that thought of that. But did you think about the fact that they was not here? Like, so their mind frame is not of like, damn, nigga, we all these goddamn goddamn ain't no black. We had black businesses, more black businesses during their juncture. MLK. Then I would say now. I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, shit. The hell they doing sit-ins and marches. Okay, we have shit. Fuck yeah, we had more black businesses back then. It's common sense, but I don't think too hard on that one. So yeah, the uprooting of our communities wasn't. I'm not gonna say was not in effect, because it was definitely, it's always been in effect, but the uprooting of our communities via immigration policies was not like at the head, so to speak. Yeah, listen to the other day, he said nothing to Jack. They was just all quiet. I get the rambling and rumbling. Anybody got nothing to say no more? Niggas is just quiet. Nobody in the chat. Nobody in the cheese app. I know I ain't tripping. This nigga did it. That's Marty said that shit. That was a while ago. That shit. It was 2 o'clock. It's 2:10. 30 minutes ago. So then, why is this showing this old ass shit? Okay. Yeah. See, nobody's gonna talk to me. I'm talking now. I'm talking out loud. I'm talking out loud. I'm not necessarily expecting a retort. But yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how they. I don't know how they did that. I was tripping. I fucking messed around and logged about the share screen. I had this shit. I was doing my thing for a minute. Yeah, them foreclosed homes is where they at though. Opening bid $1. Yeah, that's what I need. You need to open the bids to be $1. All that, minimum. Opening bid 25,000. No, won't be high. We can start from the bottom and work our way up though. Definitely $1. Owned by the bank owned, bank trying to get it off. What's the potential price though? Care about the resale value. Well, I do, but I care about more so about the. Well, this motherfucker right here look nice. See, I like this motherfucker. Look nice. 49 photos. Beautiful landscape. Beautiful backyard. Okay, let me see the inside of this joint. God damn. The inside ain't bad. I have to update that bathroom. That's one of them slaves. I don't want to say that. I said that's one of them. That's one of them mold. That look like that's mold. Yeah, that's mold. All that mold. Yeah, that's yeah. You got to take care of all that. That's hazardous. When was the house built? Let me see. When was this house built? It look new. Why does it look new like that? When was this house built? Oh, 1957. Yeah, this house might be susceptible to mold. Yep. Let's see what's up though. At the end of the day, gotta make it do what it do. Gotta take risks. Being smart though. I definitely ain't opening bid. You dang right, but yeah, $1. $1. She tried to holler for $1. 40 people in the chat. 40 plus people really. Because remember, it's never really one person. It's always like if you're in the house, you typically might be with somebody, around somebody. They might come look every now and then, or typically somebody got somebody around them. So that, in fact, means your views is actually more than what it actually reports. It's never just, if you think it's just one view, or you got one view, meaning that you think it's one person watching you. No, it's not one person only watching you. If you think about it logically, critically, we're typically around people. So this right here is cool. If I go to my sisters, you feel me, and play a video, we watch it together. That's two people literally watching it. But it's gonna get counted as one view though. $1 opening bid for this one too. Anytime they don't show the inside of the house, I'm not placing a bid on it. That's weird. That's suspect. Don't show me no house, and then I need to see the innards. I need to see the innards of that joint. INNARDS. Innards. Information. Inner form. So it's jacked up too. Ooh. It's like one of them slave quarters, I ain't gonna lie. Not to disrespect, but just, fortunately the South do get, a lot of the infrastructure down there is dated, old, so you gonna have to definitely renovate some renovational aspects. Renovational. Yeah. big backyard though. Beautiful big backyard. I like that big backyard. I want to grow some stuff. I want to start growing fruits and veggies. I wonder if you can figure out. I'm trying to see. Did I look that up? I think I did recently look that up. Let me see. No, I got a whole bunch of all this shit. Goddamn windows I got open. Is it possible? I did look it up. Let me see. Is it possible to do that? Because that would be lovely. I know it's possible to grow one in Florida. Florida is expensive. Miami's really expensive. Miami in particular is hella expensive to live at. I need me an avocado tree. I ain't gonna lie, no cap. It says yes, it's possible to grow avocado trees in Mississippi, particularly varieties of Mexican origin, which are more cold hardy, while commercial varieties like Hass may not thrive in the Mississippi Gulf Coast environment. Cold hardy options can't produce fruit. Okay. Bet. Yeah, I just found this little article. Okay. I just asked my old question. That's what I mean. You look that shit up. You get what you mean? Information. It says it's possibly outdated. It says information possibly outdated. The information on this page was originally released May 2021. It may not be outdated, but public research on site for information. Okay. But it does say avocados can produce in Mississippi gardens, so that's good. A single avocado tree can self-pollinate, but growers have more success when planting type A and type B pollinating types in the landscape. Okay. So I can grow cold hardy avocados in Mississippi. So it's possible. That's what's up. It's possible. Okay, Mexican avocado varieties are better suited for Mississippi climate because they can tolerate temperatures down to 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, unlike some other varieties, according to Mississippi State University Extension Service. Okay, that's my thing right there. Avocados, you know, a nice good bowl of some beans, seasoned up real good with some honey and butter, you know, seasoned good beans, you know, 2 chopped up avocados, some rice, you know, and what else? I'm missing something else, but yeah. Also some veggie samosas. Yeah, that, you know, be a nice, good, hearty, fibrous, protein, all that. And you don't need animal protein to get big. Don't think that. Don't believe the hype. You get your protein from avocados. That's weird. Shit. Black beans. Plant protein is a complete protein. Don't believe the hype now. It's a myth. I should have brought up that article. The myth of complementary protein. it's important to debunk the incomplete protein myth. So don't come with that incomplete protein. Don't come with that. Don't come with me with none of that. Where you gonna get all your protein from? Yeah, that's a myth. Yo, you can get your full. I get complete protein simply eating beans. And, what are the people who eat the people that what's the word, carnivorous? Where do the carnivorous animals get their protein from? Yeah, shit. Even though a goddamn horse is not a goddamn carnivore, horse ain't a carnivore, cow ain't a carnivore, pig is a what? Omnivore. But what else? But basically, yeah, the myth of the complementary protein myth. It's a myth, y'all. Don't believe the hype. There's a myth that plant-based foods cannot provide the same benefits as animal proteins because they are incomplete. It is a fact that most plant proteins cannot make new proteins for basic body functions because they are incomplete. However, you will not necessarily be in a protein or amino acid deficit if you eat primarily plant-based protein. I got me some jelly. I'm gonna have to make me a peanut. I ain't made me no peanut butter jelly in a minute. I be making those too. I chop up the bananas. What? I'll toast the bread. Man, slap the peanut butter on the toasted bread. Put the honey on there. Cut up the bananas and put that on there. Put the grape non-high fructose Welch's jelly. Man, slap with some ice cold almond milk with some cinnamon and what else I put in there? I put some cinnamon and yeah, that's it. Some cinnamon or something, man. And my little cold little thing goes so it's cold. Maybe about 4 of them sandwiches. Man, them joints is fire. The peanut butter jelly banana sandwich. But you gotta have the almond milk though. You gotta have it though. You feel me? But it has to sub though, cause that joint is gonna be nice and easy. The idea that plant protein is incomplete is a common myth. While some plant-based foods might be lower in certain amino acids compared to animal products, all plants contain all 20 amino acids, including the 9 essential ones. The body doesn't need the same amount of each. Each of amino acid. It can easily obtain all it needs from a varied plant-based diet. The myth of incomplete plant protein stems from outdated research and a misunderstanding of how the body utilizes amino acids, according to nutritionfacts.org. So miss me with all that. Where do you get your protein from? Like that's the only thing your body needs. Where do you get your protein from? Shit, we need way more than that. The fuck? Eating only protein, you ain't getting nothing else in your body. You gonna look stupid as hell. You gonna look stupid. You gonna feel constipated as well. All you eat is protein. Steak, meat, and chicken and pork for lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Steak, chicken, and pork. Turkey nuts and shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Gizzards and turkey necks and turkey balls and just paws and all that. Just eating all, eating just certain shit ain't supposed to be eaten. What are you eating turkey nuts for, man? At least you eating cow tongues and goddamn eating all the bullshit, man. Oh, you's a weirdo. You talking about whack off hour? You's a weirdo. You need to unrant you for that. You's a weirdo and you're gay, nigga. You need to get slapped. And you say you in my area, nigga, I'll slap you, nigga. Fuck you mean, weirdo? Talking about whacking off, nigga. You're gay, nigga. You need to unwrench that nigga for talking about laugh out loud, weirdo, whack off hour. What are you talking about, nigga? Just the hour where you do stuff like that? Who even alludes to even bring up certain things is weird and suspect, nigga. You niggas is weird. Talking about some whack off hour, nigga. And I ain't been on here all day, nigga. I got on this bitch at around when? You liar. You been on here all day, nigga, looking for me, nigga. Get your weirdo ass out of here. You niggas is weird and gay. The hell? Nigga been on here looking for me all day. Nigga, you niggas is gay. Get your gay ass up out of here, nigga. Yeah, can you hear that? You weirdo, now I'm on you. You want to say weird shit? I'm going to speak to you like you a weirdo, because you is a weirdo. Nigga, some niggas need to get slapped for some of the shit they say. Nigga, blasphemous, nigga. You don't know me, nigga. Niggas swear they up and down they know me, nigga. The fuck? Talking about niggas have white supremacist talking points, nigga. A lot of you niggas had these weirdo / white supremacist scammer. No, nigga. You look at me and you wish I was that, nigga. Nigga, you want to put me in that bracket, but you can't, nigga. So you try to spew out lies and derogatory fallacies and goddamn just outright lies, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. The fuck, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? Bread I'm getting, nigga. Nigga, please, nigga. This is legit, nigga. Niggas is mad. Niggas is the hell, nigga. Library ain't nowhere near as vast as mine's. Fuck about you going to college. Fuck, I'm crashing out now. I'm early morning crash. I'm crashing out on everybody, nigga. Fuck out of here. I'm tired of these, certain segment of collegiate goddamn subjects want to act like they better than their man. Please, but go somewhere with all that. The hell, yeah, don't know history, man. What you mean? The hell predates the Emancipation Proclamation pertaining to the thirst for education of the Negro in this country. Come on now. Yeah, what you mean education? That's why. What you mean? We there's clearly there's a deficit, but we ain't slow, nigga. We ain't. What you mean? We've been learning since been learning. What you mean? The fuck, nigga? The fuck? This nigga's chat talking about whack off hour. He's a weirdo. He's a devil. You get your devil ass up out of here, nigga. These niggas is weirdos. Come with that weirdo homo erotic ass talk, nigga. Fuck up out of here with that shit. I'm on niggas' heads. Come here trying to throw off the vibe. Nigga, he's a weirdo. Watching me probably ain't said nothing for the whole hour. Niggas is weird. And I know niggas, bro. I peep niggas' whole MO, whole modus operandi. Fuck out of here. Mad at me because I read the whole dictionary. You go. These niggas mad at me. What ain't mad at the guy for, man? Niggas the guys, man. What you talking about, man? Y'all wanna go the hell? Man. So I've been her all day. That's another lie. See how niggas just easily just profuse lies out. You know, just spewing out lies profusely. You said that accurately. Fuck out of here. He's a liar, nigga. A liar and you nigga. If you on here, tell me I'm on here, nigga. That means you on here too, nigga. What the fuck? You look dumb, sound dumb. The hell, sound remedial as hell. The fuck? Negativity begets negativity. I'm on your ass. You gonna say some stupid shit. The fuck? Yeah, tell Q in the morning, you need to unwrench your ass for saying that old weird ass shit. Whack it off hour. Nigga, what that's cause that's what you do. Yeah. The fuck? Yeah, you're not studious, nigga. You're up doing weird shit like that. You feel me? Fuck out of here. Goof troops. Put your ass in the goof troop army. God damn it. I blocked you. I can't see you. You're so goofy. I was tearing your ass up in the chat. That's why you blocked me, nigga. That's why. Boy. Combusting your ass. Putting fire to flame. Yeah. Nigga, complete utter. The hell you talking about? The fuck? Come here with that old demonic, sinister, sadistic ass behavior. Go somewhere with that, man. Go read. I implore you to read, my friend. Coming here with that weird ass. Coming here lying and talking homosexual. Come on, man. Damn. What you on? How you gonna come in here the double lies? You came here lying and being homosexual. The hell? Like I said, the weirdo been in the back cuts watching the whole time and finally said something. Merch that. Oh, goofy. These goofies is weird. Bored. Bored. And claim I ain't got no emotion. Claim I ain't got no motion. Oh, man. And claim. If your ass is on here for the amount of time I'm on here, yeah, look at yourself. Look at yourself, nigga. What you on here for? You on here for a reason. You on here for what? What you on here for, man? Man, some shit, man. That man, let me see something. How many, man, let me check something on. That's that, man. Okay. Yeah, man. Funny guy. What you is? You be a bot, top, cop. Who the hell you is? For real. Come on. Making it wiggle around this. I'm making it earthquake. You feel me? Shit. We shifting, you know, doing cosmic quakes around this joint. You know? All legitimate though. It's all about playing the game. For real. Hell, sport, I ain't got no emotion. But you know, keep them guessing. Keep them. For real though. Coming here with that, messing up the vibe, man. Put me to sleep with that one. Black folks annihilation. That black on black. Dr. Amos. Yeah, that's one thing. That's the heaviest. That's the most. As far as all my property, that is the book. Of all them books is heavy. Them books like. Man, I get to exercise with them joints. That's amazing. It's really amazing how but it makes sense though, because that's shit. Books, brothers in the joint, they'll take a whole bunch of magazines, and fill that whole thing up with in a pillowcase, or shit. What's one gonna take? Like I said, they'll take books they wasn't using no more, or nothing. Books should not, and I wasn't using no. Hell no, I ain't using my books no motherfucker. You ain't using not a nan nutter. Nobody said that nan nutter. You said that nan nutter. Shit, I wish chop your head off. Find one of my books and use them for what or who? But they using books though, as far as to weights, all that. They ain't using a water bag though, too. They use a water bag too. But yeah, like I said, you ain't using my books. No way, Jose. Hell no. Hell no. Mighty Mouse your ass. But no, trying to figure out what made me start. I'm trying to figure out. I was talking about the heaviness, the cumbersome load of the books. Yeah, joints. So that's my head. That's the heaviest thing as far as all my property. Them books that weigh more than anything. I don't. Yeah, that weighs more than anything by far. Hell yeah. I ain't got no 100 pair of shoes. 100 pair of shoes and shit. I got a good what? I got over 10 pair of kicks, some formal shoes in there, some work boots. You gotta have a work boots. You gotta have workout shoes. So yeah, I got about what? About less than 30. Put like that. Yeah, less than 30. I ain't got no 50 pair of shoes. Fuck. Yeah, that's enough hoarding shit. Nigga, man, I'm getting rid of shit. I ain't trying to have all this extra 10, 15,000 pairs of jeans. I need a 15,000 pair of shirts. Hell no. Yeah. I like that brand. Actively Black. I'm thinking about getting some stuff from them. I like they whole motto. It's 100% cotton. Cotton is for black farmers. Black, let's say from the dirt to the what do they say? Yeah, I like that brand. Actively Black though. Yeah. Yeah, man. Come here with that weirdo shit, man. I don't want you, Satan. Get thee behind me, Satan. Come in, we ain't got nothing to say, nothing. Know your ass, and I know for a fact, damn near merchant, like I know your ass ain't just come in just now. Talking about you been here all day. If you presume that I've been on here all day, then that means your ass been on here all day. Yeah. So if I've been on here all day, and then the only thing you got to say is some gay shit, yeah, you're a weirdo. Yeah. Look at yourself in the mirror. Go slap yourself. You just go slap yourself, buddy. Why don't you? You got nothing better to say. Everything I done said and discussed and illustrated and demonstrated. That's what you gonna stoop to, some low frequency, homo, erotic, colonial. The hell's wrong with you? The hell? I blocked you. Yeah, Chaz. I blocked you. I can't care. You little weirdo. I said I was flaming your ass up in the chat. I bet you did block me. Yeah. Shit, I would block me too. If I was telling lies and saying weird shit. You just say any goddamn thing. You ain't never heard of. You ain't got nothing nice to say. Don't say shit at all. Keep your motherfucking mouth closed. Shut up. The hell? Don't teach me. Don't speak when grown folks are speaking because you clearly conducting yourself as a child, aka juvenile. Come on now. Get this Seattle shit twisted now. My gift of gab is fabulous. You forget that South Side baby, man. What you mean, man? Yeah. Sticky icky on their ass. Get sticky icky. If you know, you know, goddamn. It's crazy how most everybody start out on the low end. Go up. Work your way up. But nah, man. People are funny, yo. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you'll get. Oh man. Yeah. It's time now. I'm about to get about 3-4 hours of sleep. What time is it? About what? 3:30. Not quite 4. Yeah, I gotta hit this auction at about 7:30. I said about 7:30. About 7:30. I said near none. Nobody said near none like you said near. Near none about. I don't even know what nobody's saying or if anybody's saying anything. I'm in a prone position right now, so I'm just free impromptu verbal speech / tangent / diatribe. I was searching for that. I was searching for that word. I was searching for it. It was right there. Come here. Searching for that word. Come here. Going on a diatribe. Yes, I sure am, man. Diatribe. They said don't strive, don't look for those words, man. Fuck is you talking about? Yeah. You not know history. You not know the quest for literacy in the black man and black woman in this country. Starting out as black babies, Stop. I said the quest. And this is not no. Don't think when I say quest, this is some goddamn fairy tale or some goddamn what's the word? Some demonstrate. Some I gotta see this. How can I articulate this? Don't misinterpret quest as a walk through some land of milk and honey. No. I'm not laughing at what I'm saying. I'm laughing at how I said it, y'all. I'm laughing at it. No. Don't do that. But yeah, don't falsely interpret quest as the trials and tribulations somehow elected. Not diabolically prescribed, prescriptions. But it's crazy though, within that prescription, let me get this correct because I don't want to read prescription. It was the prescription of white tyranny that manifested in a way that manifested its way through many formats, meaning redlining, that's one, Jim Crow, you have racial covenant laws, and you have just a whole hodgepodge of anti-black like I said, you have a hodgepodge of anti-black initiatives. It's okay. I'm trying to get back on cue, y'all. Hold on, I'm trying to see why did I was going there. Okay, yeah, I was talking about the atrocious trek. But okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. Boom. Okay, I was talking about the prescription that was imposed upon us. It recognizing that we was not welcoming and receptive of that tyrannical. Am I saying the word right? Tyrannical, prescription that I want to say that left an enduring / it's indelible. Like it's the experience is indelible, meaning permanent. So, but within those experiences, spawn what? I'm done, y'all. Because I'm gonna sit here. That's what I mean by like, yeah. Ooh, Black America, boy. Ooh, man, y'all. God damn. I said within those. Stop. Oh man. Tyrannical. Tyrannical machinations, not just plots and scheming. Man. These plots and schemes were cultivated and instituted and rooted. On my Maya Angelou right now, but yeah, man, I'm on my Angelo tip right now, man. Coming in with that devil spirit. That energy, man. Can't come in with that energy, man. That action. My first time experience. My first time. What's the word? Undertaking. My first time. Up. This undertaking. Am I saying that correctly? This undertaking is relatively new. The engagement of it, the actual tool, but the tool, 45, 45, 45, 65, 85, 95, 35, 35, 45, 55, 65, 85, 95, 35, 45, 65, 85, 95, 35. Don't let that go over your head. So you can tap in all night. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, think I'm crazy if you want to. Yeah, that's a new level of osmosis learning. Learning, objective learning through the means of another medium or observation, etc. Like doing a trade is like a form of osmosis learning. It's definitely that because you're learning through the medium of hierarchy. So that's exactly what a trade is. Yeah, when I came in here and I said I learned through osmosis, Savior, osmosis. See, you gotta slow down and think sometimes. I know the word being used in the contextual, the constant context with water, the filtration, the detoxification, the filtration, and the yeah, I know that, but yeah, we gotta peel back them layers, man. Osmosis learning is real, man. That's a real phenomenon. I just made me think about trade. That's exactly what the medium of tradeship is. That's exactly, precisely what it is. Unequivocally, definitively, that's exactly what it is. Because you're learning through the apparatus of a human being to another person who has a higher intellect, higher formal level of intellect in said trade, i.e., electrical, plumbing, HVAC, etc. So you're definitely, and also osmosis is also, it's hands-on too. It's not just so it's like a multiplicit ending. It's a multiplicit. It's a multiplicit exemplification of learning. Osmosis learning. It's a multiplicit demonstration of what learning is. So it's not just a singular or just a duality either. It's multi. It's more than one. Multiple. Oh man. Shit. If I want this nigga over here laughing, I'm laughing at myself. Yeah, I remember Mizzo was like, this nigga laughing at himself. Hell yeah, it's common. Yeah, like that ain't common. People don't laugh at this. I know hella people that say something and laugh at themselves. That's a very common attribute. Shit. That's ownership. I don't need, it's like, I don't know. I don't need anybody laughing, you know? I ain't looking for an external mirth. I ain't looking for an external mirth. MIRTH. Look that up. MIRTH. I'm not looking for an external mirth. You know, like when I sneeze, I bless myself. I don't, you know, I don't know if y'all caught that, but I always bless myself. You know, I don't be like, oh, you bless me, then goddamn. Some people be offended. Damn, nigga, I just bless me, and then, even though I have the kind of proclivity to bless, you know, but it's like some people look for but I don't look for it. I just bless you. You all right? You okay? Yeah. She be that self-talk. Yeah, you're a fool if I tell you they ain't had no self-talk. We social beings as it is, so we gotta have that intellectual what's that expression or intellectual stimuli via expression, with interfacing with, you know, with either with self or with people who are like-minded. But yeah, so what the hell am I talking about? What did I just say? I said, okay, I was talking about that. Boom, boom. Okay, yeah, external mirth. Not looking for pretty much, yeah, self-validation. Yeah, by the through you know, I'm my own blesser. You know, yeah. I talked to us. Okay, I gotta do this. I gotta push. Yeah, okay. I gotta make sure I pay that. Boom. Okay, I gotta call in for this. You damn right. Anybody tell you they don't do that, they're a damn lie. You go over goals or things you need to do throughout the day, appointments or whatever. Shit. When I'm walking out the house, I'm like, damn, did I forget my keys? I might say that out loud, nigga. Damn right. Nigga. That's eerie to you. Let it be eerie to you. To me, it ain't eerie. Nigga. It's like introspection out loud. Introspect means to what? Examine self, you know, the sentiments, one's feelings, etc. The first step of that is you're examining yourself. You feel me? Okay, what did I leave? Yeah, make sure I don't leave nothing, man. That's like a constant alarm. You know, like what you doing, man? Get your ass up and go work out. Yeah, damn right. You know, I got the pull-up bar in the house now, so I'm hitting the pull-ups in the bathroom. You know, so we Gucci. You know, arm cracking and shit. God damn, bones cracking. I don't drink milk. Osteoporosis around this motherfucker. I need to stretch a little better. But yeah, self-talk. Dude came in with that. Yeah, man, going somewhere with that old. I wish you didn't have no range. I blocked your ass. Man. But I ain't really that petty though. Say some goofy shit or something. Some shit that you know is you just say some reprehensible ass shit. That shit is reprehensible, man. Welcome to Jamaica. Come on now, man. That's what it said. The data say we up 2,000 views. Watch time up over 100%. Up 10 subscribers. You know, just consistency. 900% more than previous 28 days. You know, just up. Just putting in constant work, edifying the people, But it's like the people like they, I don't like. That's what it spoke on too. The people got. That's what it said too. The reason why shorts are another reason why shorts are highly propagated. The reason why shorts are highly propagated within the YouTube algorithm is because people's short attention span, and that's abysmal, man. That is diabolical, man. That's reprehensible. I'm gonna get back to saying that. That shit is reprehensible, man. Your acts are reprehensible, okay? We denounce and we repudiate. What Hillary say? We have to Hillary. Oh, super predator wielder. What she say? We have to repudiate that treasonous behavior. She didn't say, "Jay, I'm adding on." I just, yeah, that was that the first time I came into that word repudiate? I don't think so. I don't know. Pretty much reject and denounce. We have to repudiate that behavior, man. Malcolm. Got that. I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, that tree. I ain't gonna lie. You feel me? I let that drink, but that shit is. You'll never see what that shit is, nigga. I'm cool. What? Come on, man. Yeah, out here, what? Foggy brain, nigga. That's how you get pummeled out here. Poop, 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 poop. Nigga pummel you to the nigga pummel you to the ground. That's that's what it sounds like. Nigga, I seen niggas get pummeled off the drink. Nigga, not me, not I. Won't catch me slipping up. Nigga, hell no. That drink, nigga, you get pummeled. You think you're Superman, soft chin. Pummeled. Chin soft. Chin is super soft. Yeah, all that super drink, nigga. You want to be all up the drink, wobbly around. All right, they got some of them niggas. Nigga, vulnerable, chin soft. Folded. That won't be my demise, nigga. Oh, these niggas be drinking. That way they be drinking. They don't be drinking no. These niggas be drinking pop, soda pop, nigga juice. Oh, nigga, that's. But not trying to validate it, but just saying like that don't make it no better. You're drinking soda pop and juice, nigga, with alcohol. Oh yeah, that's a bad combination right there. That's all bad. Oh man, but yeah, that like I said that I didn't be in that sauna detoxing. Really, watermelon game. Getting that skin, refortifying that skin, reinforcing that melanin. The hell I look like? Little turn up with sis. Yeah, you gotta shake that. The shake back quick. Got out the chimp. Oh man. What made me? Okay. I was talking about impediments and shit. Being zonked out and shit. Look up that word, zonked out. I remember the first time I came. I said that nigga zonked out. I'm like, what? That nigga's over there zonked out. I mean, you're completely annihilated off drugs. Hell to the no. So we had to, you know. I see the adverse effects of that. That is that's a toll. Well, Malcolm say white man say the alcohol lock you up for being drunk. Say that shit lock you up. The same thing with the weed. It's like, right? They say that shit. That fast forward. See what I mean? Malcolm wasn't be a whole new era now. Malcolm will say the same thing. That same thing. But shit, the nigga here saying weed, knock your ass up for a DUI. Factory though, Malcolm. Factory, Mr. X, Malcolm X. I don't know that Malik Al-Shabazz. Yeah, motherfuckers like using that name a lot. They try to use that name to try to like to dilute him. Malik Al-Shabazz, he was opening. Nah, don't. I'm talking about Malcolm X. We gonna stick with saying Malcolm X. We ain't gonna talk about no goddamn Malik Al-Shabazz. Nigga, you would go somewhere with that old Arab slave name. Let me stop, man. Let me stop. I don't want to, like, I'm disrespecting. I ain't disrespecting Malcolm. Don't think that. But I'm just talking about the weaponizing of that name. And well, brother, he grew up out of Malcolm X, brother, and he became. people let it turn into a sermon. Well, brother, you see, in chapter Jeremiah, it says that Malcolm, he had a revolution, brother. he evolved from out of Malcolm X, and he became like he just like shedded a wave of his ultra focal point of Black America. Get up out of here, man. Go on some board. Get skedaddle with that talk. That's that damn near borderline all lives matter talk. See, Malcolm X grew up out of that. Malcolm X, see, Malcolm X grew up out that name. He said, I need to take on a new moniker. In a new surname. I swear, y'all, and I'm crazy. In the chat, people, I swear they try to dilute Malcolm X with his name, that Malik El-Shabazz. They try to dilute him with his new name or something. Like he evolved. Like he was a new species. So his rhetoric became of all, brother. He wanted to save all of humanity, brother. Even though he came back to America to start that business. He knew we was in the belly of the beast. Black men in America, Black women in America, the Black child in America. Think of what you mean. Look at Malcolm stand on business. What you mean? That nigga wasn't no Oprah. Nigga trying to build a motherfucking institution in Africa. Africa. That's a little nigga. Africa. Versace. Africa. And I've been hearing, goddamn, certain delegations that rejected Malcolm. Like, come on, man. Like, they don't want to talk about that, though. Shit, not everybody over there was receptive to that, brother. Come on, man. I'm not saying there wasn't people over there wasn't riding. I'm not saying that either. But nah, man. Okay. I'm a stock action. But yeah, man. What the hell? So, what I was gonna say, yeah, man. They try to they want to try to reinvent like that book they made with that brother. That fake, that ain't no brother. That's a clown goofy. That's a goof troop. The hell? Yeah. I'm trying to think of a Chicago term called other than a goofy. But yeah, the person who wrote that book he tried to reinvent Malcolm and try to say he was homosexual. Yeah, that clown, that goof troop, that Rudy Pooty. So yeah, they've been trying to reinvent that brother for a long time, man. That book. What's the name of that book? I forgot. I never read the book though. I just wanted to read the part about him trying to say he wrote this shit, he really composed this shit in the book. So I'm not about to read that whole book because that book is a lie. I just wanted to read that part in the book, that subsection. The fuck, clown, goof troop. I forgot that dude's name. It's a book though. He wrote about Malcolm. It's called Reinventing. The name is suspicious. Ain't no need to be reinventing nobody. What you reinventing for? He's already solidified. You know, the black man in America. He said the Negro in America. He said, what did he say? Second class citizenship. He said second. He said slave. He said, oh man, I don't know. And then people get caught up in the time. I don't give a the time. What you mean? That time is still relevant today. What he said now is relevant today. Right? What does the time, the particular epoch of time have to do with, like I understand the proposition of it, but I don't understand it like to try to diffuse, to try to diffuse the comparison of the present and the past and how they're relevant and how they coincide and they're intertwined, you know. The fuck, man. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, but enough's enough. It's funny though. We have to really raise up our own, because this new wave of politicians is garbage. We need some stomp down, because William A. Darity, that brother he's clearly not a politician, but that brother's up in age. He's up in age. Up in age, man. I ain't said that word. I ain't said that. I ain't said it like that in a minute. Up in age, man. He's up in age. He said time is finite. He said time is limited. There's facts though. Time is definitely just on a general spectrum. Time is limited. Yeah, but time is limited in change of reparations. I've been trying to contact this brother. He ain't got no social medias or nothing, man. I'm about to contact the faculty though. Watch. The faculty. Alumni, whatever you go. I got a card. I'm trying to get in contact with the Honorable William A. Darity. Yeah. Anybody out here stumping down for reparations, man. Black people in America. And they can articulate the economics of racial inequality and just his disposition is elocuted in such a precise and keen method. It's just respectable. Call it what you want. We worship it now. We worship it. Yeah, nigga, you need to go find something to get some goddamn. Niggas need hope, not hope. Niggas need fuck hope. We don't need no goddamn. We had enough of that hope from Obama. We hoped up around this motherfucker. We hoping mean. We need some. We need a demonstration of stomp down this, personalist going on a national promenade, who's promenading from state to state. You know what I mean? I mean, promenade, like, it means like to go on a promenade means to go on a walk, but promenading, walking, not literally walking, but going to and from promenade. Words are funny. English language is weird, man. But hey, you gotta adapt to it. You gotta articulate. Master art of communication, man. I'm not a master though. By far. Not at all. I'm still a neophyte. I'm still a neophyte in this fight. Still a baby. Nah, I ain't a baby, but I'm definitely a young lad. I'm a young lad in this fight, man. Shout out to my Jamaican brothers, man. I'm a young lad in this fight, man. But yeah. Smooth jazz. Think about the call of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Use my smooth jazz voice. Well, thank you for having me, and let me stop. But yeah, man. It's Wednesday, hump day, meaning it's the midweek. We got that good old hump day. Hump days when I was working countdown. I was on the clock. On hump days. I like getting paid every week though. Pay me every week, man. All that paid every 2 weeks. I need my check instant now. Yeah. Black folks, we gotta do better, y'all. We got to do better. Keyword, we got to do better. This is not a Bill Cosby moment. I still rock with Bill Cosby though, man. I mean, it's messed up his son was murdered too though. And yeah, it was very eerie. How he was killed, very, very idiosyncratic. Very strange. Nobody said 10-4 Kufi or not. That was weird. That son died on the side or got killed, shot in the back. That shit's weird. The only sign to it that I don't know, man. That shit weird to me, man. I don't know, man. I'm black out here, man. Really, I'm black out here in these trenches, man. I don't know, man. So, yeah. We act like what? What he say? We said we was. What say we been? Yeah, we was. Well, yeah. So we. Let's see. Was that? Yeah, he said. He said. What? Let me see. What is it? So on. He said 1865. So 1865. And it really said, some of us were still on the planet. So boom. So okay, bam. And then hold up, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we was enslaved and in goddamn captivity and Jim Crow and government legalized sanctioned, slavery. Yeah, for longer than we've been so-called liberated. So that's deep.
Yeah, that's true. I had to think about that. How I had to believe. Oh, God damn. Shit. So. Shit. Man, they out here for real, man. That's a lot of black folks been getting killed too lately too. Oh, what was that? Oh, I highlighted that too. I'm gonna eat it with this, man. I'm gonna take it. I'll be taking this on every man. What did they say? Was that Missouri? I think that is Missouri. If I'm not mistaken. Missouri's about to launch like not a let me see. About to launch a specific and exclusive initiative aimed for black women, for endangered missing black women. Where's that at? I know I highlighted that. I know I got that right here. Yeah, I know. I was just thinking about that. I ain't nowhere in here. I'm about to make a video on this. Yeah, I'm about to put this information out, man. Missouri bill aims to address crisis of missing African American women and girls. But now what I got to do is hold on. I got to go to this internet real fast because I gotta do something. Hold on, I got to do something. But now see, I'm back up. I'm back up again. Back up on black folks, man. Not black shit. What's black shit, nigga? What the fuck is black shit? What does that mean, nigga? What the fuck does black shit mean? On black plight, black blight, man. Damn, did I just say black blight and black plight? I need to take my ass to sleep, man. Let me see something real fast. What? I'm gonna go ahead and stop. I'm getting caught up in this word. Right now, okay. So black blight. No. I was supposed to be. The hell? Okay. Missouri bill. Missouri bill aims to missing. I gotta dig a little deeper. That was a screenshot. I peeped that. I gotta missing African American. Why I said like that for? Why do I love? Huh? Damn, we can't get shit exclusive around this motherfucker. Okay, so a bill. Okay, so there's validity to this. Who the hell is it? Okay, Angela Mosley. She sounds like she's black. Mosley. I love Walter Mosley books, so I wonder if she's related to that brother. I love his books. Walter Mosley and what's his name? Easy Rawlins, the Black Detective. Go read a book, man. Walter Mosley's my guy. He's fictional. He has fictional characters, but I love his books. His books were captivating. Okay, so a Missouri bill going into effect August 28th. Okay. So yeah, I gotta go ahead and collect this information. So let me see. This is more information for my black sisters and stuff, man. We need a national bill, man. Fuck all this. Let me stop. I be going hard, man. Where the Black Panthers at, man? Huh? What she say? The black folks of today, they ain't got the heart. I'm paraphrasing. I gotta find that sister, man. She was going in, man. She said, "Black folks today, they ain't got the heart of Fred Hampton." What she say? That sister was going in, man. I'm paraphrasing her, man, but her whole speech was just reverberating within me. When I think about what things we need, when I think about the lack thereof. Yeah, when I think about the lack thereof, man, we need some noble, upright for the people, all right? For black people, goddamn it. I don't know if it's for the people that should get clouded. People who people. Let me see. Okay, so I did that. I gotta get this. I'm over here getting this information, y'all. Getting this screenshot and information, and going to my database, going to my editing app. I love that. You got a black dark-skinned sister reporting it too. Okay. I love that. Beautiful sister. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like that. Yeah, they got a beautiful dark-skinned sister reporting on that. Beautiful optics. Fair use. I'm gonna come mess around and play the video.
A former member of the U.S. Office of Justice says there has been a crisis of missing African-American women and girls in this country. Sister. According to the National Crime Information Center, nearly 36% of women and girls reported missing were Black. Even though Black females only make up about 14% of the overall female population in the U.S. FBA, I spoke to one St. Louis mother whose daughter's been missing since 2008. And never thought that would be my last time seeing her, but it was. Oh, man. Shamika Cozy has been missing since December 2008.
Shamika's just, and we call her Mika, and she just was her own person. It was something how she was.
She was just 16 years old when she disappeared. Here on Napier Street 16 years ago, Shamika attended a sleepover at her cousin's house. The next morning, they noticed she was gone, and she hasn't been seen ever since. She had been sleeping on the couch, but wasn't there when everyone else woke up. Her purse and her coat were gone, and the front door was left slightly open. But her overnight bag was still at her aunt's house.
My sister called me first, and she asked me, was Shamika at home? And I said, no, she's not at home. She's not there with you.
Hill and her family spent the day looking for Shamika and tried to file a missing person report with the local police department in Berkeley. But the police told them to give it some time before filing.
Got me want to drink. What's going on, man? What y'all doing over there in Missouri, man?
Her experience with the police was not good.
My
and she
bad,
was
y'all.
confused why the police immediately marked her daughter as
mad
a
a little
runaway.
bit, man. I'm frustrated, man.
I'm not understanding why she was even considered a runaway, because that was her first
runaway. They always, there's a common proclivity. They do that shit. They do that. They report their common, they do that. They report black babies, black folks as a whole as runaways, because missing is going to, there's a high, as far as like the threat. All right, yeah, man. I'm about to snap and lose my mind.
Daughter herself. She says she felt like the police were not doing their job.
I don't know what they was thinking, but in their head, to me, it felt like they said my daughter wasn't worth looking for.
The police department did distribute Shamika's photo to local news outlets, but it wasn't until Hill started putting up missing posters of her daughter that she was contacted by news stations. She was able to motivate the media to tell the story of her missing daughter in hopes of finding her. Hill says that she had a good experience with the media, but that kind of attention and coverage is something many Black families don't often get. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice programs, too often, cases involving Black women and girls do not receive the same level of attention as those involving white victims. But State Senator Angela Mosley wants to change that.
Systematic
racism,
as they call it.
Say it. I want you to. Beautiful.
Just don't take
my God, this
seriously
sister is
enough.
beautiful.
She sponsored a
I
bill
love
that
her
creates
hair.
a task
Oh
force
my
to help
God,
address
y'all
the
look at her
crisis
hair.
of missing
I
and
love her
murdered
hair. Oh my
African-American
God, and I
women
know it's natural.
as those
This
involved
is
in white
gorgeous.
victims. But State Senator
Look at
Angela
this sister,
Mosley
man. This
wants
is
to change
beautiful.
Systematic.
That's the senator. She's
Racism, as
beautiful
they
too.
call it.
That's her natural hair. Look at her hair, though.
Just don't
Oh my
take
God, I
our
love
cases
that.
seriously.
That is the look I love on Black women right there. I don't know what it is about that look. That look right there. Oh man.
filed a similar bill in
Take
2024
everything
that didn't
out
pass.
this bed.
But this year, it's different.
I love that look on black.
Mosley was able to get the language from her bill
Especially
included within another bill, which was passed and was signed into law by the governor. Shamika's mother is very happy that the bill passed and truly hopes it will make a difference.
Beautiful sister, man. All these sisters missing, man.
In the meantime,
you think
she
it's only happening in Missouri?
That her daughter will be found. Hill has never stopped looking for her daughter and says she never will.
That's why it's gonna take. I ain't gonna lie. I do see the importance of having black elected officials on code. You gotta be on code, though.
The National Center of Missing and Exploited Children released an AI age progression photo of Shamika. This is what Shamika could look like now at 31 years old. If you have any information on Shamika or her disappearance, we have resources you can contact on KOMU.com. In the studio, Tamaya Bracey, KMU8 News.
Okay, Tamaya, I hear you, sister. Tamaya Bracey. Foundational. Stop. Stop. ABAL around this joint. Ancestral background. They can tell the way she was reporting on this joint. You know, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's important to have Stomp Down. You know, she was a young sister reporting on our people, man. You know, and fierce about it. The sister had that composed. Pose was very poised, you know, and upright. The sister, Senator Angela, you know, Democrat, you know, come on now. She stomped down, called it what it is, systematic racism. Come on now. Don't soft step now. She didn't know. She did a thing. I wonder if she's related to Walter Mosley. But I ain't gonna lie, stuff like this, man, this is a crisis, man. Niggas worried about Palestine. Like, I ain't worried about shit going on over no goddamn Palestine. I ain't going damn. I'm saying it. This is fair use. This is not the opinions and the perspectives of Ziax Institute. This is my perspective, my opinion, brought to you by Young Deity Channel. You know, hence, aka I'm Still Learning, branded, copyrighted, etc. You know, there's a crisis pertaining to black people in America, but particularly we're talking about black women and the seemingly, it seems like there's some type of a abduction going on around here. You know, I don't even want to say missing. You know, abduction. What's going on, man? All these black women going up missing. They going somewhere. Where they at? So, yeah, man. Sisters need to get their Second Amendment rights, man, for real. Speaking of that, I just put a video out about that too. Black women starting to get they starting to buy guns at a higher precedent than any other than other women, like white women and Latino women. Sisters, you know, they pack it. They ain't playing. True. Yeah. But yeah, man, let me stop, man. I'm this kind of got me sad, man. Let me stop. It kind of got me down a little bit. All right, I gotta. Let me see. I don't know. Did I even save that? Let me see something, man. I'm gonna make my template. I ain't nothing little about it. I'm gonna make my template, man. Let me see something for this video because it's another issue, man. I'm glad I was able to troubleshoot that and ascertain the facts. It's definitely a fact. I got this off the internet, so I screenshotted the picture and all that. So that's what I mean by like you can't just all the other internet news, nigga. This what you mean, nigga. So you talking about internet news, nigga. I was able to ascertain beyond the internet. You feel me? And find out that this is an endemic. We're dealing with ethnic calamity. The hell? I ain't stop, man. I really can just get all the way revamped up again, bro. A whole nother button, recharge back in the game off this right here. For real. All black women, man. I ain't playing that. I ain't having none of that, man. The hell? Real. You just up all over again. I was tired. Now I'm up. right, let me see. Did I save that part? All right, let me go back to my editing app and put this template in here because I got it. Okay, yeah, no, I got it. I got this too. Yeah, man, that's disheartening, man. I don't like that. I want to highlight that sister too, that Democrat in Missouri. I gotta get her. I gotta get a picture of her too. Highlight her because she clearly is putting the bill together. She's enforcing that joint. So they gonna put a task force together though. So it ain't just no goddamn bill. It's a plan. It's some action with a bill. It ain't just we're gonna pass an anti-lynching bill. The niggas still out here getting hung and found lynching and hanged, and they still ruling shit by saying suicide. So as I say, it goes back to enforcement. If you ain't put together no goddamn task force for motherfucking black folks out here getting hung, found missing in trees, and hanged, not missing in trees, correct yourself, found hung in trees, mysteriously, oftenly. Come on now, don't get me back up recharged. The hell, I don't want to hear nothing about. If it ain't enforcing nothing, it's moot. It's fucking. It ain't doing nothing. We got anti-lynching bill. We got anti-lynching bill. The fuck. Fuck out of here. Dude. Y'all probably lose your mind if y'all see my face expression. Get my sister on here, man. I gotta shine a light on this. You know, I talk my channel black. You know, I don't talk about number black issues. Oh, I make it black. Whatever it is, I always make it black. You don't give a damn. If it's about, it could be about fruit, nigga, I'm gonna make it black. God damn it. Farming, farmers market. Talk about the uptick in black farmers. You know, talk about black farmers markets, etc. You know, so which, yeah, you know, it's always a way to tweak it and manufacture it to yourself. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different. Shit, make it with everybody. I ain't worried about everybody. She said, I love that. It's an African American woman. I love that. Cause that means that is Shaquita. I ain't being funny. That's Shamika. Her name was Shamika Cozy. It's 2008. Man, almost 20 years, man. What the hell? The fuck is going on? Where's the task force at? Well, like I said, that's okay. My bad. They're making one as a result of that. But every city needs every black man. Chicago, New York. So yeah, it's just, you know. Come on now, man. Don't play that. My channel black. Not really. I've been, you know, been on my, been back on it. I've been back on it. Been really back on it. So I supposed to been have 10,000 subscribers. You feel me? But you know, life hits you. You know, you gotta, you know, the potential and is there. I need to. I will become a. No, I ain't need to do that. I need to make me a fitness channel. I need to go ahead and do that too. I'll be on my fitness thing. Dedicate. Have a fitness channel. You know, 100 burpees. Sets of 20. But with the 20 squats, 100 of those. Shit, that's 2,000 push-ups. Do the math. You want to work out? Let's work out. Come on. Let's see how strong you is. I wouldn't do that to a person on their first. I wouldn't try to break. I don't do that. I'm not, you know. But I'm saying somebody want to try to prove a point. I'll prove a point. Then we'll try to take me to the gym and try to see if I can hit 2 wheels, 225, which I can. Believe it or not. So that's damn good. That's more than my body weight. But what I was gonna say, yeah, just do these 100 burpees, 20 sets of 20, you go down. One time you get a break is when I'm down. So I go down, do my 20 push-ups. Boom. When I come up, you gotta go down and do your 20 push-ups. And I'm gonna also do 20 squats too. While you doing your push-ups, I'm gonna be doing 20 squats too. You know, when you come up with your 20 push-ups, I'm going back down. The only time I get a break is when you're down doing your push-ups. That's my only break. So that's strength training in cardio, like the whole, you know, what's that word I want to say? That's compound exercise, but that's like a HIIT type of workout. But it's strength, all that, wind, all that, a whole lot of, you know, we could do 10. You know, we could just we could shave off 10. We could do, you go out and do 10 push-ups. I do 10. You feel me? But we're gonna do 100 though. That's 1,000. That's 1,000 push-ups. You feel me? It's really more because I count those 2 sets is really 1. So anytime you do 2, we do 2. I typically do like 4 or 5 sets in 1, and I count it as 1. So that's a superset. So I do a set of squats, set of push-ups, set of pull-ups, set of dips, some type of core workout. That's 1, all the way to 10. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, that's you gotta train different, gain different. I don't never just only work out one body part. I'm gonna go to the gym and I only do arms. No, not doing that. I'm gonna do, niggas don't do their legs. So yeah, so that's a whole other topic though. Don't skip leg day. But, I was gonna say that's the foundation, man. Get scooped off your feet, buddy. Scooping. You're not scooping me. I got legs strong as steel. You better be a world class wrestler, and you still ain't, not lifting me. It's not happening. I'm not letting that happen. legs strong as steel out this. But hit them squats. Can you do a one-legged squat? No. But what was I say? You can start a YouTube fitness channel dedicated to the fitness. You know, call it Black Fitness, Black Health. I'll figure it out. You know, making it all black. You know, had a fitness mixed in with the black facts, black health facts. You know, the diet, all that, the whole eating regimen. I'm not a dietitian. You know, but yeah. And honestly, I started smoking. That's gonna put some more weight on me. I already know. Been there, done that. Start smoking weed, and because I start eating more. That makes me, because I'm not, it's like my body develops another. It's like to compensate to compensate for not smoking. It's like my body appetite increases actually more because I'm not smoking, and that's really indicative of the filling the void, essentially, or replacing that impediment with, which is essentially more food, which is in turn going to bulk me up more. Bulk. Come on now. Gorillas, strongest with elephant, vegetation. The hell? Look at nature. Strongest mammals don't eat no meat. Hell. No dead animal flesh. pause, right? They don't eat no cancer foods, cancer meat. From the hippo to the rhino. Yeah, rhinos eat meat. No, rhinos don't eat no goddamn meat. Hell. Rhinos don't eat flesh. Do rhinos eat meat? Rhinos do not even eat exactly herbivore. They eat, but they eat based on plants. Okay, yeah, nigga, yeah. Hippopotamus, yeah, nigga, a lion will get effed up. Ain't no one little lion ain't messing with that nigga. As soon as they start moving around, they backing up immediately, expediently. Yeah, back up from the hippo, from the goddamn rhino. They get your ass bucked. Get pummeled, pulverized into the goddamn earth. But yeah, man, shine a light on black women, man. It's never enough of that, man. I don't know what damn. Oh, you put out the videos about black people, so. Oh man, go slap yourself. I was damn near verge of saying the other one, but I don't want to be cheating. I want to keep it rated G around this joint. Go slap yourself, man. Keep it rated G on this joint. PG, borderline PG-13, respectfully. Yeah, that was the PG-13 level, man. Dude, all rated R in the chat talking about goofy shit. Come on, man. The chat is knowing the whole chat is a world within a world. They even tell you in the chat, guard your privacy, guard your tongue. It gives you the caveat in the chat. Your goofy ass will say goofy shit in the chat. So it shows you who's really goofier, who's the goofiest. Who you is the goofier. You is the goofy. Ain't no the goofiest. They redact that, track that, all that there. Yeah. They warn you. It says mind your the warning. Getting up and making me a breakfast. Shit. I like to give me a couple hours of sleep, get up for this oxygen. This oxygen at what, 7? About the oxygen at 7:30, 8. Give me a few hours of rest. I'm going to this oxygen and see me 35, 45, 65. So, $60 window. You feel me? I'm on that type of time. I'm going to have a testimony. Making a video about that. Hey, man, it came up. Y'all, I advise you to spend the money. I'm on the free trial, but I'm about to go ahead and spend this $30, $40. How much it costs to renew this thing next month? I'm gonna give it because I'm on a week trial right now, but I'm about to go ahead and pay for that little, less than $50 for a month. I think it's 2 months or something like that. Yeah, to stay in tune with these foreclosed homes and then just see what I'm able to extract as a result of studiousness, the need for wanting to create black wealth, outside of what's needed for this country, this government. Yeah, what you thought I forgot. But yeah, so, need to build something, build established. All the problems black people face, being black people, I don't see why we ain't got no goddamn news station. I don't want to have a task force. I don't know if I don't want to overthink it, overtalk it. Like, I'm just thinking, like, all the L's we face, they got to make a task force. You got to create a bill, an active bill which will in turn create a task force that's going to address mysterious abduction and mysterious displacement of Black women in Missouri. So I'm thinking of national. That's the local, which is beautiful. It's a beautiful start. Don't get it twisted. That's why I say local. It's local. I mean, local is I can see local. It's just I don't. The president, you ain't doing shit for Black folks, man. Local is definitely it's more significant than national voting. I see the significance of local voting as opposed to you get some shit done, man. Bills passed, some task force. When you get it passed, and then you post a task force. There's an implementation of a actual tangible entity being instituted to tackle that pace yourself. There's a entity being created as a result of a bill being enacted to tackle the need. It's not even just tackling the need. It's to tackle and to grapple. Come on now, say it with the come on now. We're trying to. They only are trying to tackle, but the community has been trying to grapple with this. What is this word that I'm looking for to identify, to characterize? It's not just. I don't want to just say missing Black women. That's not. Nah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that organization. I don't like the economy of the word. I don't like that. It's too generic. It doesn't pop like it needs to. That's just my mind. It don't pop. It's just not the grappling with missing Black women in the local area. It's but the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with a Black lady that took it upon herself to champion, this bill. So it's just it have to come from us. That makes sense. Systemic racism. Yeah, that's another video. Yeah, Black folks we gotta extend our attention spans, y'all. All this, because I ain't gonna lie, I appreciate the love on the shorts. I've been going up on the shorts, but we gotta extend our attention span. This 3-minute videos. I don't like it. I have to cut out so much information, but I don't. At the same time, I don't have to make a 30-minute video. I can keep it 10 minutes. That 10, 15. That's like that gives me so much more wiggle room for inserting information to corroborate, substantiate, highlight, demonstrate all that. That 3 minutes. That's a very infinitesimal amount of time. Like that is super small. You're limited, finite. It's not enough. So that right there is, I ain't liking that. Like I said, the traction though, I see the momentum from it, but it's not conducive. It's not conducive for like actual people who want it. People who like some Ivy Wells type, you know. Ivy Wells. Sadly, she's cool, but she be on some like talk about black people, but mix it in with power. Like, nah, bro, nah, I'll take that. She ain't, nah, bro. Ivy Wells' penmanship and journalism, and her penmanship and journalistic prowess is bar none. It's unmatched, and that's not me. That's, in the words of Booker T, Frederick Douglass. Like, nah, that ain't, nah, unmatched, man. Nah, fuck with that. We need some modern day black stomp down staunch loyalists to the cause. Niggas gotta always melt somebody else in. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nigga, throw that group in there. You gotta, hey, you should talk about shit, nigga, fuck all that, man. That's a systemic and structural anti-black issue of black American self-advocacy that is through the prism of black America, through the focal point of black America, being fixated on only black America and highlighting and aiding and abetting only black America. That's an issue in America. That's a poem type shit. I need to stop recording. Goddamn. How I said, I don't know how I said that, but it's just being recorded. Okay, what's the time frame? Was that why I said that was so? I swear that was some poetic. I could be overthinking it, but I don't know how I said that in America and reference America and black America being fixated on America. That was let me see. So call it stigma. William Gary gave me a lot of insight to a lot of it. So it's, self-advocacy stigma. The dilemma. Self-advocacy. Don't give me hey, don't give me the I'm starting to I'm thinking I must try to recharge, reboot, get out that Macintosh system and get into that Apple Macintosh database. The social advocacy, stigma, dilemma. Plagues the agenda. Let me stop. The self-advocacy stigma plagues the agenda. We fresh this time. This is a fresh live. 6 times. What are doing? Fresh into the hours. This joint flying. You got over 10 plus type of talk. I'm trying to see what was it about. What time was it? Was it 10, 11? What time? I don't remember all the time. I'm trying to see. Q was teaching about, the distinction between, Libretto and, blacks being Negro, and etc. but not all blacks, not all Negroes, not all blacks are Negro. So, yeah, I don't know what time frame that was. I don't recall at least. But, yeah. All that whole Spanish conquistador and the raiding, what is it? The raiding and ransom, all that, the whole shebang. Like folks making money off OnlyFans and shit. Oh, I don't know who the hell it is. Whoever that pale face